Chapter 858. Of course. Kujun nodded and smiled confidently. I still have this little bit of authority. Thank you, Elder Ke. Thank you, Elder Ke. After obtaining confirmation, Yi Ting instantly had an excited expression. Even though he was the patriarch of the Ye family in Drift Cloud Town, he still maintained a respectful attitude when facing a colossus like the Five-Element sect. The Ye family had been passed down for hundreds of years, yet it had never produced a disciple with the natural talent to enter a colossal power like the Five-Element sect. This was also a regret of the Ye family all along. Now, when he found out that his daughter could enter the Five-Element sect, even though there was some nepotism involved, he still couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. Since it's like this, then I hope Elder Ke can allow us to prepare for a few days and leave after a few days? Duan Lingtian looked at Kujing with the intention of asking for his opinion. No problem, no problem. Presently, Kujing was completely immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian agreeing to join the Five-Element sect. He naturally had to grant the request of a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian. Elder Ke, didn't you say you would be leaving early in the morning? Shindong, who instructed the clan elders to take his youngest son, Shinin, away, just happened to hear Kujing and couldn't help but be stunned. Earlier, when Kujing said he would be leaving tomorrow, he intended to persuade him to stay. However, Kujing looked as if he had already made up his mind, causing him to feel rather helpless. Now, cough cough. Kujing laughed awkwardly when he heard Shindong. Special circumstances, special circumstances. Jinarchin, since it's like this, then I'll disturb you for a few more days? This is the honor of our Shin family, Shindong hurriedly said. He naturally discerned that Elder Ke had decided to stay for a few more days because of Duan Lingtian, and this was sufficient to show how much he valued Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Ke. Duan Lingtian thanked Kujing and then greeted Shindong. Only then did he bring along Yi Xian and leave the Shin family main hall together with Yi Xian, who was still immersed in her excitement. Duan Lingtian, take your time to prepare. If you can prepare in half a month, then leave with me. Seeing Duan Lingtian walk out of the Shin family hall, Kujing, who was standing in the hall, added loudly. This made all the higher-ups of the Shin family, including Shindong, speechless. Sure enough, different people received different treatment. Duan Lingtian and the other two quickly returned to the Ye family residence. Yi Ting naturally thanked Duan Lingtian for what had just happened. Brother Duan, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, Xiao Xian probably wouldn't have been able to step into the Five-Element sect in this lifetime, Yi Ting said. Ye family head, you're exaggerating. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then glanced at Yi Xian beside him and said, Xiao Xian's innate talent is not bad. I asked Elder Ke to take her into the Five-Element sect because I don't want a bright pearl to be covered in dust. Yi Xian, who was standing to the side, had a slightly rosy face, and her beautiful eyes were mixed with uncontrollable excitement. Until now, she still felt as if she was dreaming. Joining the Five-Element sect. It was undoubtedly an unattainable dream of hers since she was young. Now, this dream had truly come true. Brother Duan, I know what kind of innate talent my daughter has. With her innate talent, the Five-Element sect definitely won't accept her. All of this is because of you. Yi Ting shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Could it be that this Ye family head still thought that his daughter's innate talent was the same as before? After all, he had thought deeply before he wanted Yi Xian to join the Five-Element sect. He wanted to join the Five-Element sect more so that he could smoothly meet a few of his old friends through the Five-Element sect and reunite with them. He didn't really want to join the Five-Element sect and do something like that. For this reason, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt guilty. He felt guilty toward the Five-Element sect. He wanted Yi Xian to join the Five-Element sect more so that he could compensate the Five-Element sect. Perhaps, in the eyes of others today, Yi Xian could join the Five-Element sect because of Duan Lingtian. But he was very clear in his heart. In the future, Yi Xian would let everyone know that it wasn't Yi Xian who wanted to join the Five-Element sect, but it was the Five-Element sect who wanted to join Yi Xian. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't say all of this because he knew that not many people would believe him even if he said it. It was better to let the facts speak for themselves. The current Yi Xian needed time. So long as she had time, her shocking innate talent would gradually reveal itself and shine brilliantly. 5-element sect, this can be considered as my explanation to you, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian was still the same as before. He was either cultivating, comprehending concept, or sitting in the small courtyard and drinking tea comfortably. He asked Kujing for a few days to prepare, but it was naturally not for himself. He was all alone and had no relatives or friends here, so he could leave at any time. These few days of time were for Yi Xian. According to his knowledge, Yi Xian had never traveled far in her entire lifetime, so she naturally had to be given time to properly prepare. In the next few days, the news of Yi Xian joining the 5-element sect spread throughout the Ye family. For a time, it caused the Ye family to be decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was jubilant as if it was the new year. All the disciples of the Ye family that went out during these few days would frequently say our Ye family's young miss is going to join the 5-element sect. On the other hand, outsiders also flattered them. Everyone was clearly aware of what Yi Xian joining the 5-element sect meant. From today onwards, the Ye family would be completely different from before. Just like the Shen family, they had the 5-element sect as their backing. Perhaps the 5-element sect wouldn't turn out in full force for them, but the interactions between people could not be without favors. Once the Ye family was in trouble, and the Ye family's young miss, Yi Xian, returned to help, there would definitely be some 5-element sect's elders and disciples who would come to help by her side. Drift Cloud Town is going to change. Ye family, when one person achieves the Tao, all his friends and family will ascend to the heavens. The streets and alleys of Drift Cloud Town were completely bustling with noise and excitement because of the news of the Ye family's young miss joining the 5-element sect. 5 days later, Duan Lingtian stood quietly at the entrance of the Ye family's mansion. He was as still as a mountain, and he was like a statue. His gaze was on a group of people not far away. A beautiful young girl was bidding farewell to the Ye family's patriarch, Yi Ting, and a group of Ye family's higher-ups. All the Ye family's disciples who were in the Ye family's mansion came out to send her off. Half an hour later, the young girl turned around and walked to Duan Lingtian's side. Brother Duan, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao Xian in the future. Yi Ting looked at Duan Lingtian and entrusted him with a solemn expression. His daughter was his precious treasure. This was the first time she was going out, and he was extremely reluctant to part with her. Don't worry, patriarch of the Ye family. I will. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly and held Yi Xian's hand. He chuckled softly and said, Xiao Xian, let's go. Okay. Yi Xian was brought up into the air by Duan Lingtian and flew in the direction of the Shen family. However, she could not help but look back at the Ye family and wave goodbye to them. It was only when the Ye family's figures disappeared before her eyes that she turned around in disappointment and muttered, Elder brother Duan, when do you think I can come back to see my father? Silly girl. Duan Lingtian smiled tenderly. As long as you're willing, you can come back any time. I'll inform Elder Ke about this matter. Duan Lingtian believed that Kujing would definitely not reject such a small matter. Duan. Elder brother Duan, please don't tell Elder Ke about this first. Otherwise, he'll think that I'm relying on your power and talent to do whatever I want. Yi Xian stuck out her tongue and said playfully, I still hope that I can rely on myself to obtain the respect of Elder Ke and the other 5-element sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. You're ambitious. We'll do as you say. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian arrived at the Shen family's mansion. Naturally, they were warmly welcomed by the clan leader of the Shen family, Shendong. In the Shen family's main hall, Duan Lingtian saw Kujing again. Today, Kujing looked radiant, as if he was a few years younger. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked in surprise, Did Elder Ke make a breakthrough these few days? Duan Lingtian, you really have a good eye. My cultivation these few days has been very smooth. I've finally broken through the bottleneck that I haven't been able to break through for many years. Many years ago, Kujing's cultivation had fallen into the bottleneck that led to the 7th level of the void transformation stage, yet he was unable to break through all this time, and it was as if he'd fallen into a devil's trap. During these few days, because he'd encountered Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had agreed to return to the 5-element sect with him to join the Wood Peak, his mood was extremely good. Who would have imagined that an unintentionally planted willow would become a shade, and his cultivation would break through in one go? Now that I speak of it, I have to thank you for this matter. Kujing smiled as he spoke. Thank me? Duan Lingtian was stunned. It's precisely because you agreed to return to the 5-element sect with us that Master's mood was extremely good, and was able to break through. A person walked in from outside the door as his calm voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian glanced over and noticed that the person who'd entered was precisely the Shin family's eldest young master, Qin Wei. A few days had passed, and Qin Wei had already recovered to the point of seeming completely fine. Eldest young master Qin. Duan Lingtian nodded to Qin Wei, and after he found out about the sequence of events from before, he didn't hold a grudge against Qin Wei in his heart. During the entire matter, Qin Wei was kept in the dark and was used by his younger brother, Shinin. Everything he'd done wasn't wrong. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can forgive me for offending you a few days ago. After Qin Wei entered, he bowed to Duan Lingtian in apology, and his tone was filled with sincerity. Eldest young Master Qin, you're too kind. I've already forgotten about that matter. Duan Lingtian smiled frankly, and his good impression of Qin Wei grew even better. As expected of a figure that the residents of Drift Cloud Town would give a thumbs up upon mentioning him, he deserves his reputation. We're all from the same sect in the future, so don't call me eldest young master, just call me Qin Wei. Qin Wei smiled as he spoke, and then he looked at Yi Xian who was by Duan Lingtian's side. This ought to be the young miss of the Ye family, right? Young Miss Yi, I've disturbed the Ye family a few days ago, and I apologize for offending you. As for that younger brother of mine, I never imagined that he would actually do so many things that infuriated the heavens and the people during these past few years. Chapter 859. Let's not mention the matters of the past. Kujing shook his head, and then he said, Since everyone is here, then it's time for us to leave. Elder Ku, why don't all of you have lunch before leaving? Shindong urged Kusheng to stay. There's no need. Jinarchen, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Kujing nodded to Shindong, and then he called out to Duan Lingtian and the others before walking out. Jinarchen, farewell. Duan Lingtian brought along Yi Xian and bid farewell to Shindong before following Kujing. Qin Wei hurriedly followed as well. The group of 4 soared up into the sky from the Shin clan estate and headed west. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask curiously, Elder Ke, are we returning to the 5-element sect or going somewhere else? I'll send all of you to Settlement City first. Arwood Peak has a base there. The 2 people we recruited not long ago are there as well, Kujun said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Ke, tell me about the situation in the 5-element sect? Duan Lingtian asked. Kujun nodded, and then he introduced. Our 5-element sect is divided into the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth peaks. Besides the metal peak being the main peak of the sect master's line, the other 4 peaks are of equal status and are controlled by the 4 peak masters. The 4 peaks have always been in a state of competition, and in the last 20 years, it's Arwood Peak that has fallen into a disadvantageous position. When he spoke up to here, Kujing sighed heavily. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian obtained a certain level of understanding of the 5-element sect's Wood Peak from Kujing and Qin Wei, and he knew that it was once the most brilliant peak beneath the metal peak. However, 20+ years ago, the Wood Peak's master was heavily injured outside and returned to enter closed-door cultivation, causing the Wood Peak to start going downhill. First, the outstanding disciples of the Wood Peak were poached away by the other 3 peaks, and then the other 3 peaks intentionally joined forces to suppress the Wood Peak, causing the Wood Peak to be reduced to the lowest-ranked peak for a time. Even though the experts of the older generation of the Wood Peak were still present, the younger generation seemed to be lacking when compared to the other 3 peaks. A force, even if it is a small force that was separated from the same sect, once the younger generation is unable to carry on, it means that it will decline. Kejung sighed. Why don't you just recruit some more genius disciples? As long as we spend more time, we can still find talented disciples, Duan Lintian said. We're naturally aware of this, and we've indeed done this. But those genius disciples hadn't even warmed up a seat in our wood peak when they were poached away by the other 3 peaks. Kejing smiled bitterly. What about Jin Feng, who is from the sect master's faction, who doesn't care? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. This is something you don't know. In our 5-element sect, there's a tradition that has always been passed down. The 5 peaks exist together and compete with each other. Besides the disciples of the various peaks being prohibited from casually killing and crippling each other, and the seniors being prohibited from making a move against the juniors, there aren't many other restrictions. Since the beginning, Jin Feng has always been the deserving number 1 peak in our 5-element sect, and its status is impossible to shake. The other 4 peaks have always been competing openly and covertly. 20 years ago, our wood peak became the target of the joint suppression of the other 3 peaks, and this suppression caused us to be unable to catch our breath for 20+ years. When he spoke up to hear, Kejing sighed. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and he was able to understand the wood peak's situation for a time. As expected of a power of the foreign lands. It's only a third-rate power, yet the competition is so intense. Perhaps, it's precisely because of this that the 5-element sect was able to develop until today. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If it was a sect that was too peaceful, then perhaps it could be domineering for a while, yet it was bound to fall after a few tens of years or over 100 years. It was for no other reason than the disciples of the younger generation of the sect didn't have passion and motivation. No wonder Elder Ke looked at me like a hunter that had seen its prey. So it turns out that he wants to make the wood peak rise once more through me. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Even though thinking like this was slightly arrogant, Kejung obviously had such thoughts. The competition between the various peaks of the 5-element sect was mainly between the younger generation. The experts of the older generation rarely made a move, and it wasn't convenient for them to make a move. Perhaps the current strength of the younger generation was far inferior to the experts of the older generation, but they were the future pillars of the sect, and they were the foundation that allowed the sect to continue flourishing. Once I arrive at the 5-element sect's wood peak, my days will probably not be peaceful. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't afraid, and he was slightly anticipating it instead. In next to no time, an entire morning had passed, and Duan Lingtian's group of 4 had left Drift Cloud Town to arrive in the sky above a continuous mountain range with a complicated terrain. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was traveling side by side with Kejing and Chen Wei, couldn't help but frown, and he seemed to have noticed something. Watch out! Kejing shouted out in a low voice as he warned. Instantly, Chen Wei seemed as if he was facing a great enemy, and a 7 m-long spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Flowing lights revolved around the tip of the spear, and the weapon he used was exactly the same as his father. Whoosh! 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 Numerous swift figures appeared in the surroundings of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 in the blink of an eye, and they surrounded them tightly. This was a group of middle-aged men in plain clothes with cold and indifferent expressions, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian's group of 4 seemed as if they were looking at the 4 of them. Bandits? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he'd guessed the identities of these people at the first possible moment. Before he left the foreign lands, he'd found out from the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara that bandits frequently appeared in some remote places in the foreign lands. These bandits only had a single objective, and it was to use formidable martial strength to kill martial artists that passed by and seize the wealth of those martial artists. Simply speaking, this was a group of desperados that specialized in profitless business. They licked the blood from their blades and hung their heads on their waists to earn a huge amount of wealth. Duan Lingtian had always stayed in Drift Cloud Town and didn't leave by himself, as he was worried that he'd encounter these bandits. If the bandits were weaker than him, then so be it, he'd just directly kill them. If the bandits were stronger than him, then he could only become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, without the slightest chance of survival. Elder brother Duan. Seeing so many people surrounding them, Yi Xian's face turned pale. She was the daughter of the Ye family that grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever seen such a scene? Xiao Xian, come on to elder brother Duan's back. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Xian was terrified to the point her body started to tremble slightly, and he instantly called out to Yi Xian to get onto his back. Yi Xian leaned on Duan Lingtian's back and wrapped her arms around Duan Lingtian's neck before her mood calmed down slightly. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and stretched out his spiritual force to clearly investigate all the bandits that surrounded them at the first possible moment. There was a total of 9 people. 1 at the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage. 3 at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. The remaining were all at the 4th and 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage. What a formidable group of bandits! Duan Lingtian gasped in his heart, as he never imagined that the first wave of bandits he encountered in the foreign lands would possess such a terrifying strength. Duan Lingtian didn't know. This wasn't the first wave of bandits he encountered since arriving in the foreign lands. After he was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet earlier and left Feng Wudao and completely lost consciousness, he'd encountered many waves of bandits with strengths that weren't inferior to this group of bandits on the way to Drift Cloud Town. It was even to the extent that there were a few existences at the Void Transformation stage. However, without exception, those bandits were all killed by him as soon as they appeared after he demonized them. Kill! The 7th level Void Interpretation stage bandit in the lead didn't waste his breath and directly gave the order. Instantly, the other 8 bandits pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of 4. In the sky, vast ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared and swept towards them, and it even blocked out more than half of the sunlight in the horizon. Those 3 are at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. He didn't have the slightest intention of making a move, and he instead pointed towards 3 of the bandits that charged over and spoke to Qinwei. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Besides the one in the lead, the strongest amongst the other 5 is only at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. How many can you deal with?" Obviously, the old man wanted to test Duan Lingtian's strength. Up until now, the old man hadn't seen Duan Lingtian make a move, and he only knew that Duan Lingtian had once defeated the Shin clan's patriarch and the Shin clan's supreme elder. The Shin clan's supreme elder was a 6th level Void Interpretation stage martial artist. "Senior besides the one in the lead. Leave the others to me." Duan Lingtian smiled confidently, and as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes started to flicker with a dim light, and vast spiritual force pierced into the soul brand in the depths of his mind. 1,000 illusions. An illusory space was constructed out of thin air by Duan Lingtian, and it enveloped an area of a few tens of meters. The 9 bandits clearly appeared within the range of Duan Lingtian's spiritual force. Besides the 7th level Void Interpretation stage bandit in the lead, he was able to affect the other bandits with his soul skill and cause them to fall into an illusory space. When Duan Lingtian executed his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, Kujing and Qinwei were both shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Kujing couldn't help but frown, and he felt that Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. "Alas! I misjudged in the end?" Kujing sighed in his heart, and the origin energy in his body started to roil as he was prepared to make a move against the group of bandits that charged over at any moment. Obviously, he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's boasting. But in next to no time, he was stunned. Qinwei was stunned as well. Yi Xian, who tightly embraced Duan Lingtian's neck and lay on Duan Lingtian's back, was originally terrified by the group of bandits to the point she couldn't help but close her eyes. But when she curiously opened her eyes to look outside, she instead saw a scene that she would never be able to forget in her lifetime. Swoosh! 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 The 8 bandits that charged over abruptly stopped in midair, and their eyes revealed bewilderment, as if they'd suddenly lost their target. Subsequently, they went berserk successively and attacked their former companions, and the surging strength that was on the verge of erupting completely poured out. Bang! 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 A terrifying strength tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions, and it was the 3/6 level Void Interpretation Stage bandits that had joined forces to kill their 5 companions. "What are all of you doing?" The bandit leader that wasn't affected by Duan Lingtian's soul skill was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene, and then his face went grim as he roared with a grim voice. Chapter 860. What? All of you still want to make a move against me? The 7th level Void Interpretation Stage bandit in the lead had a gloomy expression as he looked at his 3 subordinates. These 3 subordinates of his didn't even dare utter a single word in front of him, let alone arouse killing intent towards him. Kill! The 3/6 level Void Interpretation Stage bandits shouted out explosively as they directly attacked the bandit leader. They utilized their full strength as soon as they attacked and directly targeted the bandit leader's vital points without holding back in the slightest. "Have all of you gone mad?" The bandit leader shouted out furiously, yet he didn't launch an attack and only dodged the attacks of the 3 bandits, as he shouted out explosively at the same time. However, the 3 bandits seemed as if they didn't hear him at all and continued charging towards him. In the end, the bandit leader realized that something was amiss. But the successive attacks of the 3 bandits caused him to be unable to divert his attention to think about anything else, and he could only attack furiously and launch attacks that covered the heavens and the earth to envelop the 3 bandits. The strength of a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist was clearly visible. The strength of a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist was like a chasm when compared to a 6th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist, and it was a completely new leap. Unless a 6th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist possessed a special ability, otherwise, they would utterly have no ability to fight back before a 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist. In the time of 10 breaths, the bandit leader attacked furiously and killed all 3 of his subordinates. After he killed his 3 subordinates, he recovered from his shock, and his gaze descended onto Kuzheng as he said in a low voice, "What did you do to them?" Kuzheng had just recovered from his shock when he heard the bandit leader, and he was slightly speechless for a time. What did he do? From the beginning until the end, he seemed to have stood at the side and watched the show, right? In next to no time, the bandit leader took a deep breath and his emotions calmed down. When he recalled the scene from before, he felt his scalp go slightly numb. "Humph! I'll spare your lives today." The bandit leader snorted coldly as he maintained an imposing manner that didn't lose, and his figure flashed out to transform into a bolt of lightning, intending to leave this place. He noticed the aura of danger from the 4 of them. "Since you've come, don't leave." An aged voice seemed to sound out from all directions. Subsequently, a figure appeared out of thin air on the path of the bandit leader. It was precisely Kuzheng. The bandit leader looked at the figure that appeared in front of him like a ghost. Even he couldn't see the figure. His expression changed and he said in panic, You're a Void Transformation Stage expert?" Kuzheng didn't answer the bandit leader. He looked at him calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. "Senior, please spare me! Senior, please spare my life!" Under the astounded gazes of Duan Lingtian, Yixian, and Chen Wei, the leader of the bandits, a dignified 7th level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist, actually knelt down before Kuzheng and ceaselessly begged for mercy. "A qualified martial artist should be unyielding and unyielding, unafraid of death. A coward like you who is afraid of death is not fit to be a martial artist." Kuzheng's face turned cold. He raised his hand and a vast amount of flames swept out, enveloping the bandit leader and burning him to ashes. From the beginning to the end, the latter didn't even have time to scream. "So strong!" Yixian, who was leaning on Duan Lingtian's back, said in shock. "7th level of the Void Transformation Stage." Even though the old man held back slightly when he attacked, Duan Lingtian was still able to discern some clues from the old man's origin energy that was fused with the advanced fire concept. After all, he'd fused with the lifetime worth of memories of Emperor Wu. Even though he was temporarily unable to use his spiritual force to detect the old man's cultivation, he was still able to use his eyes to notice some things. With Elder Ku's strength, his status in the wood peak of the Five Elements sect is probably not low. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Meanwhile, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes and a figure appeared. It was precisely Kujing who'd returned after killing the bandit leader, and the figure was staring at him with a burning gaze. Elder Ku. Duan Lingtian felt uncomfortable and slightly embarrassed when he was stared at by Kujing like this. You dealt with those 8 bandits earlier. You used an ability similar to an illusory realm? Finally, Kujing spoke and asked with slight surprise. It wasn't similar. What I executed earlier was an illusory realm ability. Duan Lingtian spoke truthfully. I didn't sense any fluctuation of the aura of an inscription or inscription formation. In other words, you used your own spiritual force to execute a soul skill similar to an illusory realm and constructed it? Kujing's breathing became slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He couldn't deny this. You wouldn't be a demon, right? Kujing sized up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom and asked with a questioning expression. Duan Lingtian was instantly speechless when he heard this. No, I have to verify it. Kujing spoke out abruptly. How do you verify it? Duan Lingtian was stunned. You'll know in a moment. Kujing glanced at Duan Lingtian with ill intentions, and then he withdrew an ancient bronze mirror that had strands of faint, flowing lights revolving on it. Demon Revelation Mirror? Duan Lingtian was completely speechless when he saw the thing in Kujing's hand. Senior, is there a need for this? The demon revealing mirror wasn't something rare on Cloud Continent. Any weapon craftsman above grade 3 could refine it as long as they had the materials. The demon revelation mirror was not a spirit weapon, it only had one function, and that was to verify if a person was a human transformed from a demon. As long as a human transformed from a demon appeared on the demon revelation mirror, it would not show a human image, but a mirror image of its true self. Let me see if a little monster like you is a human transformed from a demon. Kujing picked up the demon revelation mirror and aimed it at Duan Lingtian, then he stuck his head out to look at the mirror. When he saw that it was still Duan Lingtian that appeared on the mirror, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was 100% sure that Duan Lingtian was a pure human and not a person that was transformed from a demon. You're not a demon, so how can you execute a spiritual force technique similar to a soul skill? Although he was sure that Duan Lingtian was not a demon, Kujing still could not help but ask curiously. According to his knowledge, unless a human martial artist became Emperor Wu, otherwise, it was utterly impossible for them to use spiritual force techniques against their enemies. However, Duan Lingtian went against this common sense. Senior, could it be that you've never heard of variance? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and intentionally misled the public. Variant? Kujing was completely petrified when he heard Duan Lingtian. As an elder of the Five Elements sect, how could he not know of the existence of variance? A variant was a life form born from the union of a human and a demon. They were either mediocre or possessed extraordinary natural talent. The latter even possessed a unique innate ability. However, variants were considered rare in the entire Cloud Continent. Only a few top-notch first-rate forces had variants in their ranks. The Five Elements sect could be considered to be an overlord in the eastern area of the northern desert, but in the entire Cloud Continent, it was only a third-rate force that was not worth mentioning. So he didn't think of Duan Lingtian as a variant at the beginning because he didn't dare think of it. You! Kujing looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke incoherently, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. Variant! He'd actually encountered a variant of the legends. Moreover, this variant was about to join the Five Elements sect and become a disciple of their Wood Peak. Ha ha! Ha ha! Under the dumbstruck gazes of Duan Lingtian, Yixian, and Chen Wei, Kujing roared with laughter for no reason, and his laughter spread out far and wide. Duan Lingtian was able to discern Kujing's joy from his laughter, and he naturally guessed why Kujing was so happy. Finally, Kujing restrained his laughter. Now, Kujing didn't have any doubts in his heart towards the ability Duan Lingtian executed earlier. Innate divine ability. Elder brother Duan, what's a variant? Why would Elder Ke be so excited when he heard about a variant? Yi Xian leaned on Duan Lingtian's back as she asked curiously. A variant is an unusual existence. You can understand it as an existence that's impossible to be described with convention. Duan Lingtian explained with a smile. Yi Xian nodded while seeming to understand. Let's go! After the roaring laughter from before, Kujing seemed to have swept away all his worries, and he seemed to be glowing. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Suddenly, Chunwei arrived by Duan Lingtian's side and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Thank me for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thank you for making Master so happy. Chunwei sighed. Since the day I took Master as my master, he'd placed high hopes on me because of the situation the Wood Peak was in at that time. Up until now, even though he hasn't said it, I know he's disappointed. Chunwei, there's something I don't understand. Duan Lingtian frowned. Chunwei looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression and asked. What is it? I keep having the feeling that Elder Ke seems to have extremely unusual feelings towards the Wood Peak. His concern towards the Wood Peak is completely not like the concern an elder of the Wood Peak should have. Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. If it was another person, perhaps that person would think that Elder Ke is the peak master of the Wood Peak and not an elder. You've discerned it? Chunwei was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian, and then he said, Actually, this isn't a secret. Master was adopted by the previous peak master of the Wood Peak many years ago, and he grew up in the Wood Peak since a young age and completely took the Wood Peak to be his home. To him, the decline of the Wood Peak is equivalent to the decline of his home. Chunwei laughed bitterly. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He never imagined that there was actually such a connection between Elder Ke and the Wood Peak. Since it's like this, everything seems to be logical. At dusk, Duan Lingtian saw a city that sat on the grassland, and it was like a colossus in an illusory world that was covered in greenery that was like a painting. That's Settlement City, Chunwei said. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked straight ahead at the city. Even though this settlement city was far inferior to the ancient desert city, it wasn't inferior to the Darkhan dynasty and Darming dynasty. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 followed Kujing into the city, and they quickly walked into an estate that occupied a vast area. Elder Ke. Chapter 861. There was an independent martial practice grounds in the depths of this estate, and an entire row of pavilions stood at both sides of the martial practice grounds. Bang! 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 Under Kujing's lead, they just approached the martial practice grounds when Duan Lingtian heard a wave of enormous sounds that were like thunderclaps sounding out from within. When he looked carefully, there were 2 young men around the age of 35 sparring. The 2 of them were evenly matched in their battle, and it was difficult to determine a victor. 2 second-level void interpretation stage martial artists? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared fixedly at the 2 young men in the distance, and his spiritual force detected the cultivations of the 2 at the first possible moment. They're the 2 void interpretation stage disciples that our Wood Peak has recently recruited. Kujing said to Duan Lingtian. You're the 3rd. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Actually, even if Kujing didn't say it, he was roughly able to guess the identities of the 2 people. Kujing! Right at this moment, an aged figure flashed out swiftly from a pavilion at the side of the martial practice grounds, and it seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that arrived before Duan Lingtian and the others. It was a single-armed old man. The old man's eyes emitted bright lights as his body faintly emitted an unfathomable aura. Obviously, he was in existence with extraordinary strength. Another void transformation stage expert! Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he was shocked in his heart. Senior brother! Kujing bowed respectfully when facing the single-armed old man, and he didn't dare be disrespectful. Martial uncle! Chunwei bowed as well. How were your gains this time? The single-armed old man asked with slight anticipation. From the beginning until the end, he didn't spare a glance at the nearby Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, these two people were unable to satisfy the conditions of the 5-element sex recruitment of disciples this time. Even though there were only 2 conditions for the 5-element sex recruitment of disciples this time. If these 2 conditions were separated, then they were nothing, and the people that satisfied them would form groups. However, when they were combined together, they could be considered to be harsh. Under the age of 40. Void interpretation stage martial artist. Even in the 5-element sect, there were only around 100 void interpretation stage disciples below the age of 40. Even if they were evenly distributed among the 5 peaks, each peak would only have 20 people. Senior brother, he's Duan Lingtian, a disciple that I dared to take for our wood peak. Besides that, the little girl by his side will also be a disciple of our wood peak in the future. Kejing smiled as he introduced Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian to the one-armed old man. Them? The one-armed old man frowned as he sized up Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian from top to bottom, and he thought that the 2 of them were taken into the wood peak by Kejing because of their high natural talent. Martial uncle, don't underestimate brother Lingtian just because he's young. With his strength, he'll be able to defeat the joint forces of those 2 junior brothers in a single move. As Chunwei spoke, he looked at the 2 young men in the distance that had just stopped. As he spoke, he intentionally raised his voice, and it was clearly transmitted into the ears of the 2 young men. Sure enough, as soon as Chunwei finished speaking, the 2 young men walked over with gloomy expressions. The one-armed old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise when he heard Chunwei, yet he didn't say anything and instead waited with interest for the arrival of the 2 young men. Senior brother Chen, we admit that we're inferior to you, but you can't insult us like this. The 2 disciples that had just joined the 5-element sex would peak walked over in a short moment, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with gloomy expressions. He defeated the joint forces of the 2 of us in a single move? Exactly. On what basis? The 2 would peak disciples were extremely furious, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with a provocative expression. Humph! My elder brother Duan is much more formidable than the 2 of you. Yi Xian grunted and spoke bluntly. We'll only know if he's more formidable than us after we try. Elders, what do the 2 of you think? As he finished speaking, one of the wood peak disciples glanced at Kejing and the one-armed old man with a seeking gaze, and when he saw the 2 old men nodding lightly, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and ridiculed. Kid, there's no need for the 2 of us to join forces. I alone, a single hand is sufficient to defeat you. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled as well, and he smiled indifferently and indifferently. He was able to discern that Chunwei had instigated the matter before him, and Kejing had tacitly agreed to it, and it was undoubtedly because they wanted the one-armed old man to witness his strength. So he cooperated with them. Speak after you defeat my elder brother Duan. Otherwise, you're bragging. Yi Xian made a face at the wood peak disciple that provoked Duan Lingtian as she spoke childishly. Little girl, then I'll let you take a good look at how your big brother Duan is going to be. The wood peak disciple revealed an evil smile as he raised his hand as he spoke. But he hadn't finished speaking when he felt a vast force assault his face, and before he could react to what was going on, the vast force had already descended onto his body. Bang! In the next moment, he felt intense pain come from his chest as his vital blood roiled, and his entire body was blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow, and he soared through the clouds before fiercely crashing onto the ground. Good! The one-armed old man stared at Duan Lingtian with a bright light in his eyes. The speed Duan Lingtian attacked earlier was so swift that even he couldn't help but be surprised. Little fellow, your strength ought to be even stronger than Chunwei, right? It's all right. I'm able to slap him flying with a single palm strike. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He remembered that it was Chunwei who'd intentionally made a fool of him earlier, so he didn't hold back in the slightest when he answered the one-armed old man now. The one-armed old man was stunned, and then he looked at Chunwei. When he saw Chunwei nod with a bitter smile, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Good, good! Senior brother, I'll leave Duan Lingtian to you. There's also this little girl. I've already promised Duan Lingtian to allow her to join our wood peak as well. Kujing spoke respectfully to the one-armed old man, and then he bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian before turning around and leaving with Chen Wei. His entire movement was smooth like flowing water, and it was extremely elegant. You're called Duan Lingtian? The one-armed old man looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked, and he completely didn't have the contempt from before. Elder, how should I address you? Duan Lingtian nodded. You can just call me Elder Yang. Let's go, I'll arrange a place for both of you to stay. The one-armed old man warmly brought Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian to a row of pavilions at the side of the martial practice grounds, and he arranged a place for them to stay. You weren't able to react in the slightest when he attacked earlier? The other Wood Peak disciple supported up the Wood Peak disciple that was easily blasted flying by Duan Lingtian, and he asked with an astounded expression. I didn't. The latter gritted his teeth and stood up, and besides a bitter smile, there was a trace of seriousness on his face. I must report the appearance of such a young expert in the Wood Peak to Elder Tang as soon as possible. You're injured, go back and rest first. I'll personally notify Elder Tang of this matter. I truly never imagined that a place as weak as the Wood Peak would be able to find such an outstanding young expert. The former took a deep breath, and his expression was extremely serious. All right. Subsequently, the injured Wood Peak disciple returned to his pavilion to rest, whereas the other walked out and left the Wood Peak's base in Settlement City. Humph. All of this was noticed by the one-armed old man, and the old man grunted coldly. It's really as I expected. Elder Tang? The Earth Peak is going slightly too far. As he finished muttering to himself, two cold lights shot out from the old man's eyes, and his clothes fluttered without any wind as he emitted a vast and powerful aura. Interesting. On the pavilion, Duan Lingtian stood on the balcony as he looked at the one-armed old man that descended from the sky, and a wisp of a smile suffused the corners of his mouth. He noticed the movements of those two Wood Peak disciples earlier, but never had he imagined that those two people were actually spies. If Elder Ku knows that the two Wood Peak disciples he found are spies, I wonder what sort of expression he would have. Unknowingly, a wisp of a deep smile suffused Duan Lingtian's face. As for the origins of the two spies, he was easily able to guess that they were surely from the Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak of the Five Element sect. It's getting more and more interesting. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before returning to his room, and he cultivated as he comprehended concept. Settlement City on the other side. Outside the high walls of the enormous estate, a swift figure flashed in, and in a short moment, it headed towards the depths of the estate before finally stopping at the rear garden that was covered in luxuriant flowers and plants. At the center of the rear garden was a pergola, and an old man was sitting there playing chess. The old man held a white chess piece in his left hand and a black chess piece in his right hand, and he played chess by himself with extreme delight. Elder Tang. The unexpected guest appeared and arrived before the pergola before bowing respectfully to the old man. The old man seemed to not be surprised in the slightest by the sudden appearance of this person, and he continued playing chess as he asked indifferently. Is there anything? Yes. The person replied, and then he said, Kujing brought back a person today. Oh? Kujing really found a void interpretation stage martial artist below the age of 40 outside? The old man was slightly surprised, but he still continued playing chess, and his emotions didn't seem to fluctuate in the slightest. Yes. It's a young man that looks to be around the age of 25 at most. The person replied once more with a serious tone. 25 years old? The old man finally put down the chess piece in his hand and looked at the person as he asked with a low voice. Are you sure he's a void interpretation stage martial artist? Even if it's in our 5-element sex gold peak, a void interpretation stage martial artist around the age of 25 is a rare genius in the martial Tao that's hard to come by in 100 years. The person nodded and said with slight fear. Chai Kun didn't even have the time to react when he was blasted flying. Besides that, Chen Wei admitted his strength was inferior to him. What? Finally, the old man's face went grim as he stood up abruptly, and he stared at the person with a fierce gaze. He fought Chen Wei? No. The person shook his head. When the old man heaved a sigh of relief, he said, but when he told Yang Ling that he could slap Chen Wei flying with a single palm strike, based on Chen Wei's expression, it seemed to be true. Slap Chen Wei flying with a single palm strike? Chapter 862. Fifth level of the void interpretation stage at around the age of 25? In the 1,000 years of history of their five-element sect, there seems to have never been such a monster, right? He does indeed look to be around the age of 25. But if he usually pays attention to taking care of his appearance, and coupled with him being a void interpretation stage martial artist, his true age ought to be around the age of 30. The person that came said. A cultivation at the fifth level of the void interpretation stage around the age of 30 can be considered to be one of the top existences amongst the younger generation of our five-element sect. A bright light flashed within the old man's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Kujing, I truly never imagined that you would find such a disciple with extraordinary natural talent for your wood peak after taking a trip outside, but unfortunately, you're bound to be making a gift for our earth peak. The old man looked at the person that came and instructed. Go find that person in private and tell him that so long as he's willing to join our earth peak, the earth peak will bestow him a grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th level concept fragment that's suitable for him. Grade 2 spirit weapon? 7th level concept fragment? The person's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard the old man, and he asked with slight astonishment. Elder Tang, is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. A bright light flashed within the old man's eyes, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. The value a young expert like this can create at that place isn't just this. Go on. The old man waved his hand to send the person off. In the spacious room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and heaved a long sigh of relief. My spiritual force has always been maintained at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage, and it hasn't changed at all until now. Looks like this is 100% a side effect left behind after the Devil Seal tablet bestowed the strength to me. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. Even though he'd gotten over it earlier, but after experiencing the battle with the bandits today, he had no choice but to re-examine his spiritual force. If his spiritual force was at the 7th level of the void interpretation stage when he encountered that group of bandits today, then there would be utterly no need for Kujung to make a move, as he alone would be sufficient to annihilate all of them. Although the Devil Seal tablet can bestow me with the power to kill a void transformation stage powerhouse in an instant, the after effects it leaves behind for me are huge as well. Just one use made it difficult for me to control my emotions, making me easily agitated. In addition, it also suppressed the improvement of my spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the demon sealing tombstone. He stared at it and muttered, What in the world are you? Although he saved my life, he also took away many things from me. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to admit it. If the power of the demon sealing tombstone hadn't entered his body, he wouldn't have been able to survive the siege of 6 Skywolf Fort Elders. Compared to his life, whether it was his mood swings or the stagnation of his spiritual power, everything seemed insignificant. South of the northern desert, ancient desert city. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beautiful figures appeared in the void almost at the same time, looking down at the city below them. They were 2 young girls, one wearing yellow clothes, the other wearing green clothes. They were precisely Han Xuanai and Mu Shui, who'd come from the Dark Han dynasty. Xuanai, this is ancient desert city? Mu Shui curiously sized up the city below her as she asked Han Xuanai. It's here! Han Xuanai nodded, and then her eyes lit up as she dived down. Let's go! Let's go ask around and see where the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is being held. Xuanai, wait for me! When she saw Han Xuanai vanish like a wisp of smoke, Mu Shui lightly stomped on the ground and hurriedly followed up. After they walked into a restaurant, Han Xuanai and Mu Shui sat down before calling the attendant over. Attendant, do you know of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Han Xuan'ai asked. Of course. The attendant hurriedly nodded, and then he said, Young miss, you've just arrived at our ancient desert city, right? Yes. Han Xuan'ai nodded. Then it's no wonder. But young miss, if you've come for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then I'm afraid you've come too late. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties has already ended over a month ago, the attendant said with a smile. But even if young miss arrives in time, you'll be unable to witness the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with your own 2 eyes, and you can only wait outside for news. Why? Han Xuan'ai frowned as she asked. Because the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held at Skywolf Fort, and it was held at the outer fort of Skywolf Fort, so no outsiders were allowed to spectate. The attendant continued. At that time, even though many people came to join in the fun, yet they stayed outside to wait for news. Skywolf Fort? Mu Shui was stunned, and then she couldn't help but ask the attendant. Attendant, what's the relationship between Skywolf Fort and Skydog Fort? Why are their names so similar? Skydog Fort? The attendant was stunned. What's that? Doesn't your ancient desert city have a Skydog Fort? Mu Shui asked with a bewildered expression. She still remembered that it was Xuan'ai that told her this. Shui, you're mistaken. The Skydog Fort I spoke of is the Skywolf Fort he spoke of. I truly never imagined that the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was actually held by Skydog Fort. Han Xuan'ai said to Mu Shui. Shui, let's go ask the members of Skydog Fort if they know where Big Brother Ling Tian went after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Both of them stood up in unison and walked out of the restaurant. Skydog Fort? Early on, when he heard Han Xuan'ai address Skywolf Fort as Skydog Fort, the attendant's expression had gone grim. There's actually someone in the ancient desert city that dares to address Skywolf Fort in this way? Does she want to die? When Han Xuan'ai finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but be stunned. Martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Big Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian? In a flash, the attendant's eyes lit up abruptly. Could it be that the Big Brother Ling Tian she spoke of is the Duan Ling Tian that obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? That culprit that killed the patriarch's grandson, young Master Han? The restaurant he worked in now was a subsidiary of the Donghua clan. In the Donghua clan, he was only a tiny member of the outer circle with a lowly status, yet this didn't mean that he was willing to continue being lowly. He had the heart to rise up in the sky as well. Thus, he paid special attention to many things in the Donghua clan for the sake of waiting for an opportunity to turn things around. He knew clearly about the matter of the patriarch's grandson, young Master Han, being killed over 1 month ago. The person that killed young Master Han was a young man called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was also the young expert that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he'd left with the members of the Blade sect after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Never had he imagined that he would encounter someone that knew Duan Lingtian one day. Moreover, it seemed to be someone that had an extremely close relationship with Duan Lingtian. He faintly realized that his chance had arrived. My luck is about to change, the attendant shouted in his heart as he chased up to Han Xuan'ai and Mu Shui, who just walked out of the restaurant. Young Mrs., is the person you're looking for Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. The attendant's words caused Han Xuan'ai to stop moving, then she turned around and asked with glowing eyes. Attendant, you know my big brother Lingtian? Of course. The attendant smiled and said, Young miss, to tell you the truth, this restaurant before you is the property of the Donghua clan. The Donghua clan? Han Xuan'ai's beautiful brows frowned slightly. What does that have to do with my big brother Lingtian? What if the person young miss is looking for just happens to be a guest of the Donghua clan? The attendant's eyes narrowed as he asked with a smile. Big brother Lingtian is a guest of the Donghua clan you spoke of? Attendant, quickly tell me where the Donghua clan is. Han Xuan'ai asked excitedly. Young Mrs., may I know what's the relationship between the two of you and young Master Lingtian? According to my knowledge, After young Master Ling Tian obtained the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, there were many people that wanted to pay him a visit, yet he didn't meet just anyone. The attendant spoke with a slightly troubled expression. He naturally did this because he wanted to understand the relationship between the two young women before him and Duan Lingtian a step further. If they didn't have a close relationship with Duan Lingtian, then even if he tricked them into going to the Donghua clan, he wouldn't obtain any benefits. Humph! How can those people compare to me? Go to the Donghua clan now and look for my big brother Lingtian, and tell him that Xuan Nai is waiting for him here. Do you believe that big brother Lingtian will appear before this young miss within the time of 10 breaths? Han Xuanai was instantly enraged when she heard the attendant. The attendant completely confirmed it when he heard Han Xuanai. This yellow-clothed young woman before him surely had a deep relationship with that Duan Lingtian, otherwise, how could she dare speak so boldly? Young miss, calm your anger. I'm only worried that someone will disturb young Master Lingtian's peace, so I asked this. Since young miss has a deep relationship with young Master Lingtian, then I'll bring both of you to the Donghua clan to see young Master Lingtian. The attendant spoke as he led the way ahead. Young missus, the Donghua clan is over there. Shui, let's go! Let's go look for big brother Lingtian. Han Xuanai called out to Mu Shui, and then both of them followed the attendant to head to the Donghua clan. In next to no time, the three of them arrived outside the Donghua clan estate. At the entrance to the Donghua clan estate, the few Donghua clan disciples that were guarding there instantly frowned when they saw 3 people walking over to them. Right at this moment, a voice transmission sounded out by their ears, and it caused their brows to relax. Don't alert the enemy! The 2 young women behind me are the younger sisters of the culprit that killed young Master Han, Duan Lingtian. I lied to them and said Duan Lingtian is a guest at the Donghua clan, so both of you cooperate. Otherwise, once the patriarch blames you, all of you won't be able to bear the consequences. This was naturally the voice transmission of the attendant. Hey! Brothers, these 2 young misses are the younger sisters of young Master Lingtian, and they've come to look for young Master Lingtian. Why aren't you quickly going to notify him? The attendant stood at the entrance to the Donghua clan estate as he raised his chest and spoke to the Donghua clan disciples. So they're the younger sisters of young Master Lingtian, quickly come in. After the attendant reminded them, the Donghua clan disciples that received the voice transmission of the attendant didn't dare dally in the slightest, and one of them hurriedly led Han Xuanai and Mu Shui into the Donghua clan estate. I'll go notify young Master Lingtian. Chapter 863. Within the vast lake in the Donghua clan estate, the pergola at the center of the lake that was destroyed over a month ago had been repaired since an unknown time. At the side of the pergola, the old man sat silently there with a fishing rod in his hand, and he was fishing. Even though the old man was fishing, his eyes were closed tightly, and his face carried slight loneliness mixed within. This old man looked to be no different than an ordinary old man. After a long time, alas, the old man opened his eyes and let out a long sigh, and then he raised the fishing rod and looked at the perfectly straight hook as he muttered. Since Hana left, I've been unable to calm my heart down any longer. Hana, do you know that since grandfather found out about the news of you leaving, I haven't caught a single fish again? The old man took a deep breath, and tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Patriarch! Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded out from afar, and it shocked the old man to the point his eyes squinted before the tears in his eyes evaporated completely. What is it? The old man stood up and looked at the Donghua clan disciple that stood on the shore of the lake, and his face sank slightly. Could it be that you don't know that I hate being disturbed the most when I'm fishing? Patriarch, it's that Duan Lingtian. The Donghua clan disciple had just opened his mouth and hadn't finished speaking when he felt a violent gale assault him. Subsequently, an aged figure appeared before him, and it was precisely the old man that was at the side of the pergola at the center of the lake a moment ago, the patriarch of the Donghua clan, Donghua Lei. What did you say about Duan Lingtian earlier? Cold light shot out from Donghua Lei's eyes as he stared fixedly at the Donghua clan disciple before him, and he asked with a low voice. The Donghua clan disciple was pressured to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath, and he said with difficulty after a short moment. Duan Lingtian's younger sister, Duan Lingtian's younger sister has come. Duan Lingtian's younger sister? The cold lights in Dong Wulei's eyes grew even more intense as he asked with a low voice. Where? The audience hall. The Dongwu clan disciple spoke with difficulty. Whoosh! As soon as the Dongwu clan disciple finished speaking, a violent gale arose before him, and it blew his hair and clothes to the point of fluttering. As for the Dongwu clan's Dong Wulei, he'd vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian's sister? Dong Wulei dashed towards the Dongwu clan's audience hall as his eyes revealed a ghastly sheen. Duan Lingtian, I can't touch you since you've joined the Blade sect, so I'll kill your younger sister and take revenge for my grandson. You made me suffer the pain of losing my grandson, so I'll let you taste the pain of losing your sister. At this moment, the hatred that was buried deep within Dong Wulei's heart gushed out once more, and it was like an erupting volcano that couldn't be stopped. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended that day, he'd been waiting outside Skywolf Fort with the intention of waiting for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian and take revenge for his grandson. However, who could have imagined that Duan Lingtian would leave with the people from the Blade Gate, leaving him with no idea where to start? When he found out that Duan Lingtian had joined the Blade sect, he realized that it would be very difficult for him to avenge his grandson. For a time, he could only bury the bone-deep hatred he had towards Duan Lingtian deep within his heart. Now, when he found out that Duan Lingtian's younger sister had come to their Dongwu clan estate, he only had a single thought. Kill Duan Lingtian's younger sister and take revenge for his grandson. Kill! 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 Only this thought remained in Dong Wulei's mind. Presently, he seemed to have transformed into a god of slaughter. 2 young women stood slender and elegant within the audience hall of the Dongwu clan. Xuanai, I keep having the feeling that something's off about this matter. Mu Shui frowned lightly as she glanced at the attendant that stood at the entrance, and then she spoke to Han Xuanai in a low voice. Han Xuanai looked at the attendant when she heard this and asked, Attendant, why hasn't my big brother Lingtian come over yet? Young Mrs., please wait a moment. Young Master Lingtian will be here right away. The attendant consoled Han Xuanai and Mu Shui, yet his gaze stared outside from the beginning until the end, and he seemed to be waiting for something. Whoosh! Finally, a gust of violent wind assaulted over, and it blew the attendant to the point he couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes once more, he noticed that a figure had appeared before him, an aged figure, a figure that was extremely familiar to him. Patriarch! The attendant took a deep breath and bowed respectfully and excitedly to the old man. It was you who brought Duan Lingtian's younger sister here? Dong Wulei nodded and asked. Yes. The attendant replied respectfully. Very good. Wait here, I'll surely reward you heavily once I've dealt with this matter. As soon as Dong Wulei finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly shot into the audience hall, and he stood before Han Xuanai and Mu Shui. Who are you? Han Xuanai frowned as she looked at Dong Wulei and asked. Mu Shui stared at Dong Wulei as her beautiful face became slightly serious, and she seemed as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Both of you are Duan Lingtian's younger sisters? Dong Wulei looked at the 2 young girls around the age of 15 or 16 before him and asked with a low voice. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly as cold lights flashed within them. Geezer, you know my big brother Lingtian as well? Do you know where my big brother Lingtian is? Han Xuanai asked once more, and she seemed as if she didn't notice that the atmosphere at the scene was off in the slightest. Duan Lingtian isn't here. Dong Wulei spoke indifferently. Not here? Han Xuanai's lively eyes suffused coldness when she heard this, and then an icy cold aura swept out from her body. At the same time, Han Xuanai looked at the attendant that stood at the entrance, and her tone revealed extreme coldness. You dare deceive me? Young miss, I'm sorry. For the sake of my future, I can only sacrifice both of you. The attendant took a deep breath and spoke frankly. Die. Han Xuanai's eyes were instantly covered in a layer of ice, and along with her raising her hand, an icy cold aura swept out and enveloped the attendant. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the attendant transformed into an ice sculpture, and the attendant's eyes that were filled with astonishment could be vaguely seen through the ice sculpture. In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form before dispersing. Ice concept? Dong Wulei exclaimed in a low voice. He'd utterly never imagined that Duan Lingtian's younger sister had actually comprehended ice concept, and its might seemed to be extremely extraordinary. But he wasn't afraid. He was in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Could it be that he couldn't defeat a mere 15 or 16-year-old little girl? Wait. 15 or 16 years old? Suddenly, Dong Wulei realized the problem. This yellow-clothed young girl before him that was only 15 or 16 years old had actually comprehended ice concept. Moreover, based on the level of her ice concept, it seemed to not be low. You're a demon? Dong Wulei looked at Han Xuanai and asked with a low voice. As far as he was concerned, there was only one possibility for this yellow-clothed young girl before him to possess such a terrifying cultivation at such an age. She was a demon. A demon was a demon beast that had broken through to the void transformation stage. Because demon beasts that had broken through to the void transformation stage were able to take human form, so when they were addressed, the word beast was removed. Besides possessing intelligence that wasn't inferior to humans, demons were also able to take human form. After they took human form, they weren't much different from ordinary humans. Demon? Han Xuanai's beautiful brows frowned when she heard Dong Wulei. What's wrong with demons? Based on your tone, you look down on demons? In the past, she knew, who was always by Han Xuanai's side, was a demon. Moreover, she was a powerful demon. So in Han Xuanai's heart, there wasn't much difference between demons and humans. Looks like she really is a demon. Dong Wulei's heart sank. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually take a demon as his younger sister, and for a time, he felt it was slightly inconceivable. Humph! Since Big Brother Lingtian isn't here, then I ought to leave as well. Geezer, you don't have to send me off. Han Xuanai grunted, then stretched out her hand to hold Mu Shuiyi's slender hand before walking out. Shuiyi, let's go to Tsang. Han Xuanai hadn't finished speaking when a gust of violent wind had already blown before her, and an aged figure appeared to block her and Mu Shuiyi's path. Geezer, what are you blocking my path for? Han Xuanai's voice was slightly chilly. Shuiyi, do you still not understand? This old fellow probably has enmity with your big brother Lingtian. Mu Shuiyi laughed bitterly. She felt that this playmate of hers that she'd played with since she was young was truly too naive, and she actually didn't know the viciousness of the human heart in the slightest. You have enmity with my big brother Lingtian? Han Xuanai glanced vigilantly at Dong Wulei when she heard Mu Shuiyi. Exactly. Dong Wulei didn't deny it and said frankly, that Duan Lingtian killed my grandson and severed the roots of my bloodline, causing me to suffer the pain of losing my grandson. The enmity between me and him is absolutely irreconcilable. As he finished speaking, Dong Wulei roared out, and his eyes were suffused with a scarlet-red color. At this moment, Dong Wulei seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast, and he stared fiercely at Han Xuanai and Mu Shuiyi. Humph! Han Xuanai grunted indifferently, and then she said with a calm tone, Since my big brother Lingtian killed that useless grandson of yours, then it's naturally that grandson of yours that deserves death. What are you being long-winded for in front of me? You wouldn't be afraid of my big brother Lingtian, so you want to vent your anger on me, right? A wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on Han Xuanai's beautiful face. I'm afraid of Duan Lingtian? Dong Wulei was first stunned when he heard Han Xuanai, and then he couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter, as if he'd heard an enormous joke. What are you laughing at? Han Xuanai's face was covered in a layer of frost. An icy cold and bone-piercing cold air started to accumulate on her body, and she was prepared to whistle out at any moment. If it wasn't for that Duan Lingtian joining the Blade sect, do you think he would be able to live until now? But killing you two little girls today is the same. The origin energy on Dong Wulei's body whistled out and transformed into waves of vast strong winds in the blink of an eye, causing some of the decorations in the hall to shake. He made me suffer the pain of losing my grandson, then I'll let him properly enjoy the pain of losing his younger sister. You two little girls, remember not to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian in your next lives. Chapter 864. Besides not withdrawing his spirit weapon, Dong Wulei attacked with his full strength and didn't hold back in the slightest. Whoosh! Instantly, 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, and then another 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. The 800 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were precisely the phenomenon of the heavens, and the earth condensed from Dong Wulei's eruption of origin energy. 6th level of the void transformation stage. The 700 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were precisely the phenomenon of the heavens, and the earth condensed from the 6th level void transformation concept drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth. 6th level advanced wind concept. Void initiation concept was elementary concept, and it was the lowest level of concept. 1st level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of one ancient horned dragon. 2nd level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. 9th level void initiation concept corresponded to the strength of 9 ancient horned dragons. Once one broke through, one would comprehend void interpretation concept, and it was intermediate concept. 1st level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 20 ancient horned dragons. 2nd level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. 9th level void interpretation concept corresponded to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Once one broke through again, one would comprehend void transformation concept, and it was advanced concept. It was the highest level of concept, and it was capable of condensing precious concept fragments within one's body. 1st level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 200 ancient horned dragons. 2nd level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 300 ancient horned dragons. And so on and so forth. 9th level void transformation concept corresponded to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Bang! Oem! 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 The vast origin energy that gushed out from Dong Wulei's body fused with his 6th level advanced wind concept and transformed into a vast violent gale that accompanied the wind blades that covered the heavens and the earth as they swept towards Han Xuanai and Mu Shui. The strength of 1,500 ancient horned dragons had been completely exploded out. Die! Dong Wulei stared at the 2 young women as his eyes revealed a sense of madness, and it was as if he'd already seen the scene of them perishing. But his eyes that contained a sense of madness and laughter couldn't help but constrict in next to no time. Heavens! What have I seen? Humph! Han Xuanai snorted softly. The cold chi that had been accumulating in her body whizzed out like a gust of extremely cold wind. The terrifying cold wind was like an enormous ice beast blowing, and it instantly collided with the violent winds and wind blades that swept out from Dong Wulei's body, causing waves of terrifying sounds of air exploding to resound out. Boom! 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 The sound of air exploding was like a thunderclap that shocked the entire Dongwu clan's audience hall to the point it seemed as if an earthquake had occurred, and it started trembling intensely. At the point where the forces converged, the ground cracked. Cracks spread out in all directions, forming a huge spider web. The air seemed to have frozen, and the entire hall seemed to have sunk into winter, emitting a bone-piercing chill. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After the 2 forces collided, the cold wind that came from Han Xuanai's body completely crushed the violent winds and wind blades that swept out from Dong Wulei's body, and then it didn't lose momentum as it charged towards Dong Wulei. No! When he noticed that his attack had been suppressed, Dong Wulei's face went grim, and his pupils stared wide open as he recovered from his shock and intended to flee. But unfortunately, Dong Wulei had just turned around and soared into the sky when he was drowned by the cold wind. In the next moment, Dongwa Lei, who was in midair, had transformed into an ice sculpture. Within the ice sculpture, Dongwa Lei's eyes were filled with extreme terror. Never had he imagined even in his dreams that Duan Lingtian's younger sister would be so terrifying and easily crush his full-force attack. No, I don't want to die. I still want to take revenge for honor. No. No! Dongwa Lei, who was within the ice sculpture, shouted ceaselessly in his heart. At this moment, he felt an extremely icy cold energy pierce into his body from every single pore on his body, and it completely obliterated his origin energy. It wasn't just that, the meridians, internal organs, flesh, blood, bones, everything in his body was quickly frozen by the extremely icy cold energy. When his heart was frozen and his soul was crushed, Dongwa Lei's consciousness vanished along with it. Bang! Dongwa Lei, who transformed into an ice sculpture, stayed in midair for a while before falling heavily to the ground and transforming into a pile of ice fragments. The cold air in the hall gradually dispersed, and the icy cold energy on Han Xianai's body was restrained, causing the frost on her young and beautiful face to disperse along with it. Humph! Humph! You dare fight before this young miss with just this little strength? You overestimate your ability! Han Xianai looked at the pile of ice sculptures before her and grunted coolly. At the same time, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that covered the sky above her gradually dispersed, causing the entire hall to return to calm. Xuanai, what are you doing? Mu Shui looked at Han Xianai, who was searching for something within the pile of ice fragments, and she asked curiously. I found it! Meanwhile, an ice fragment appeared in Han Xianai's hand, and along with a shapeless energy gushing out from her hand, the ice melted to reveal a completely azure-colored fragment in her hand. A 6th-level wind concept fragment. It was precisely the crystal condensed from the 6th-level advanced wind concept that Dongwa Lei had spent his entire lifetime to comprehend, and it was capable of assisting one to swiftly comprehend wind concept until one comprehended 6th-level advanced wind concept. Once he died, the concept fragment in his body was bound to become a gift to another. Xuanai, what do you want such a low-level thing for? When she saw Han Xianai happily sizing up the concept fragment in her hand, Mu Shui frowned and was slightly puzzled. Hee. You don't understand. This thing is useless to us, yet it's useful to Big Brother Ling Tian and his friends and family. I'll give it to him when I see him. Han Xianai chuckled. I want to see that Duan Lingtian even more now. I presume he's not a simple figure since he's able to make our little she-devil, Han Xianai, care so much about him. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes were suffused with curiosity as she ridiculed. Tui! Han Xianai was instantly unhappy when she heard Mu Shui, and she spat with a stern expression. You're the little she-devil. I'm clearly a little virtuous girl, all right? Little virtuous girl? Mu Shui couldn't help but look at the pile of shattered ice sculptures on the ground when she heard Han Xianai, the Dongwa clan's patriarch, Dongwa Lei, had transformed into an ice sculpture, and she was speechless in her heart. Is this something a virtuous girl can do? Xuanai, I noticed that your skin has become thicker and thicker since you came out last time. Did that fellow called Duan Lingtian lead you astray? Mu Shui said in all seriousness. If it's true, then I'll surely tell Uncle Han after I return and ask him to properly teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson. Shui, don't blame me for not warning you. If you dare tell on him, then not only will I burn Uncle Mu's hair, I'll burn your hair as well. Han Xianai had her hands on her hips as she glared at Mu Shui. Mu Shui couldn't help but shudder. As the companion of Han Xianai since they were young, she was extremely clear about the temper of this little she-devil, and she was absolutely someone that would do what she said. I'm just joking. For the sake of her smooth and beautiful hair, Mu Shui had no choice but to compromise. That's more like it. Han Xianai's tensed beautiful face collapsed as she revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down, and then she held Mu Shui's hand before walking out. Let's go! Let's go to the Skydog Fort and ask that fellow if he knows where Big Brother Ling Tian went. After the two of them walked out of the Dongwa clan audience hall, Han Xianai casually raised her hand, causing a gust of wind to sweep by and push down the attendant that was frozen into an ice sculpture. Bang! The human-shaped ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Humph! Humph! You actually dared to deceive this young Mississippi. After glaring angrily at the pile of ice fragments, Han Xuanai and Mu Shui soared into the sky together and left the Donghua clan estate. After they left, the entire Donghua clan was in chaos. Their Donghua clan's patriarch was dead. For a time, all the higher-ups of the Donghua clan started to struggle for power, and it couldn't be stopped. After this day, the Donghua clan suffered endless internal and external troubles, and it had completely declined in less than a few years of time to be reduced to an inconspicuous small clan in the ancient desert city. At the eastern area of the northern desert, Settlement City. Too slow. Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the bed, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the wind concept fragment in his hand. Presently, in terms of cultivation, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. In terms of concept, he'd comprehended 3rd level intermediate wind concept, and if he wanted to comprehend an even higher level wind concept, then even with the assistance of a concept fragment, it still required a period of time. But if he concentrated on the comprehension of wind concept, then he would undoubtedly fall behind in comprehending other concepts. Besides wind concept, Duan Lingtian had comprehended lightning concept, earth concept, and sword concept. However, compared to wind concept, the levels of the other 3 concepts weren't worth mentioning at all. It would be great if I'm able to rely on the concept fragments of these 4 concepts to comprehend them at the same time, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, and at the same time that he had a beautiful dream, another 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand. It was precisely the lightning concept fragment, earth concept fragment, and sword concept fragment. Long ago, Duan Lingtian had once tried to rely on 2 concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. The outcome was naturally failure. One couldn't do 2 things at the same time, this was common sense. This time, Duan Lingtian held 4 concept fragments, and for some reason, he wanted to try if he was able to rely on 2 concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. Wind. Lightning. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and wanted to multitask and comprehend wind concept and lightning concept at the same time. Duan Lingtian, who originally thought it would end in failure, and was even mentally prepared since long ago, noticed to his shock that his consciousness had split apart. His consciousness had actually split apart since an unknown time, and it was respectively comprehending wind concept and lightning concept. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought it was his misconception. However, after a round of confirmation, he was completely sure of it. This wasn't a misconception, it was real. Relying on 2 different concept fragments to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time and multitasking. Even if it's in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, this is practically impossible. Yet now, I've done it? Chapter 865. Comprehending 2 types of concepts at the same time by relying on 2 types of concept fragments, multitasking. Duan Lingtian had a solemn expression on his face, and his breathing became heavy as well. Earlier, when I tried to comprehend wind concept and lightning concept through the wind concept fragment and lightning concept fragment, my consciousness split into 2, and I comprehended 2 types of concepts at the same time. Moreover, the speed at which my consciousness comprehended wind concept after it was split into 2 isn't any different than before. Duan Lingtian gasped again. What's going on? I couldn't do this in the past. But now I've done it. Curious, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu in an attempt to obtain an answer. However, even the reincarnation Emperor Wu, who had experienced 2 lifetimes and seen countless scenes of the world, had never heard of anyone being able to multitask and comprehend 2 types of concepts at the same time. However, according to the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, consciousness comes from the soul. I've tried to comprehend 2 types of concepts at the same time, but I failed. This proves that my consciousness was unable to split into 2 at that time. Now my consciousness can split into 2, allowing me to comprehend two types of concepts at the same time by relying on two different concept fragments. Since consciousness came from the soul, then, the change in consciousness was naturally related to the soul. For a time, Duan Lingtian began to ponder. In the end, he only thought of one possibility. The Devil Seal Tablet! Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he took a deep breath. Besides the Devil Seal Tablet, he really could not think of any other reason. At that time, the energy of the Devil Seal Tablet surged into his body and soul, causing him to devilify. It allowed him to possess the strength to instantly kill a void transformation stage powerhouse while his consciousness was drifting. After that incident, the Devil Seal Tablet left behind two major side effects in his body. Firstly, his emotions were easily irritable and difficult to control. Secondly, his spiritual energy was suppressed, and it could no longer improve along with his cultivation base. From the looks of it, that incident must have affected my soul and caused my consciousness to change, allowing me to split into two. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, there seemed to be no other reason. My consciousness is divided into two, and by relying on two different concept fragments, I can comprehend two different concepts at the same time. In other words, in terms of comprehending concepts, I have an advantage over ordinary martial artists. Ordinary martial artists can only focus on comprehending one concept at a time. If they want to comprehend two concepts to a certain level at the same time, they need to spend twice the amount of time. As for me, I don't need to spend so much time because I can comprehend two different concepts at the same time. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was a little excited. Now that his consciousness could be divided into two, when he comprehended the concept of wind in the future, he could comprehend the other concept at the same time and rapidly improve that concept. Right. Duan Lingtian, whose gaze inadvertently fell on the four concept fragments in his hand, shuddered as if he had thought of something. Since my consciousness can divide into two and comprehend two different concepts at the same time, I wonder if I can divide into four and comprehend four different concepts at the same time? Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's ambition was extremely great. But unfortunately, after experimenting for a while, he helplessly noticed that his consciousness could only divide into two at most. In other words, he could only comprehend two different concepts at the same time, and was unable to comprehend three or even four different concepts at the same time. What a pity! If I'm really able to comprehend and improve four different concepts at the same time, then it would be awesome. Duan Lingtian sighed, but he wasn't dejected. As far as he was concerned, being able to comprehend two different concepts at the same time was already much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Comprehending two different concepts. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto the four concept fragments in his hand, and then he put away the earth concept fragment and sword concept fragment in the end. The strongest concept he'd comprehended now was the wind concept, and he'd already comprehended the third-level intermediate wind concept. Secondly, it was the lightning concept. Once I successfully comprehend intermediate lightning concept, my strength will obtain a completely new leap. Just like Suli. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, Suli had executed two intermediate concepts at the same time, and it could be said to have shocked many people. At that time, amongst all the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties, only Suli had comprehended two intermediate concepts at the same time. Lightning concept. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment in one hand and the lightning concept fragment in the other, and he comprehended the two concepts as he cultivated. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. Duan Lingtian's consciousness that had divided into two fell into the ocean of wind to comprehend wind concept, whereas the other fell into the thunderclouds to comprehend lightning concept. His cultivation and the two concepts rose swiftly at the same time. Since he broke through to the void interpretation stage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the origin energy of the violet pill was extremely potent. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill rejected the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that was absorbed into the body from the outside, including the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth that came from origin stones. So Duan Lingtian utterly didn't need to consume origin stones to cultivate now. Because even if he wanted to consume them, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill wouldn't allow the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth within the origin stones to come into contact with the origin energy in his body. If one really had to make an analogy, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill was extremely possessive, and it seized the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body and didn't allow the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth to taint it in any way. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed, and Duan Lingtian woke up and heaved a sigh of relief. His cultivation hadn't broken through. His 2 concepts hadn't broken through as well. But Duan Lingtian was still extremely happy because he was able to comprehend 2 different concepts at the same time. So long as he was given time, the concepts he comprehended would be able to surpass anyone. As the saying goes, where there's loss, there's gain. These words aren't wrong in the slightest. My spiritual force has been suppressed, yet I unexpectedly possess the ability to comprehend 2 concepts at the same time. After he shook his head and smiled, Duan Lingtian opened the door that he hadn't opened for 3 days and walked out. After he noticed there wasn't any movement from Yixian's room, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. That little girl is really going all out. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Yixian was cultivating in her room. As he stood before the balcony of the pavilion, Duan Lingtian looked at the vast martial practice grounds before him. The martial practice grounds was completely empty, and it seemed to be slightly desolate. Duan Lingtian! Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. When he turned around to look, he noticed that a young man had come out from the balcony of a nearby pavilion and was greeting him. He had an impression of this young man, and it was precisely one of the 2 Wood-Peak disciples he'd met when he just arrived here. That Wood-Peak disciple that had comparatively better luck and wasn't thrown out by him. Do you need something? Duan Lingtian glanced at this Wood-Peak disciple and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian, why have you come to the Wood-Peak? The Wood-Peak disciple asked Duan Lingtian. Why? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the Wood-Peak disciple and replied with a question. Then why have you come? It's naturally for the sake of obtaining even better cultivation resources, especially those high-level concept fragments and Grade 2 spirit weapons. The Wood-Peak disciple spoke as a matter of course. Then we're the same. Duan Lingtian shrugged. The Wood-Peak disciple's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a wisp of a smile suffused the corners of his mouth. What? What do you have to take care of? When he saw the expression of the Wood-Peak disciple, Duan Lingtian had an expression of anticipation as he asked, and he didn't communicate with the Wood-Peak disciple via voice transmission. On the other hand, the Wood-Peak disciple didn't mind and nodded before continuing via voice transmission. Since you're on the same path as me, then I'll point you in the right direction. The 5-element sex Earth Peak's Elder Tang Lin is extremely interested in you, and he wants you to join the Earth Peak. Earth Peak? Elder Tang Lin? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, and then he asked. If I'm not wrong, you ought to be a Wood-Peak disciple, right? Why are you recruiting people for the Earth Peak? I'm only a Wood-Peak disciple on the surface, and my true identity is an Earth Peak disciple. Besides that, that person you defeated a few days ago is an Earth Peak disciple as well. The Earth Peak disciple that was hiding on the Wood-Peak side continued speaking to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. So that's how it is. I wonder what benefits the Earth Peak can give me? Duan Lingtian asked once more. A Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th level concept fragment. The Earth Peak disciple ought to have been affected by Duan Lingtian's continuous speaking, and this time, he actually didn't communicate with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, there was no one in the surroundings, so it was fine even if he spoke. So stingy? Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard the Earth Peak disciple. Stingy? The Earth Peak disciple was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. This is called stingy? That's a Grade 2 spirit weapon and a 7th level concept fragment. Of course, if he knew that Duan Lingtian possessed a Grade 1 spirit weapon and even a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon that surpassed a Grade 1 spirit weapon, then perhaps he wouldn't think like this. As for concept fragments, Duan Lingtian didn't care even more. As far as he was concerned, the concept fragments he possessed now were already sufficient for him to use until the void transformation stage. Moreover, once his cultivation broke through to the void transformation stage, he would possess a certain amount of strength to wander about the foreign lands. At that time, he would go retrieve the great treasure left behind by Emperor Wu of Samsara. So long as he retrieved the great treasure, then not to mention possessing all sorts of 9th-level concept fragments, he didn't even lack profundity fragments. So he really didn't take a fancy to those 7th-level concept fragments. Duan Lingtian, aren't you being too greedy? The Earth Peak disciple asked with a low voice. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian felt the Earth Peak's price was too low was undoubtedly because Duan Lingtian wanted to raise the price. This is called being greedy? Your Earth Peak is really stingy. Duan Lingtian sighed. Then what you mean is that you're unwilling to join our Earth Peak? Chapter 866. What? Your Earth Peak wants to use force? Duan Lingtian sized up the Earth Peak disciple with interest, and then he laughed with disdain. You seem to not have the strength to use force with me, right? You. The Earth Peak disciple's face went grim, and he said with a dark face. Duan Lingtian, our elder Tang asked you to join our Earth Peak because he thinks highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Good, very good. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when a cold and indifferent voice sounded out, and not only did it cause the Earth Peak disciple's face to go grim, even Duan Lingtian was shocked. Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the one-armed old man that appeared out of thin air before him. Since when had this elder Yang been hiding in the vicinity? He was actually completely unaware. He could imagine that if Elder Yang wanted to make a move against him, then perhaps he wouldn't even be able to react before being killed. The one-armed old man was precisely the Wood Peak's elder, Yang Ling. After Yang Ling made an appearance, he smiled lightly to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're really not bad. You're still unmoved when facing the temptation of a Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th-level concept fragment. How rare. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel slightly guilty when he heard Yang Ling's praise. It wasn't that he wasn't moved, but he utterly didn't take a fancy to the Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th-level concept fragment because they were of no value to him. If it was a profundity fragment, or a royal grade spirit weapon, then even if he didn't join the Earth Peak, he would surely think of a way to obtain it. Swoosh! When the Earth Peak disciple saw Yang Ling make an appearance, his face went completely pale, and his body started trembling intensely from fear. When he saw Yang Ling make an appearance, and pay no attention to him but speak to Duan Lingtian instead, his face instantly revealed an overjoyed expression. Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, the Earth Peak disciple flashed out towards the distance, and he obviously wanted to flee. But was it possible for a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage to escape before Yang Ling, an elder of the Wood Peak, with a mere slap? A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he saw the Earth Peak disciple fleeing. Although he didn't know exactly what Yang Ling's strength was, Yang Ling was surely a Void Transformation stage expert without a doubt. Moreover, even that elder had to address Yang Ling as senior brother. Yang Ling's strength was obvious. He was probably not inferior to Kejing. Humph! When he saw the Earth Peak disciple intending to flee, Yang Ling's eyes narrowed, and then he raised his lone arm before abruptly swinging it in a circle and swiftly spinning it. At the same time, a vast gale gushed out from Yang Ling's severed arm that ceaselessly spun in reverse, and it formed a wind vortex along with the rotation of his severed arm. As soon as the vortex appeared, it emitted a terrifying suction force that pointed directly at the Earth Peak disciple. In practically an instant, the body of the Earth Peak disciple that was fleeing swiftly froze abruptly, and then he flew backwards like an arrow that had left the bow, causing him to completely lose control of his body. Swoosh! The Earth Peak disciple that was enveloped by the suction force of the vortex was forced to transform into a bolt of lightning that didn't stop in the slightest as he charged into the vortex. No! This was the last miserable cry the Earth-Peak disciple emitted before his death, and after his entire body was sucked into the vortex, he transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky before completely vanishing in the heavens and the earth. Dead? At the same time, Yang Ling withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning, and the vortex formed from his severed arm and strength vanished along with this. Because from the moment Yang Ling attacked until he withdrew his hand, it had only occurred in the blink of an eye. So the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the sky hadn't had the time to completely condense into form before dispersing. Hiss! Duan Lingtian gasped as he looked at the one-armed old man that wasn't tainted by a trace of blood, and his heart was filled with shock. The strength of this Elder Yang is actually even stronger than Elder Ke who'd broken through. Kujing was at the 7th level of the void transformation stage after breaking through, and he'd once fought before Duan Lingtian, and instantly annihilated a 7th level void interpretation stage bandit. Now, Yang Ling had fought before Duan Lingtian as well, and he'd executed an extremely formidable heaven-rank martial skill. Duan Lingtian, who'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes and inherited Emperor Wu's discerning gaze, was easily able to discern that Yang Ling was stronger than Kujing. Swoosh! A gust of wind howled from the distance, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze. In the distant sky, the Wood-Peak disciple that was injured by Duan Lingtian a few days ago, or more precisely speaking, the Earth-Peak disciple that was hiding in the Wood-Peak seemed to have noticed that his identity had been exposed, and he was fleeing towards the distance. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that it was impossible for that Earth-Peak disciple to escape. The facts were just as Duan Lingtian thought. Along with the one-armed old man vanishing before his eyes, the Earth-Peak disciple in the distance exploded at practically the exact same moment, and transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky. Blood sprayed through the sky as the one-armed old man's figure appeared. Subsequently, he vanished once more. The Wood-Peak. Perhaps there's no one in the younger generation, but the experts in the older generation are numerous like the clouds. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Just think about it. After all, the Wood Peak was the strongest peak beneath the Gold Peak in the 5 Elements sect over 20 years ago. The reason the Wood Peak was strong at that time was undoubtedly because of this group of experts of the older generation. Elder Brother Duan. A voice that was pleasant to the ear like an aureole sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses, and he turned around to look at the source of the voice. There was a beautiful young girl standing there. The young woman was around the age of 16 or 17, and she seemed to be rather lively. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that something was wrong, and he obtained the answer after his spiritual force stretched out. Xiao Xian, you've broken through? Duan Lingtian asked with slight surprise. Yes. The young woman was precisely Yi Xian, and she nodded excitedly before speaking with a confident expression. Give me another month of time, and I'm confident in breaking through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he heard this, and he only sighed slightly with emotion. He knew that besides the high-purity medicinal pills he'd refined for her, the reason Yi Xian's improvement was so swift was most importantly because of the origin stones to assist in her cultivation. Coupled with Yi Xian's current natural talent, her advancement was naturally swift. Then continue working hard. Perhaps, even the Wood Peak will have to rely on you to support it in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Elder Brother Duan, stop joking. Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, the future of the Wood Peak will surely be shouldered by Elder Brother Duan. As for me, I'm only an invisible person. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't explain further. What could he say? Could it be that it's impossible for him to always stay in the 5 Elements sect? Could it be that he joined the 5 Elements sect only for the sake of reuniting with those friends of his? As for what he said earlier, Duan Lingtian was naturally not speaking without thinking. Perhaps Yi Xian's current strength was nothing. But he believed that so long as she possessed a good cultivation environment and resources, then Yi Xian would surely become the most outstanding disciple in the younger generation of the Wood Peak in another 10 or 20 years. South of the northern desert, ancient desert city. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. In the luxurious hall at the center, a yellow-clothed young woman sat at the seat of the head, and her beautiful brows were slightly knit while she had an unhappy expression. The green-clothed young woman sat silently at the seat of the head, and she asked after a short moment. Xuanai, it has already been 3 days. How long more do you intend to wait? These two young women were precisely Han Xuanai and Mu Shui that had come to Skywolf Fort 3 days ago. Humph. Han Xuanai grunted, and then she stood up while her lively eyes flickered with a bright light. I don't care anymore. If that fellow still doesn't come out to see me, I'll freeze those 5 fellows into popsicles. As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of awe-inspiring coldness arose from Han Xuanai's body. Whoosh! Along with this piercingly cold coldness sweeping out, Han Xuanai's figure vanished on the spot. Someone is going to suffer again. Mu Shui shook her head and chased after her. Inner Fort. 4 old men and a middle-aged man sat in a circle within a spacious courtyard. At this moment, the 5 of them had a similarity, and that was their brows were knit tightly as if they'd encountered some sort of trouble. If a disciple of Skywolf Fort was here, he would surely be able to recognize them with a single glance. The 5 people that sat in a circle were precisely the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort. Master, what should we do now? It has already been 3 days, yet that young miss still hasn't left. Looks like she's going to waste time with us. Feng Wei looked at the old man that sat opposite him with a bitter smile on his face. The old man was precisely one of the 2 9th-level Void Transformation Stage Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. He was also Feng Wei's master. There's nothing we can do about it. All of you saw it as well. Even the fort master was terrified to the point of hiding when he heard that young miss had arrived. Luo Fu laughed bitterly. Even though he was the leader of the 5 great Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, and the strongest existence below the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, he was helpless when facing that yellow-clothed young girl. That yellow-clothed young girl wasn't someone he could afford to offend. He still remembered that when he saw the yellow-clothed young girl for the first time, there was an old woman following by the yellow-clothed young girl's side. Even if it was their Skywolf Fort's Fort Master who saw that old woman, he would have to respectfully address her as senior. Their Skywolf Fort's Fort Master was in existence at the peak of the Void stage, and he was only half a step away from the Martial Monarch stage. Thus, the old woman's strength was obvious. She was surely in existence at the Martial Monarch stage or above. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing to him. He remembered that even someone as strong as that old woman had to respectfully address the yellow-clothed young girl as young miss, and she was more like a servant by the young girl's side. Even the servant was in existence at the Martial Monarch stage or above, so the terrifying background of the young girl was obvious. The Fort Master went into closed-door cultivation the other time seemed to be because of her. After the Fort Master came out of closed-door cultivation, even his beard had changed, and it felt as if it had been plucked by someone. Yukong gasped, and he had an expression of fear. Why don't we tell her about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts? Perhaps she'll leave Skywolf Fort because she's anxious to find Duan Lingtian. Ningqian suggested. Have you gone mad? Meng Li's face went grim. Don't forget that she addressed Duan Lingtian as Big Brother, and her relationship with Duan Lingtian is obviously deep. If she goes to the Blade Sect and finds Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian tells her that we sent people to kill him, do you think she'll let us off? Chapter 867. Right when the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort were at their wits' end, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. Shit! It's that young miss! As the leader of the 5 Vice Fort Masters, Luo Fu noticed the 2 young women at the first possible moment, and his face went grim. That young miss seems to be very angry. She wouldn't tear down our Skywolf Fort, right? Meng Li sucked in a cold breath. What should we do now? Feng Wei laughed bitterly. Even though it was the first time he'd seen these 2 young women 3 days ago, he was terrified to the point of losing his temper when he found out about the yellow-clothed young woman's background from his master. What a joke! How could their Skywolf fort afford to offend an existence that even a martial monarch stage expert could be taken as a servant? I think we should go appease her. Otherwise, the Skywolf fort might really be torn down by her. Ningkan laughed bitterly. Let's go. Let's go together. Luo Fu deeply agreed, and then he called out to the four of them before the five of them soared up into the sky and arrived nearby the two young women in a short moment. Presently, strands of cold air were sweeping out from the yellow-clothed young woman's body that spread out in all directions. The cold air covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, and it wasn't long before it caused the entire inner fort of Skywolf Fort to seem as if it had fallen into winter. So cold! Many elders and disciples flew out from all over the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. When they saw the two young women and the 5 vice fort masters standing opposite each other in the sky, all of them stopped and watched from afar to watch the show. So it's this young miss that's showing her might. I heard even the fort master has gone into hiding because of her. I'm truly curious who she is to actually be able to make our Skywolf Fort's fort master be so afraid of her. After all, our fort master is in existence at the peak of the void stage, and he's only half a step away from the martial monarch stage. We can confirm that her identity and background aren't simple. Not only is her identity and background extraordinary, her strength is obviously extraordinary as well. All the elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort discussed animatedly. Their faces were filled with helpless, bitter smiles. The Skywolf Fort was one of the 4 great forces in the southern region of the northern desert. They were not afraid even if they were to face the Blade Sect, Empyrean Temple, and Emotion-Severing Sect, who were also part of the 4 great forces. But now, he lowered his head in front of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Moreover, when the most powerful fort master of Skywolf Fort heard that the girl had come, he deliberately hid himself and didn't want to see her, treating her as a scourge. High up in the sky, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were filled with fear and trepidation as they faced the girl in yellow. Miss Xuanai. The leader, Luo Fu, braced himself and greeted them. Miss Xuanai. Miss Xuanai. As for Ningkan and the other 3, they all squeezed out smiles with great difficulty as they greeted each other. I've already waited for 3 days, but that big dog of your Skydog Fort still hasn't come out. Han Xuanai looked at Luo Fu and the other 4 with a frosty expression on her beautiful face. She said in a cold voice, If he still doesn't come out today, I'll freeze all 4 of you little dogs into popsicles. Freeze into popsicles? As soon as Han Xuanai said this, at the same time that Luo Fu and the other 4 laughed bitterly and helplessly, they didn't take it seriously. Even though the young girl had comprehended ice concept and possessed extraordinary strength, as far as they were concerned, the young girl ought to be unable to do anything to them. Miss Xuanai, our fort master has really gone on a long journey. Luo Fu laughed bitterly. Yes. Ningkan and the other 3 nodded in unison. We'll know right away if he's gone on a long journey. As soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, she took a stride forward. Instantly, the icy cold aura that had been accumulating in her body since long ago swept out. The bone-piercing coldness swept through the sky, causing the airflow in the air to freeze. The 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort hadn't even reacted when the extremely icy cold air had already enveloped them. The terrifying cold air was like numerous dreadful beasts that fiercely collided with them. In next to no time, Feng Wei's expression went grim. This was because he noticed that after the cold air enveloped his entire body, his body had started to become stiff. In the next moment, the cold air was like a bone-piercing gangrene that pierced into every single pore on his body before charging into his meridians, and freezing his meridians and origin energy. Moreover, the flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs in his body were frozen as well. No matter how he circulated his origin energy, he was unable to suppress the bone-piercing cold air. Shit! At this instant, Feng Wei's face went grim. He realized a terrifying problem, and that was the 5 vice fort masters had underestimated this little girl. Originally, they were afraid of this little girl because of the huge force behind her, not because of her own strength. Yet now, he noticed that this little girl's strength was even above his own. In just an instant, she'd frozen a dignified 7th-level void transformation stage expert into an ice sculpture. What sort of strength was this? As he felt the coldness that came from his entire body and the origin energy that he was utterly unable to utilize, Feng Wei's heart was filled with bitterness. He even noticed that with the current state of his body, the little girl whose strength was originally not worth mentioning in his eyes had shown mercy. Otherwise he would have frozen to death long ago. Feng Wei stood in midair and had transformed into an ice sculpture, and the origin energy on his body had been completely obliterated. The reason he didn't fall down was because there was a shapeless force supporting him, causing him to not fall and shatter into pieces. At the same time, Ninken and Yukong, two existences at the 8th level of the void transformation stage, had successively transformed into ice sculptures. Through the ice sculptures, one could see their extremely unsightly expressions. Just like Feng Wei, they'd never imagined that Han Xuanai possessed such a terrifying strength, and actually suppressed them in a single move. When their eyes that were barely able to move saw Luo Fu and Meng Li before them had transformed into ice sculptures as well, they completely lost their temper. Even the two great 9th-level void transformation stage vice fort masters of their Skywolf fort weren't able to escape, let alone them? The 5 ice sculptures stood there in midair, and if it wasn't for a shapeless force supporting them, they'd have fallen down long ago and shattered into pieces without leaving behind any corpses. The hearts of the 5 people that were sealed within the 5 ice sculptures were filled with terror because they'd realized the dangerous situation they were in at this moment. Only a single thought from the yellow-clothed young girl would cause them to die without a doubt. "Fort Master, quickly come out! Fort Master, save us!" Presently, only this thought remained in their hearts. Due to the origin energy within their bodies being completely sealed in ice, they were unable to send a voice transmission to the young girl before them to beg for mercy. Otherwise, they would surely put down all their pride and beg for mercy. "Big Dog!" Han Xuanai, who controlled the life and death of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, spoke out abruptly, and her voice contained origin energy that spread throughout the entire Skywolf Fort's inner fort. 5 breaths. If you still don't come out within the time of 5 breaths, then I'll smash all 5 of your Skydog Fort's little dogs into pieces. Han Xuanai's voice soared through the sky and clearly entered into the ears of everyone in the inner fort, and her tone was filled with an unquestionable tone. Whoosh! The entire inner fort was in an uproar. Who the heck is she? She actually froze our 5 great fort masters of Skywolf Fort into ice sculptures by herself. Is the ice concept of legend really so terrifying? When did our Skywolf Fort become a Skydog Fort? If the Fort Master is a big dog and the 5 Vice Fort Masters are little dogs, then what are we? Perhaps, in her eyes, we're only a group of little puppies. The group of elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort laughed bitterly as they looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky. At this moment, in their eyes, the yellow-clothed young girl was utterly a little devil that couldn't be offended, and anyone that offended her would suffer misfortune. Elder Ghost, who the heck is she? She possesses such terrifying strength at the mere age of 15 or 16. Could it be that she's a demon? At a certain corner of the inner fort, Zishang stood there as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl in the sky from afar, and he asked with a fearful expression. She's not a demon. A wave of ghastly and hoarse voice reverberated within Zishang's mind. She's just like you, a human, what? Zishang's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but gasp. Elder Ghost, you're not joking, right? How old is she? How could a human possibly possess such terrifying strength at such an age? Her strength is probably not inferior to the elusive Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, right? Zishang asked. Unless the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort is a martial monarch stage expert here, then perhaps he might be able to go against her. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be a match for her. Elder Ghost's voice continued. Besides that, I felt a trace of a familiar aura when she attacked. If she's really cultivated that cultivation method, then the power behind her. As he finished speaking, Elder Ghost's voice started to tremble, and he seemed to have recalled something terrifying. What about the power behind her? Zishan couldn't help but be curious when he heard the terror in Elder Ghost's voice, and he really wanted to know what power caused Elder Ghost to be so afraid. Very strong! Strong to the point it's beyond your imagination. Elder Ghost's voice became extremely solemn as he spoke word by word. No matter what happens in the future, don't offend this young miss. Even when I was at my prime, I was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power she belonged to. What? Elder Ghost's words completely terrified Zishang. Someone as strong as Elder Ghost at his prime was only an ant in the eyes of the weakest group of people in the power the yellow-clothed young woman belonged to? Exactly how strong was that power? In the past, he'd heard Elder Ghost boast about how strong he was when he was at his prime. Now, for the first time, he knew that even Elder Ghost had times when he was afraid. Who exactly is she? Zishang looked at the young woman in the sky with a burning gaze. If I'm able to be related to her, then wouldn't I be able to soar into the sky? There's still 2 breaths of time left. Looks like you don't want to care about the life and death of these 5 little dogs. Han Xuanai spoke once more, and at the same time, the shapeless force she released showed signs of being restrained. Young Miss Xuanai, please show mercy. Chapter 868. At the same time, an old figure appeared in the sky. This was an old man in azure clothes. He had gray hair and white brows, and his face looked slightly ferocious and savage. He had a short goatee on his chin. Fear that came from the bottom of the old man's heart appeared in his eyes as he looked at the yellow-clothed young girl. At the same time, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to protect the goatee on his chin. The scene from a few years ago was something he could never forget. The goatee he had grown for many years was pulled out one by the young girl before him. That kind of heart-wrenching pain was a shadow that he would never be able to erase in his life. Big dog, you've finally come out. I was wondering how it could be so coincidental that you went on a long journey the moment I arrived. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong, you were intentionally avoiding me. After the azure-clothed old man appeared, Han Xuanai's eyes lit up as if she had seen something rare and interesting. Young Miss Xuanai, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you haven't changed at all. The azure-clothed old man laughed bitterly. At the same time, he was surprised by the young girl's appearance that hadn't changed at all after a few years. He still remembered that when he first saw the young girl had the same appearance as now. A few years had passed, yet the young girl still hadn't grown up. However, the young girl's harmless and pure smile was no different from a devil in his eyes. He knew that this was a little devil from head to toe. Her appearance was only used to confuse others. Big dog, don't change the topic. Tell me quickly, why are you avoiding me? If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll turn these 5 little dogs into ice sculptures. Han Xuanai glared at the azure-clothed old man as she spoke. The azure-clothed old man was the elusive fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang. He was an existence that had stepped into the peak of the void stage. The void stage was divided into the void prying, void initiation, void interpretation, and void transformation stages. The highest stage was the 9th level of the void transformation stage. However, even if they were all 9th level void transformation stage martial artists, their strength was different. For example, Feng Wei's master, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 great vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had a strength that surpassed the other 9th level void transformation stage vice fort master, Meng Li. If the 2 of them really fought, Luo Fu could defeat Meng Li within 10 moves. In the end, it was because the strongest concept Meng Li had comprehended was only the 8th level void transformation concept. The strongest concept he had comprehended was only the void interpretation concept. Luo Fu, on the other hand, had not only comprehended a 9th level void transformation concept, but he had also comprehended a lower level void transformation concept. The difference between the 2 was like a chasm. However, in front of the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf, Luo Fu could not even withstand a single blow from him. This was because Qing Lang was a 9th level void transformation stage powerhouse that had comprehended 2 types of 9th level void transformation stage concepts. Such a ninth-level void transformation stage powerhouse was also called the peak of the void transformation stage. He was only half a step away from stepping into the martial monarch stage and becoming a martial monarch. It was common knowledge that once a martial artist on Cloud Continent stepped into the void realm, they would begin to come into contact with concept. The void prying stage's force, the void initiation stage's elementary concept, the void interpretation stage's intermediate concept, and the void transformation stage's advanced concept. However, if a ninth-level void transformation stage powerhouse wanted to break through to the martial monarch stage, he must first comprehend profundity. Only a ninth-level void transformation stage powerhouse who had comprehended profundity could become a martial monarch stage powerhouse. If one wanted to comprehend profundity, the prerequisite was to first comprehend at least 2 types of ninth-level advanced concept. In other words, it was 2 types of ninth-level void transformation concept. If one could not even accomplish this, it would be impossible for one to comprehend profundity. For example, if a ninth-level void transformation stage powerhouse who had comprehended the ninth-level advanced concept of fire wanted to further comprehend the fire profundity, he must exert pressure on the powerhouse. Only other concepts that were similarly at the ninth-level advanced concept were capable of exerting pressure on him. Moreover, it might not succeed. It was common knowledge that fire and water countered each other. If a ninth-level void transformation stage martial artist that had comprehended ninth-level advanced concept of fire was able to comprehend ninth-level advanced concept of water as well, then the martial artist would most likely be able to smoothly break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch stage powerhouse. However, because fire and water countered each other, unless one obtained a fortuitous encounter, otherwise, it was practically impossible to comprehend these 2 concepts to the ninth-level advanced concept at the same time. On the other hand, if a ninth-level void transformation stage expert that had comprehended ninth-level advanced concept of fire didn't comprehend ninth-level advanced concept of water, and instead comprehended another ninth-level advanced concept, then the effect would be greatly reduced. On Cloud Continent, there were many martial artists that had comprehended 2 ninth-level advanced concepts at the same time, yet were unable to take the final step to become a martial monarch stage powerhouse in their entire lifetimes. There was a difference in strength between peak void transformation stage experts. On Cloud Continent, there were some peak void transformation stage experts that had comprehended 3 or more ninth-level advanced concepts. The probability of these peak void transformation stage experts breaking through to the martial monarch stage was much higher than peak void transformation stage experts that had only comprehended 2 ninth-level advanced concepts. All in all, if one wanted to become a martial monarch stage expert, then one at least had to comprehend 2 ninth-level advanced concepts at the same time because this was the lowest threshold. Miss Xuanai, I've been in closed-door cultivation recently. Before I went into closed-door cultivation, I once warned them that once someone comes looking for me, they should say I've gone somewhere far away. So, I didn't intentionally avoid meeting you, Miss Xuanai. Qing Lang laughed bitterly when faced with Han Xuanai's overbearingness, and he utterly didn't dare admit that he'd intentionally avoided her. Han Xuanai's expression eased up slightly when she heard Qing Lang. Miss Xuanai, since I've come out now, I hope that you won't hold a grudge against me and spare them. Green Wolf lowered its head in front of Han Xuanai. Humph. Han Xuanai grunted in a low voice, and with a raise of her hand, the shapeless energy that held up the 5 human-shaped ice sculptures vanished. At the same time, the icy cold energy on the bodies of the 5 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort was withdrawn by her as well. The ice on the surface and within the bodies of the 5 Vice Fort Masters vanished along with this, and the frozen origin energy returned to normal. After the 5 of them fell for a while, they circulated their origin energy to stabilize their bodies. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Han Xuanai with were filled with terror, and it was as if they were looking at a dreadful beast. This young girl that looked to be only 15 or 16 years old had a strength that wasn't inferior to their fort master. I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for a few years, not only did Miss Xuanai comprehend the 9th level advanced ice concept, you even comprehended the 9th level advanced wind concept. Moreover, Miss Xuanai is already able to skillfully fuse these two concepts together. I'm afraid you're only a step away from the martial monarch stage, right? Qing Lang gasped and couldn't help but ask. A few years ago, when he met the young girl for the first time, the young girl's strength wasn't worth mentioning before him. He was afraid of the young girl because of the powerhouse by the young girl's side. Today, when he saw the young girl for the second time, he faintly realized the problem. The young girl's strength was already above his, and she was even closer to the martial monarch stage than him. He had a feeling that it probably wouldn't be long before the young girl would be able to smoothly break through to the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Big dog, you have good eyesight. Now that I speak of it, I haven't ridden you for a few years. The reason I came looking for you this time is mainly because I want you to be my mount for a period of time and bring me and Shui to look for my big brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai's eyes narrowed as she spoke slowly to Qing Lang. Qing Lang's face instantly went grim when he heard this. On the other hand, the other 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were dumbstruck at this moment as well. Isn't the request of this young miss a little too much? Asking their fort master to be her mount? Their Skywolf Fort's fort master was a formidable demon, and this was something they knew. But even if it was them, they'd only heard that the fort master's true form was a demon wolf, and they'd never seen the exact appearance of the fort master's true form. Young Miss Xuanai, why don't I arrange for another demon to be your mount? How about a 9th level void transformation stage martial artist? Its speed isn't much inferior to mine. Qing Lang laughed bitterly. No, I want you. Big dog, you're becoming more and more disobedient. Do I have to call out Qing Nu before you're willing to listen to me? Han Xuanai frowned and spoke with slight displeasure. Qing Nu! Qing Lang's face went grim when he heard Han Xuanai, and he hurriedly said, Young Miss Xuanai, there's no need to trouble the ancestor with such a small matter. It's little Qing's honor that you fancy little Qing to be your mount. It's little Qing's honor. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Lang glanced at the 5 dumbstruck vice fort masters, then glanced at the group of Skywolf Fort's elders and disciples that stood in the sky below him, and he had a slightly troubled expression. Young Miss Xuanai, you. Look at me, I'm the fort master of Skywolf Fort at any rate. Why don't we go somewhere else? Asking him, the dignified fort master of Skywolf Fort, to transform into his true form before so many people and become the mount of 2 young women was something he was truly unable to do. The scene before their eyes caused the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort to be completely petrified. They discerned that this lofty fort master of Skywolf Fort had obviously agreed to this young miss's request and temporarily become her mount. Ancestor? Most importantly, they discerned some clues from what the fort master said earlier. Master, do you know who the Qing Nu this young miss spoke of is? Why did the fort master address her as ancestor? Feng Wei couldn't help but ask Luo Fu via voice transmission. I remember that a few years ago, the expert that seemed to be at the martial monarch stage or above by this young miss's side was addressed as Qing Nu. Luo Fu replied via voice transmission. But I never imagined that. So it turns out that there's such a relationship between that expert and our fort master. Humph. This young miss doesn't have the time to go anywhere else with you. I still have to urgently look for my big brother Ling Tian. Quickly! Han Xuanai grunted and urged. At this moment, the elders and disciples of Skywolf Fort below were too far away, and they were unable to hear the conversation between Han Xuanai and their fort master. Chapter 869. The fort master of Skywolf Fort, Azure Wolf, who was urged by Han Xuanai, had a helpless and bitter smile on his ferocious and hideous face. After taking a deep breath, Azure Wolf raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, whoosh! A vast flame gushed out from the center of his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sky above the inner fort and formed a fiery red barrier. This fiery red barrier was like an expanse of flaming clouds, and it obstructed the vision of the Skywolf Fort elders and disciples that stood at a low altitude, causing them to be unable to see what was happening in the sky. At this moment, Azure Wolf couldn't help but sigh with emotion at his own resourcefulness. Under the dumbstruck gazes of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, the azure-clothed old man's entire body swelled up, and strands of azure fur grew out from his body. After a short moment, his azure clothes were torn apart, and the azure-clothed old man no longer existed, and in his place was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur. The demon wolf's size was maintained at the size of an ordinary horse. When the azure fur wolf appeared, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort couldn't help but look at the badge on their chests. The wolf head on the badge was actually exactly the same as the head of the fort master of Skywolf Fort. Looks like our Skywolf Fort's identity badge was made by the fort master based on his own head. For a moment, the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort thought to themselves. The demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur stood in midair, and there was a faint crescent-shaped mark between its brows that was completely green. A green crescent-shaped mark. Moonhal Skywolf? Mu Shui, who'd always been standing silently beside Han Xiuanai, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she saw Azure Wolf reveal his true form. The Moonhal Skywolf was a type of formidable demon beast. A Moonhal Skywolf that had a violet crescent-shaped mark between its brows was a sacred beast with a noble bloodline. In the Moonhal Skywolf clan, their innate talent was divided into a total of 7 levels, and their innate talent could be seen from the color of the crescent-shaped mark between their brows. The 7 levels of innate talent corresponded to the 7 colors of the rainbow. The 7 colors of the rainbow were respectively red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Moonhal heavenly wolves that possessed the crimson moon brand between their brows were existences with the lowest natural talent in the Moonhal heavenly wolf clan, and they were at most barely able to break through to the void interpretation stage after they reached adulthood. The natural talent of a Moonhal heavenly wolf that possessed an orange moon mark was slightly higher. After it matured, so long as it worked hard, it wouldn't be a problem for it to cultivate to the 9th level of the void interpretation stage. A Moonhal heavenly wolf that possessed the yellow moon brand possessed a higher innate talent than the former, and it was usually able to smoothly cultivate and break through to the void transformation stage. As for Moonhal heavenly wolves that possessed the green moon mark, just like the fort master of Skywolf Fort, Qing Lang, they were usually able to break through to the 9th level of the void transformation stage when they cultivated to the limit. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the martial monarch stage unless one had a fortuitous encounter. Behind them were the Moonhal heavenly wolves with the azure moon brand, blue moon brand, and violet moon brand. Amongst them, the Moonhal heavenly wolf that possessed the violet moon mark was a true saint beast. As for the Moonhal heavenly wolf that possessed the azure moon brand and blue moon brand, it could be considered a descendant of a saint beast, and its natural talent was extremely extraordinary. Whoosh! When Qing Lang transformed into his true form, Han Xiuanai's body floated and landed steadily on his back before she sat on him. Shui, come here! Subsequently, Han Xiuanai called out to Mu Shui, and the two of them sat on Qing Lang's back together. Big dog, let's go! Han Xiuanai shouted and urged Qing Lang to fly out. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared before the eyes of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. I'll leave the matter of Emperor Wu's secret treasure to all of you. As long as I can obtain the Fire Profundity Fragment, or the Thunder Profundity Fragment, I'll be able to break through to the Monarch stage in one go. At the same time, Qing Lang's voice transmission entered Luo Fu and the others' ears clearly, causing them to nod hurriedly. The Monarch stage was the general name of the Martial Monarch stage and the Demon Monarch stage. When a human martial artist entered the Monarch stage, he was a martial monarch powerhouse. When a demon beast entered the Monarch stage, he was a demon monarch powerhouse. Qing Lang was a demon beast that had transformed into a demon, and the next step would be the demon monarch stage. So long as our men are able to obtain the profundity fragment that the Fort Master requires from Emperor Wu's secret treasure, then the Fort Master will become a demon monarch powerhouse. At that time, our Skywolf Fort will advance a level and become a second-rate power in the foreign lands. The 5 vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort glanced at each other, and they were able to see the excitement in each other's eyes. Right. Suddenly, Ningkan thought of something and said with slight fear. We haven't had the time to tell the fort master about the Duan Lingtian. How should we treat him in the future? That Duan Lingtian obviously has a deep relationship with young Miss Xuanai. Even that saint weapon in his possession might have been given to him by young Miss Xuanai. Meng Li's eyes flickered with fear. If he knew earlier about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, then he would absolutely not lead his men to pursue Duan Lingtian with the intention of seizing the saint weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Don't offend that Duan Lingtian in the future. A trace of fear flashed past the eyes of the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. All of you have seen how formidable young Miss Xuanai is. I reckon even the fort master isn't a match for her. Moreover, she has a mysterious and enormous strength behind her, and coupled with the fort master's ancestor being her servant, she isn't someone our Skywolf Fort can afford to offend. Exactly. Yukong nodded in deep agreement. I truly never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to be related to that young miss. Humph. Feng Wei took a deep breath. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend Han Xuanai, and he could only grunt gloomily. Ningkan, since that personal disciple of yours shared the matter of Duan Lingtian possessing a saint weapon with you, I presume he has irreconcilable enmity with Duan Lingtian. If it's possible, advise him not to go against Duan Lingtian so as to avoid dragging our Skywolf Fort down with him. Meng Li looked at Ningkan as he spoke. Yes. Ningkan nodded. No! Don't tell Zishang about this for now. Luo Fu shook his head, and after he successfully attracted the gazes of the other 4 vice fort masters, he continued. Now, we still don't know exactly what enmity there is between Zishang and Duan Lingtian. If it's really that sort of irreconcilable enmity, then Junior Brother Ning, if you ask him to give up his enmity, then he would be disgusted and even betray our Skywolf Fort instead. The opening of the Emperor Wu's secret treasure is at hand. Zishang is the main force of our Skywolf Fort, and we can't allow any unforeseen events to occur. As he finished speaking, Luo Fu had a solemn expression. Master is right. Let Zishang deal with the enmity between him and Duan Lingtian himself. Even if he really does anything to Duan Lingtian in the end, it wouldn't be too late for us to expel him from Skywolf Fort when young Miss Xuanai comes looking for us. Feng Wei agreed. Meng Li, Ningkan, and Yukong agreed with Luo Fu's suggestion as well. On the other hand, the person involved, Zishang, was kept in the dark at this moment, and he frowned as he looked at the flaming clouds that gradually dispersed in the horizon and those 5 figures. The fort master and those 2 young women have vanished. Zishang spoke with surprise. When Zishang saw the 5 vice fort masters in the sky disperse successively, he took a deep breath before soaring up into the sky to greet Ningkan before bowing respectfully. Master! Is there something you need? Ningkan lightly smiled as he looked at Zishang, and he was extremely satisfied with this personal disciple of his. Master, may I know who that yellow-clothed young woman is? Zishang asked with a gaze that carried yearning. The smile on Ningkan's face froze completely when he heard Zishang mention Han Xuanai, and then he revealed a fearful expression as he said, I'm not too sure exactly who she is, and I only know that everyone calls her young Miss Xuanai. But her background seems to be extremely terrifying, and she isn't someone our Skywolf Fort can afford to offend. Remember, no matter where you meet her in the future, you have to maintain respect, and you can't be rude. As he finished speaking, Ningkan's expression was exceedingly heavy. Understood. Zishang nodded as flowing light spun within his eyes as evil thoughts arose in his heart. If I'm able to subdue her and obtain the support of the power behind her, then wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want in the future? Needless to say, Zishang's dream was extremely beautiful, but whether it was able to be realized was another matter altogether. As the saying goes, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel, and these words weren't spoken without reason. Time silently flowed by. In the blink of an eye, almost 10 days had passed. Settlement City. Within the 5 Element Sexwood Peak, an estate that occupied a vast area. On the innermost practice grounds, a beautiful figure was ceaselessly flashing about, and her movements were graceful like a butterfly. Swish! 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 Every time the sword in the beautiful figure's hand flashed out, it would form a flower of the sword, and it looked extremely gorgeous. Suddenly, the ancient mammoth silhouettes above the young woman had undergone a change, and a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared out of thin air, yet they were extremely unstable. A seed of force? The gaze of Duan Lingtian, who stood at the side of the practice grounds, lit up abruptly, and he was slightly surprised. Whoosh! The beautiful figure on the practice grounds successively struck out a few tens of times before stopping and putting away her sword, and then she arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian. Elder brother Duan, when I cultivated my sword skill earlier, I seemed to have a slightly different feeling. Moreover, its might seemed to have become even greater. What's going on? The person that arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian was a young woman, and it was precisely Yi Xian, the daughter of the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town. Silly girl, that's a seed of force. Accurately speaking, it's a seed of sword force. With this seed of sword force, once you step into the void prying stage in the future, you'll quickly be able to comprehend true sword force. Duan Lingtian smiled. That's sword force? Yi Xian's gaze lit up. As the daughter of the Ye family of Drift Cloud Town, she naturally knew what force was, but she never imagined that she would comprehend it so quickly. I can help you improve your natural talent, yet I'm unable to help you with your comprehension ability. I was worried earlier. Now it would seem that I was worried for nothing, as your comprehension ability has already exceeded my imagination. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian! Chapter 870. Chen Wei. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian noticed Chen Wei and Kujing. Beside them was a robust young man that was almost 2 meters tall. He was a little over 30, had a careless appearance, and a pair of bright and piercing eyes. You're Duan Lingtian? The three of them had just approached Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian when the robust young man's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with dense battle intent. I heard you once defeated Chen Wei in a single move? Yes. After Duan Lingtian greeted Kujing, he looked at the robust young man and nodded. I'm able to defeat Chen Wei in a single move as well. Come, fight me! As soon as the robust young man finished speaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that arrived at the center of the martial practice grounds in a short moment, and his robust body didn't seem to be clumsy or cumbersome in the slightest. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was shocked by the robust young man's words. He knew of Chen Wei's strength. 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Comprehended the 3rd level intermediate fire concept. This robust young man that looked to be a little over 30 was able to defeat Chen Wei in a single move as well? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian didn't investigate the robust young man's cultivation, and he instead looked at Chen Wei with a gaze that contained slight curiosity, as he was curious if what the robust young man said was true. Chen Wei laughed bitterly as he nodded, and he squeezed out a sentence after a short moment. Both of you are the same, both of you are freaks. Freaks? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. He'd long since become accustomed to being called a freak. Now, even Chen Wei had called the robust young man a freak, so the robust young man presumably did indeed have some strength. Duan Lingtian, it wouldn't be that you don't dare fight me, right? The robust young man that stood at the center of the martial practice grounds and didn't wait for Duan Lingtian for a long time grunted coldly, and his tone was filled with disdain. Big guy, what are you talking about? How could my elder brother Duan be afraid of you? Before Duan Lingtian could say anything, Yi Xian could not stand it any longer. She worshipped Duan Lingtian the most. Naturally, she would not tolerate someone mocking her idol. Go, Duan Lingtian! Chen Wei smiled to Duan Lingtian, and then he said via voice transmission. I only told him that you defeated me in a single move, and I didn't tell him that you dealt with 8 bandits by yourself, and the strongest bandits were 3 at the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. In the end, Chun Wei had a smirk on his face as if he was taking revenge maliciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head. This Chun Wei couldn't be thinking that he had to use the soul-skilled thousand illusions in order to deal with that robust youth, right? Kuzheng didn't say anything and stood at the side as he waited to watch the show. Even though he'd only been with Duan Lingtian for a short period of time, with his understanding of Duan Lingtian would absolutely not refuse the challenge of the robust young man. The facts proved that Kuzheng was right. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind that instantly arrived before the robust young man and stood in confrontation with him. What's your name? If you want to know my name, you can defeat me first. The robust young man stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and his voice was like a thunderclap that rolled out. Oh? Interesting. Duan Lingtian started laughing. Hey! Big guy, you must not cry after losing to my elder brother Duan. Yi Xian laughed as she cried out from the side, and she wished for the world to be in chaos. I'll lose to him? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the robust young man was enraged, and he opened his mouth and roared. Little girl, open your eyes wide and watch properly. Watch how I, Huang Daniu, defeat him. So you're called Huang Dania? Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. What an old-fashioned name, it's much worse than my elder brother Duan's name. You! Only now did Huang Dani realize that he'd inadvertently let slip his name, and he was instantly slightly embarrassed and angry. However, he naturally wouldn't vent his anger on a harmless little girl like Yi Xian. He stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, today I'll let that little girl know that a nice name doesn't mean anything. Hearing Huang Dania's words, Duan Lingtian was speechless. This Huang Dania's temper was really no different from a child's. Please! Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Dania and smiled faintly, indicating that he was ready. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huang Dania didn't waste any time. His legs stomped on the ground, and two bursts of khaki energy gushed out from beneath his feet and pushed him straight towards Duan Lingtian. The khaki energy was the fusion of origin energy and earth concept, and it transformed into the material earth energy. Above the void, the heaven and earth energy stirred, and it finally condensed into 160 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Lingtian with Huang Daniu in a ferocious manner. When he saw the 160 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons, Duan Lingtian's expression had already changed. Never did he expect Huang Daniu's strength to be so strong. It was completely beyond his imagination. Huang Daniu's speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't follow him. He hurriedly pierced his spiritual energy into the soul brand in the depths of his soul and executed his soul skill. Thousand illusions. Along with a dim light flashing in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, an illusory space appeared out of thin air, and it enveloped down with Duan Lingtian as the center, and it practically enveloped half of the martial practice grounds. Huang Dania just happened to be within the area. When Huang Daniu arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, his raised fist was practically about to smash down. But in the next moment, his figure swiftly stopped. Subsequently, Huang Daniu turned around and charged to the side, and he smashed out a punch with a ferocious momentum. Vast khaki energy swept out, and it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing explosions. The airflow in the air was compressed and flashed, and it spread out to form a wave of piercingly cold gales. Fifth level void interpretation stage. Origin energy exploding out completely is comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. Fifth level intermediate earth concept is comparable to the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the fact that they're fighting on the ground, the earth energy he can borrow is half of the earth energy of a fifth level earth concept, and it's comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. On the ground, even if he doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, he's still able to exert a strength comparable to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. Even a fifth-level void interpretation stage martial artist that has similarly comprehended a fifth-level intermediate concept would probably not be a match for him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and he was shocked by Huang Daniu's strength as well. With Huang Dania's strength, he was probably an existence that was ranked at the top even in the entire younger generation of the Five-Element sect. If Duan Lingtian didn't use his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he would really not be a match for Huang Daniu. Bang! 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 Every single punch of Huang Daniu's had a vast khaki energy sweep out, and it was like numerous enraged and roaring dragons. But unfortunately, his attacks missed every single time. Illusory space? Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded out. Subsequently, an aged figure appeared outside the martial practice grounds. It was a one-armed old man, and it was precisely the Wood Peak's elder, Yan Ling. Senior brother. Kuzheng looked respectfully at Yan Ling. Martial uncle. Chen Wei bowed respectfully and reverently. Both of you knew since long ago? Yan Ling glanced at Duan Lingtian, who stood in the martial practice grounds with a composed expression, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Kuzheng and Chen Wei. He was able to discern that Kuzheng and Chen Wei seemed to not be surprised in the slightest when faced with the scene before them, and they obviously knew since long ago. Senior brother. Kuzheng nodded, and then he said, That's the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian's innate ability. Innate ability? Yan Ling was first stunned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing his gaze to abruptly light up as his breathing became slightly hurried. What you mean is, he's a variant? Yan Ling had heard a little about variants, and he knew that they were existences blessed by the heavens and possessed unique innate abilities. Yes. Kuzheng nodded. Haha. Good. Kuzheng, I never imagined that you'd actually find such two outstanding young disciples on your trip this time. With their addition, the Wood Peak will surely be able to be ranked second in the Battle of the Five Peaks this time. Yan Ling laughed loudly and seemed to be extremely excited. The reason he said second was because Yan Ling knew that even if Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania's strengths weren't bad, they weren't a match for the outstanding disciples of the Gold Peak. The Gold Peak was the #1 peak in the Five-Element sect, and its status had never changed since ancient times. Moreover, with their strengths, they'll surely be able to fight for the greatest benefits for our Wood Peak at that place. If they're able to obtain what the Peak Master needs, then the Peak Master will become the first martial monarch stage expert in the history of our Five-Element sect. Yan Ling's eyes lit up as if he'd already seen the scene of the Wood Peak rising once more in the Five-Element sect. Martial uncle, why haven't I seen those two fellows? Chen Wei looked at the surroundings and asked curiously. Them? They've already been killed by me. Yan Ling spoke indifferently. Kuzheng and Chen Wei were both shocked. They're spies that the Earth Peak's Tang Lin placed in our Wood Peak. A few days ago, he even wanted to rope Duan Lingtian into the Earth Peak, and he even promised a Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment. Yan Ling's eyes flickered with cold lights as he explained. What? Kuzheng and Chen Wei were greatly shocked when Yan Ling said this. Spies? I truly never imagined that I'd misjudged as well. But that Tang Lin has truly gone too far. Not only did he place spies in our Wood Peak, he even wants to rope in our Wood Peak disciples. Kuzheng's expression was extremely gloomy as cold lights flickered in his eyes, and he seemed ready to swallow someone up. It's not the first time they've done this. But Duan Lingtian isn't bad indeed. If it was me, perhaps I would be tempted by the Grade 2 spirit weapon and 7th level concept fragment, but he didn't. As he finished speaking, Yan Ling revealed a smile. Grade 2 spirit weapon. 7th level concept fragment. Our Wood Peak will absolutely not treat him unfairly. Kuzheng looked at Duan Lingtian as the cold lights in his eyes gradually vanished and were replaced by gratification. Originally, I was already pleasantly surprised that you found Duan Lingtian for the Wood Peak. Yet I never imagined that you found another young expert. This Huang Dania's strength isn't bad, and I was inferior to him when I was his age all those years ago. Chapter 871. It's time to end this. Duan Lingtian glanced at Huang Daniu, who was still running around like a headless fly, and he smiled indifferently before flying out. After a short moment, he arrived beside Huang Daniu. Huang Daniu didn't notice him at all, and he was still punching the air. His punches were like a landslide, and they gushed out like an earth dragon leaving its hole as they swept out. Bang! Duan Lingtian casually slapped out with his palm, and it landed on Huang Dania's back and blasted him flying. At the same time that Huang Dania flew out, his face flushed red, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, he looked behind him and shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who's helping Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at Huang Dania, who was looking at him. In the illusory realm that Huang Dania was in, there was no one around him. When he saw Huang Dania looking left and right as if he wanted to find out who attacked him, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he withdrew his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, and the illusory realm was destroyed. At the same time, he appeared before Huang Dania. "You! Why are you here?" When Huang Dania saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. Subsequently, he hurriedly turned around to look behind him, but he noticed that there was no one there. "Impossible! How can your speed be so fast? Unless you're a void transformation stage expert, otherwise it's impossible for your speed to be so fast." Huang Dania shook his head ceaselessly, and he didn't dare believe that everything before his eyes was real. "Haha! Dania, are you convinced now?" Meanwhile, Chunwei walked into the martial practice field with large strides and stood beside Duan Lingtian, and he grinned as he said to Huang Dania, "Needless to say, your strength is really not bad, but you must know that Duan Lingtian once killed 8 bandits with extraordinary strength by himself. Amongst those 8 bandits, there were 3 existences at the 6th level of the void interpretation stage." Chunwei spoke of Duan Lingtian's past accomplishments. "What?" Huang Dania's eyes narrowed, and his face was filled with shock. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and gasped, "You don't tell me you're really a void transformation powerhouse? Do you think that if I were a void transformation stage expert, you would be able to withstand a single blow from me?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He felt that Huang Dania was too naive. To put it bluntly, he was simple-minded. "Dania, Duan Lingtian is a 5th-level void interpretation martial artist just like you." Chunwei smiled. "Impossible!" Huang Dania shook his head decisively. "It's impossible for him to be a 5th-level void interpretation martial artist. If a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist wants to defeat me on the ground, then he must have comprehended 6th-level intermediate earth concept or has comprehended another 9th-level intermediate concept." Huang Dania was very confident in his own strength. Moreover, the speed at which he arrived here from that side was extremely fast. It was so fast that I was completely unable to react in time. In front of me, only a void transformation stage expert is able to do this. Huang Dania spoke with extreme certainty. Chunwei was slightly speechless towards Huang Dania's one-track mind. But he still spoke of the truth. "Then what if I told you? Earlier, Duan Lingtian used an illusory realm to confuse you before injuring you? In other words, the Duan Lingtian you've always been attacking isn't the real Duan Lingtian, but was created by an illusory realm. In the world in our eyes, you've always been attacking the air." Chunwei finished speaking in a single breath. "Illusory realm?" Huang Dania frowned, and then he looked at Chunwei with an expression that said, "Don't try to deceive me. I didn't sense any fluctuation of an inscription or inscription formation earlier. It's impossible for it to be an illusory realm. Unless this Duan Lingtian is a person transformed from a demon, then he would be able to use spiritual force to construct an illusory realm." Huang Dania added, "I've said it before, Duan Lingtian's true cultivation is only at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. I wonder if you've heard of a variant?" Chunwei shook his head and directly spoke of Duan Lingtian's identity in the end. "A variant?" Huang Dania frowned and muttered, "I seem to have heard someone mention it in the past. Wait, let me think." Huang Dania fell into deep thought as he spoke. "What an idiot!" Yi Xian playfully stuck out her tongue and couldn't help but grunt. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and then he walked out of the martial practice grounds. Only now did he notice that Yang Ling had suddenly arrived, and he instantly greeted with a smile. Elder Yang. Duan Lingtian, your cultivation is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, yet the illusory realm you constructed with your innate ability is actually able to affect a 6th level void interpretation stage martial artist? Yang Ling asked with a dumbstruck expression, and he obviously heard what Chen Wei said earlier. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Even though my cultivation is at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, but because I've consumed spirit fruits that improve the level of my soul, my spiritual force is higher than my cultivation. Haha! Yang Ling laughed loudly. Looks like there'll be a good show to watch in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Battle of the 5 Peaks? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Yang Ling. What's that? The Battle of the 5 Peaks is a martial competition of the 5 peaks that our 5-element sect is going to hold recently for the younger generation. However, it's different from an ordinary martial competition. In the Battle of the 5 Peaks, apart from determining the individual strength rankings, each peak will also send out 3 of their strongest young talents to compete in team martial competitions with the other peaks. Finally, the specific rankings of the 5 peaks will be rearranged according to the individual's strength and team's strength rankings. Kujing smiled as he explained. As far as he was concerned, the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time was an opportunity for the Wood Peak, an opportunity to reclaim their glory. I've decided to go back with all of you to join in the fun, Yang Ling said. At the same time, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes faintly flickered with anticipation. He hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain a good ranking for the Wood Peak in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. I remember now. Suddenly, a voice that was like muffled thunder sounded out. It was Huang Daniu, who was in the martial practice grounds that had recovered from his shock, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster, as he exclaimed in surprise. So you're a variant? In that case, the illusory realm you constructed earlier to affect me was your innate ability? Innate ability? Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't admit nor deny it. Some things might not be a bad thing when misunderstood by others. However, when Duan Lingtian's smile entered into Huang Dania's eyes, it was undoubtedly a tacit agreement. How old are you this year? Unknowingly, Huang Daniu had arrived by Duan Lingtian's side, and he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Based on your appearance, you're only around the age of 25. Your true age is probably over 30, right? 28. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he spoke. What? Huang Daniu was instantly shocked when he heard this. You're actually younger than me? I'm already 31 years old. Monster! You're the real monster! As he finished speaking, Huang Daniu scolded with a grin. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He'd long since become accustomed to this. But even though Duan Lingtian was accustomed to it, it didn't mean that Yi Xian was accustomed to it as well. When she heard Huang Daniu scold Duan Lingtian, she was instantly displeased. You're the monster! Your entire family is monsters! Currently, Yi Xian was completely like a female leopard protecting her cubs. When they saw this scene, Yang Ling and Kuzheng laughed heartily, and they were both amused by Yi Xian. Duan Lingtian and Chen Wei couldn't help but laugh as well, and they looked at Huang Daniu at the same time as they wanted to see how he would react. Huang Daniu was speechless instead, and he had nothing to say. As far as he was concerned, him scolding Duan Lingtian like that seemed to be another type of praise, right? After all, he was extremely happy every time someone called him a monster in the past, because it indicated that he was outstanding and different from the masses. When do all of you intend to depart? Yang Ling looked at Kuzheng and asked. Tomorrow, Kuzheng said. At dawn the next day, the group of people departed from Settlement City and headed towards the 5-element sect. As soon as the 5 of them left the city, a middle-aged man appeared from the shadows and returned to Settlement City. He headed straight towards a mansion that occupied a vast area and entered a back garden. Elder Tang. The middle-aged man stood outside the pavilion in the back garden and bowed respectfully to the old man inside. Have you found out their whereabouts? The old man that was playing chess with himself, the Earth Peak Elder, Tang Lin, slowly raised his head and asked with a low voice. No. The middle-aged man shook his head, and then he said, But Kujing brought people back to the sect today. The two of them didn't return with Kujing, so they've probably perished. Whoosh! Tang Lin abruptly stood up from his seat, and cold lights flickered within his eyes as he said with a low voice, Wood Peak, how audacious! They actually dared to touch a disciple of my Earth Peak. The middle-aged man was speechless in his heart when he saw Tang Lin flare up. You've already sent people to the Wood Peak to be spies, yet you still won't allow them to clean up the sect? Of course, he only dared think like this in his heart, and didn't dare speak it out. Besides Chen Wei, was there another young man around the age of 25 that traveled with Kujing? Tang Lin took a deep breath and stared at the middle-aged man with a burning gaze as he asked. I didn't dare approach too close, so I didn't see his appearance clearly. Besides that, it wasn't just one person that traveled with Kujing and Chen Wei, but 4. The middle-aged man continued. 4? Tang Lin frowned. Who else? One of them is the person in charge of the Wood Peak stronghold in Settlement City, Elder Yang. As for the other 3, all of them are unfamiliar faces, and one of them is comparatively tall. The middle-aged man spoke of everything he saw. That old fellow Yang Ling? Tang Lin's face sank. That old fellow actually left Settlement City and returned to the sect with Kujing? Could it be that he thinks that merely that Duan Lingtian is able to make the Wood Peak turn the tables in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time? Humph! Yang Ling, Kujing. I'll let all of you know that your Wood Peak has been busy for so long, yet in the end, all of you were only paving the way for our Earth Peak. Tang Lin grunted coldly as he muttered, and then his figure flashed out to vanish into thin air from the pergola in the rear garden. I'm returning to the sect. You take charge of the matters in Settlement City. Chapter 872. The 5-Element sect was situated on an enormous mountain. It was like an enormous mountain where an enormous beast lay dormant, and the peak of the mountain was flat and empty. Whereas on this flat and empty peak sat 5 precipitous peaks that were connected together. When looked at from afar, the 5 peaks were like the fingers of a human, and they were both tall and short as they shot straight into the sky. 5-Finger Mountains! When he saw the 5 precipitous peaks before him, this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at the first possible moment. These 5 precipitous peaks are the grounds of our 5-Element sect. The tallest peak in the middle is our 5-Element sect's Gold Peak. Chen Wei introduced to Duan Lingtian, Huan Dainiu, and Yi Xian. That's the Water Peak, that's the Fire Peak, and the shortest is the Earth Peak. Our Wood Peak is that one. After introducing the 3rd, 4th, and shortest precipitous peaks, Chen Wei pointed towards the 2nd tallest precipitous peak and spoke to Duan Lingtian's group of 3. The gazes of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto the Wood Peak. The Wood Peak shot straight into the clouds, and its entire appearance couldn't be seen clearly. When they saw Chen Wei introducing the Wood Peak to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, Kujing and Yang Ling flashed out to be the first to flash towards the Wood Peak. After a short moment, the two of them had become 2 little black dots in the eyes of Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Let's go over as well. Chen Wei called out to Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before taking the lead to chase after Kujing, and Yang Ling. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 followed closely behind. Of course, Yi Xian was brought along by Duan Lingtian to chase after them. Not to mention that Yi Xian hadn't stepped into the void prying stage yet, and didn't know how to fly. Even if Yi Xian had stepped into the void prying stage and knew how to fly, Duan Lingtian wouldn't allow her to fly by herself. Compared to existences that were at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, the flying speed of a void prying stage martial artist was no different than an ant walking. Under Chen Wei's lead, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 descended onto a vast flat platform at the mountainside of the Wood Peak. Chen Wei, arrange your residence for them first. Your martial uncle and I will go see the Peak Master first, and will register them as official disciples tomorrow. After Kujing informed Chen Wei, he left with Yang Ling. All of you follow me. Chen Wei spoke to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, then he brought Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to a nearby mountainside, and they stood in the sky above the continuous cluster of buildings. Most of the buildings were pavilions, but there were also a few palace-like buildings. The pavilions over there are all empty. Someone usually cleans them. You can stay there for the time being. If you feel uncomfortable, I'll change them for you later. Chen Wei led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to fly towards the row of pavilions ahead, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above one of the pavilions. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed many young men and young women flying out from some pavilions nearby, and they curiously sized him, Yi Xian, and Duan Lingtian up. The appearance of 3 new faces in the Wood Peak obviously caused these Wood Peak disciples to be rather surprised. Right when Chen Wei led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to dive down and intended to enter the pavilion. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out at the same time, and they grew closer and closer. After a short moment, 2 figures appeared on the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 and obstructed their path. These were 2 young men around the age of 35. One wore blue clothes, the other wore green clothes, and their ages were similar to Chen Wei's. But based on the ridiculing smiles on their faces, they obviously didn't come with good intentions. Luo Chen, what's the meaning of this? Chen Wei's face sank as he looked at the blue-clothed young man and asked in a low voice. Obviously, Chen Wei recognized this blue-clothed young man. Moreover, from Chen Wei's extremely unsightly expression and the cold lights that flickered in his eyes, it was obvious that he had quite a bit of conflict with this blue-clothed young man. For a time, Duan Lingtian realized that this blue-clothed young man had come for Chen Wei. Chen Wei, what sort of attitude is this? I only want to see what sort of figures are the Wood Peak disciples you brought back after making a trip with Elder Ke. Luo Chen, who wore blue clothes, smiled lightly, and then his eyes narrowed as he sized up Duan Lingtian, Yi Xian, and Huang Dania from top to bottom. Ha ha. Suddenly, Luo Chen started roaring with laughter for no reason, and he laughed for a long time to the point tears almost fell from his eyes in the end. What are you laughing at? Cold lights flickered within Chen Wei's eyes. The brows of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 couldn't help but knit together. If it wasn't out of consideration that this was the Wood Peak and he just arrived here, Duan Lingtian would have been unable to restrain himself from slapping Luo Chen twice since long ago. What are you laughing at? Luo Chen's laughter stopped when he heard Chen Wei, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian. Chen Wei, don't tell me. These 2 are Wood Peak disciples you and Elder Ke brought back this time. So what if they are? Chen Wei replied with a cold voice, and the cold lights in his eyes grew even colder. I remember that the elders of our Wood Peak received orders to go out for the sake of recruiting void interpretation stage martial artists below the age of 40, right? You and Elder Ke bringing back 2 useless trash seems to have gone against the orders of the Peak Master, right? A wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of Luo Chen's mouth as he ridiculed. Luo Chen, watch your mouth. Chen Wei's face went grim when he heard Luo Chen call Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian trash, and he shouted out with a grim voice. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian sank as well. It seems to be the first time they've met Luo Chen, right? Luo Chen called them trash the first time they met? Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with slight coldness as he stared coldly and indifferently at Luo Chen, and the origin energy in his body roiled. If this Wood Peak disciple dared say it again, then he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to make a move. At this moment he was filled with disgust towards this Wood Peak disciple that he'd never met in the past. Luo Chen seemed as if he didn't hear Chen Wei's grim shout, and he continued ridiculing. Or perhaps you and Elder Ke were truly unable to find a void interpretation stage young expert below the age of 40, so you found these 3 people to make up the numbers? When he spoke up to hear, not only did Luo Chen start laughing, even the green-clothed young man by his side couldn't refrain from laughing. Luo Chen, you'll regret it! Chen Wei's expression became even more gloomy, and the coldness in his eyes was on the verge of erupting as he shouted out with a low voice. The expressions of Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania were extremely unsightly as well. He said they were making up the numbers? Regret? Luo Chen was first stunned when he heard Chen Wei, and then he couldn't refrain from roaring with laughter. Chen Wei, don't forget that our strengths are equal. You can dream of obtaining any advantage at my hands. Or perhaps you want to rely on them? Forget about these two. Perhaps they have some natural talent, but they're completely useless to our wood peak now. Luo Chen's gaze of disdain flashed past Duan Lingtian and Yi Xian before locking onto Huang Daniu in the end. This big guy looks to be not bad. But how strong can a person that's a little over 30 be? At most, he's only a first-level void interpretation martial artist. The gaze Luo Chen shot at Huang Daniu was still filled with disdain. Huang Daniu's face went grim, and he was slightly unable to restrain himself, causing the origin energy in his body to surge as he wanted to make a move against Luo Chen. But when a voice transmission sounded out by his ears, it caused him to suppress the impulse in his heart, and at the same time, a wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth, a cold smile of ridicule. Luo Chen! Chen Wei took a deep breath as a cold smile suffused the corners of his mouth. You're constantly ridiculing the Wood Peak disciples my master and I brought back, yet I wonder how strong the Wood Peak disciples you and your master brought back are? The Wood Peak disciples my master and I brought back are naturally stronger than the Wood Peak disciples you and your master brought back. Do you see this person by my side? He's called Hong Shi, 36 years old, and his strength isn't inferior to us. Luo Chen looked at the green-clothed young man by his side as he spoke, and his face was filled with complacency. At this moment, the green-clothed young man, Hong Shi, flashed his gaze past Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, and then he laughed with disdain. Even if these two pieces of trash join forces, I'll be able to make them fall to the ground with a single move. As for Yi Xian, she was directly disregarded by him. Luo Chen, as expected of a Wood Peak disciple you and your master brought back. This Hong Shi's mouth is as smelly as yours. Chen Wei's gaze that was piercingly cold like a blade swept past Hong Shi before descending onto Luo Chen in the end. You! Luo Chen's expression went grim when he was ridiculed by Chen Wei, and he was enraged to the point the origin energy on his body roiled and was on the verge of bursting out. Luo Chen, this Hong Shi your master brought back probably hasn't been officially registered as a disciple of our Wood Peak, right? Chen Wei's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked seriously. He hasn't. Luo Chen couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the changes in Chen Wei's expression, and he answered as if he was possessed. But after he answered Chen Wei, he returned to his senses, and a wisp of a ridiculing smile appeared on his face. Chen Wei, why are you asking this? You'll know very soon. This time, Chen Wei utterly didn't look at Luo Chen, and he only glanced deeply at Hong Shi. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. Duan Lingtian Daniu. The various peaks of our five-element sect have a rule. Everyone that hasn't been officially registered as a disciple of the various peaks isn't considered to be a member of the sect, and even if they're killed, the sect won't pursue the matter. Chen Wei's words caused the gazes of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu to be unable to help but light up. Luo Chen said with disdain when he heard Chen Wei. Chen Wei, you wouldn't be thinking that the joint forces of these two pieces of trash can kill Hong Shi, right? What an enormous joke! Trash? The smiles on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu froze completely when they heard Luo Chen. Their gazes that were filled with coldness locked onto Luo Chen at the first possible moment, and they were about to swallow him up. So long as the other isn't crippled or killed in a battle between official disciples of the sect won't pursue the matter. Meanwhile, Chen Wei added another sentence. For a time, the frozen smiles on the faces of Duan Lingtian and Daniu bloomed once more, and it was extremely brilliant. Daniu, which one do you want? Duan Lingtian asked. Me? I want both of them. Huang Daniu was first stunned, and then he spoke resolutely after he recovered from his shock. Daniu, aren't you too greedy? Since it's like this, then let's see who's faster. Chapter 873. You're shameless! When he saw Duan Lingtian fly out as soon as he finished speaking and utterly didn't give him the chance to prepare, Huang Daniu cursed and hurriedly followed up. Bang! Bang! The material earthen yellow energy beneath Huang Daniu's feet soared through the sky, whereas he relied on it to flash out swiftly, and his speed was so swift that it even surpassed Duan. Even though this wasn't the ground and he couldn't rely on the energy of the earth. But he was a 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 5th-level intermediate earth concept after all, and even if he didn't rely on the energy of the earth, he was still capable of exerting the strength of 130 ancient horned dragons. As for Duan, even though he was at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage as well, he'd only comprehended 3rd-level intermediate wind concept, and even if he utilized his other elementary concepts, he was still inferior to Huang Daniu by the strength of over 10 ancient horned dragons. So even though Duan was the first to make a move, he was still caught up by Huang Daniu. Both of them tacitly chose the same person as their first target. Luo Chen. Both of you! Luo Chen, who was stunned by Chen Wei's words, instantly shuddered when he saw 2 figures pouncing towards him in the blink of an eye, and he recovered from his shock. He saw that ancient horned dragon silhouettes that caused him to be astounded had even appeared in the sky above these 2 people. 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 130 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Accompanied by the violet-clothed young man and the tall and robust young man, they flashed directly towards him. Luo Chen was dumbstruck, completely dumbstruck. How could the strengths of these 2 people possibly be so strong? Slap! Slap! 2 clear slaps sounded out at practically the exact same moment. It was Duan and Huang Daniu that had arrived before Luo Chen in the blink of an eye, and they slapped him from both sides. Instantly, Luo Chen's face that could be considered to be handsome swelled up to become a pig's head. You! Both of you! H! The eyes of Luo Chen, who was slapped into a pig's head, were suffused with gloominess, and he wanted to speak ruthlessly. But he hadn't finished speaking when Huang Daniu's fist struck his stomach, and he was blasted flying while emitting a wave of miserable shrill cries that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Luo Chen was barely able to stop his figure. Presently, he'd been beaten to the point he'd completely sobered up. Looking at the 130 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons above Huang Daniu's head, he felt a chill run down his spine. This big guy is actually so strong! He did not use any spirit weapon. When he attacked, he drew upon the heaven and earth energy to form 130 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. If it was a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist, then only a martial artist that had comprehended 6th-level intermediate concept would be able to accomplish this. 5th-level void interpretation stage martial artists were capable of comprehending 5th-level intermediate concept as well. A 6th-level void interpretation stage martial artist only needed to comprehend 4th-level intermediate concept to accomplish this. However, no matter what kind of person they were not people he could provoke. There was also the purple-clothed youth. Luo Chen's gaze descended onto the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Duan head. There were 110 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes wriggling down from there, and they possessed imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. Drawing upon the heaven and earth energy to condense 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Even his strength is stronger than mine! Luo Chen's expression was as unsightly as it could be as he stared fixedly at the purple-clothed young man that he'd looked down upon earlier. So strong! Meanwhile, the spectating Wood-Peak disciples exclaimed in shock successively. For a time, they were shocked by the strength of these 2 unfamiliar faces, Duan and Huang Daniu. Both of them are the Wood-Peak disciples that Chen Wei and Elder Ke brought back this time. Aren't they too strong? Especially that big guy. He looks to be a little over 30, yet as soon as he attacked, it was like a rock shattering the heavens and the earth as he drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to condense 130 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. That violet-clothed young man isn't weak as well. He looks to be around the age of 25, yet his strength has already surpassed Chen Wei and Luo Chen. The group of Wood-Peak disciples looked at Duan and Huang Daniu with gazes that contained excitement mixed within. So long as that big guy isn't poached away by the other 3 peaks, then our Wood-Peak might not be at the bottom in the battle of the 5 peaks this time. Exactly! The big guy's strength is formidable, and coupled with him comprehending Earth concept, once he attacks on the ground, he'll be able to draw support from the extremely terrifying energy of the Earth. The big guy's strength on the ground is sufficient to crush all the young disciples of the Water Peak, Fire Peak, and Earth Peak. The gazes of most of the Wood Peak disciples locked onto Huang Daniu tightly. At this moment, at the same time that they revealed excited expressions, their eyes faintly contained slight perturbation, and they were perturbed that Huang Daniu would be poached away by the other 3 peaks. After all, similar incidents had occurred numerous times in the past, and it caused them to feel rather powerless. Ha ha! Daniu, they're all extremely afraid that you'll be poached away by the other 3 peaks. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roar with laughter when he noticed the gazes of the surrounding crowd of spectating Wood Peak disciples, and he looked at Huang Daniu as he spoke. Humph! Huang Daniu grunted with a voice that was like a thunderclap. All of you are underestimating me, Huang Daniu! How could I, Huang Daniu, be a fence-sitter that swings with the wind? When Huang Daniu spoke up to hear, the surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples revealed benevolent expressions, and they felt that their Wood Peak would have another young expert that was like a pillar that could hold up the heavens from now onwards. But what Huang Daniu said next caused them to be completely dumbstruck. Of course, if anyone is willing to give me 8 or 10 grade 2 spirit weapons and another 10 or 20 concept fragments at the 7th level or above, then I think I'm still willing to leave the Wood Peak and join their peak. Huang Daniu changed the topic and chuckled. For a time, the crowd of Wood Peak disciples reacted to what Huang Daniu had said, and they emitted benevolent laughter. 8 or 10 grade 2 spirit weapons? Even if all the grade 2 spirit weapons in the possession of the peak masters and elders of any peak in the 5-element sect were added together, they seem to not possess so many spirit weapons, right? 10 or 20 concept fragments at the 7th level or above was even more outrageous. Perhaps Huang Daniu's strength wasn't bad, and even if it was amongst all the disciples of the younger generation in the 5-element sect, he was still unable to make the other 3 peaks pay such a great price. Chen Wei, I truly never imagined that you and Elder Ke actually found 2 freaks like this. Han Shi, let's go! Luo Chen, who realized that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage today, glared hatefully at Chen Wei, and then he rubbed his swollen face before calling out to the green-clothed young man and intending to leave. Early on, when he'd witnessed the strength that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu revealed, Hong Shi's expression had gone grim and become extremely unsightly. Even though his strength wasn't bad, it was only comparable to Luo Chen. If he didn't utilize a spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength, then he would at most possess the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. Not to mention being inferior to that big fellow, he was even inferior to the violet-clothed young man. Now, when he heard Luo Chen's call out to him, Hong Shi's gaze abruptly lit up, and he flashed towards Luo Chen as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He didn't want to stay at this place for a moment longer. But was it a place where he could leave as he pleased? Swoosh! Swoosh! An azure-colored bolt of lightning accompanied by an earthen yellow-colored bolt of lightning flashed through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on Hong Shi's path and obstructed his path. A violet-clothed young man that was completely enveloped in azure-colored strong winds and a tall young man that was completely enveloped in an earthen yellow-colored light barrier firmly obstructed Hong Shi's path. What are all of you doing? Luo Chen's expression went grim. Hong Shi's expression went grim as well when he saw the 2 people that appeared before him, and then he took a deep breath and tried hard to squeeze out a trace of a smile on his face. Both of you, I didn't, you motherfucker! Hong Shi hadn't finished speaking when Huang Daniu had already shouted out explosively to interrupt Hong Shi, and at the same time, he attacked out like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Huang Daniu smashed out with his fist, and his fist was like a toppling mountain. Vast earthen yellow-colored energy spilled out, and seemed to have transformed into an earthen yellow-colored divine dragon that fiercely smashed towards Hong Shi's chest. Bang! The vast energy collided with Hong Shi's chest, and it smashed Hong Shi's entire body, flying like an arrow that left the bowstring. Ah! At the instant Hong Shi flew out, his face flushed red as he spat out a large mouthful of blood that was mixed with blood. Obviously, it was the fragments of his internal organs that were shattered by Huang Dania's fist. Bang! Bang! When he saw Hongxi flying out, Huang Dania obviously didn't intend to let Hongxi off just like this. Huang Dania stomped on the air to shatter an enormous earthen yellow-colored rock that appeared beneath his feet, and he relied on the force of the collision to fly out. Swoosh! Huang Dania's speed was like a swift bolt of lightning, and he caught up to Hongxi in a short moment. Bang! He smashed out another punch that struck right onto Hongxi's dantian and completely destroyed it, causing the origin energy within Hongxi's dantian to spill out uncontrollably. Hongxi emitted a wave of miserable shrill cries that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, and the origin energy in his body was obliterated along with this, causing his body to lose the support of his origin energy and fall down. Without his origin energy, even if Hongxi was able to sense the concept in the heavens and the earth, but without origin energy as a carrier, it was insufficient to fuse into his body and support him up. Luo-chen, save me! Hongxi's falling speed grew faster and faster, and he opened his mouth with great difficulty to ask Luo-chen for help. If Luo-chen didn't save him, then he would surely fall to his death. When Hongxi's dantian was destroyed by Huang Daniu, the gaze Luo-chen shot at Hongxi had completely changed. Now when he heard Hongxi's cry for help, he grunted coldly. Humph! Useless trash! After that, he flew off and didn't even look back as he allowed Hongxi to continue falling, and he crashed onto the cliff with a bang before smashing into a pile of mush. This Hongxi is pitiable. After withdrawing his gaze from Hongxi, Duan Lingtian glanced at Luo Chen's figure that was disappearing into the distance before shaking his head. That Luo Chen is really a bastard. Big Brother Nio, I was merciful and only crippled the dantian of his companion, and I didn't intend to kill his companion. But he actually disregarded his companion and directly fled. Huang Dania smacked his lips as he cursed. Merciful? The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they heard Huang Daniu. You fucking crippled his dantian, yet you're merciful? If you didn't cripple his dantian, would he have fallen to his death? Let's go. Chen Wei seemed to be accustomed to Huang Daniu's violence, and after he called out to Duan Lintian's group of 3, he continued to dive down towards the pavilion below. Humph! Humph! That Luo Chen got off easy. Chapter 874. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shudder when he heard Yi Xian. If this little girl grows up in the future, she'll probably be a figure like the little she-devil. When he thought of the little she-devil, Duan Lingtian's gaze became dazed, and the figure of a yellow-clothed young woman appeared in his mind. The yellow-clothed young woman was precisely Han Xuanai. I wonder what Xuanai is doing at this moment. There's also Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. I wonder if they've come out from that place. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and when he returned to his senses, he'd already descended onto a 3-story pavilion with Chen Wei. There's a master bedroom on every single floor of this pavilion. All of you can make your own arrangements, Chen Wei said to Duan Lingtian's group of 3. If you lack anything, all of you can come look for me. I'm staying in that pavilion. As he spoke, Chen Wei pointed towards a 2-story pavilion in the distance. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 nodded, and then they entered the pavilion. Huang Dania took the lowest floor, Yi Xian stayed on the 2nd floor, whereas Duan Lingtian stayed on the top floor. As soon as they left the master bedroom on the top floor, a boundless blue sky and white clouds would appear before their eyes. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered the pavilion, those Wood Peak disciples that were watching the show dispersed successively, yet their faces were filled with indescribable excitement. I truly never imagined that Senior Brother Chen and Elder Ke would bring back 2 such outstanding young experts this time. Our Wood Peak can hold our heads high now. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is only the beginning. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is in another 3 days. It's truly something that I look forward to. Smiles suffused the faces of all the Wood Peak disciples. They were disciples of the Wood Peak and shared both honor and disgrace with the Wood Peak. The wood peak being at the bottom amongst the 5 peaks of the 5 elements sect caused them to suffer disdain from the disciples of the other 4 peaks, and be unable to hold their heads high. They'd been unable to endure such days since long ago. This time, when they saw they had a chance to turn the tables, they were naturally extremely excited. Not long after, more than half of the wood peak found out about what had occurred earlier. For a time, all the wood peak disciples that found out about this matter were excited and seething with excitement. Right when most of the wood peak disciples were in an uproar, there were some disciples that were exceptions. Luo Chen was one of them. After Luo Chen consumed the healing pill, his swollen face returned to normal. There were no signs of injury. However, his current expression was extremely ugly. He stood there in the air, feeling somewhat uneasy. At a place near the peak of the wood peak stood a 3-story pavilion. This pavilion was isolated at the side of a precipitous cliff, and it looked to be extremely dangerous, causing others to be unable to help but feel terrified. As he gazed at the pavilion before him, Luo Chen's face was filled with a conflicted expression. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew out to descend onto the pavilion. "He's back?" At this moment, an old man in red clothes walked out of a room on the 3rd floor of the pavilion. The old man had a strong body and a curly beard on his face. He looked careless. "Master." Luo Chen was extremely respectful when facing the old man, but his expression was somewhat ugly. His mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. It was as if there was something that was difficult for him to say. "What?" The curly-bearded old man noticed that something was off with Luo Chen, and he asked with bewilderment. "Master." Luo Chen took a deep breath. He knew very clearly in his heart that even if he didn't say anything now, it wouldn't take long for his master to find out about Hongxi. So he chose to be frank. "Hongxi, he..." Luo Chen looked at the curly-bearded old man, his master, with a slightly perturbed expression, and he slowly spat out 3 words before hesitating slightly, and seeming to be unable to continue. Some time ago, his master could be said to have paid a great price for the sake of pulling Hongxi into the 5 Elements sect and the Wood Peak. Besides wasting time for nothing, he'd even spent a great deal of Grade 3 spirit weapons and concept fragments on the power Hongxi was in. Yet now, Hongxi had died, and he died in the Wood Peak. What happened to Hongxi? The curly-bearded old man's face went grim. "Master, Hongxi, he was killed by someone." Luo Chen took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to speak. "What?" The curly-bearded old man's pupils constricted as cold lights flashed within them, and he asked with a grim voice. "Was it the members of the Water Peak, Fire Peak, or Earth Peak?" "None of them." Luo Chen shook his head. "None of them?" The curly-bearded old man frowned. "Then how did he die? Could it be that it was the members of the Gold Peak that did it?" When the Gold Peak was mentioned, the old man's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "No." Luo Chen shook his head once more and laughed bitterly. "It was the members of our Wood Peak." "The members of our Wood Peak?" The curly-bearded old man was shocked, and then he frowned as he asked. "Could it be that he offended an elder, or perhaps he offended a middle-aged disciple?" As far as he was concerned, with Hongxi's strength, besides the elders of the Wood Peak and those middle-aged disciples, practically no one in the entire Wood Peak was capable of killing him. Hongxi's strength was comparable to the most outstanding disciples in the younger generation of the Wood Peak, Chen Wei and Luo Chen, and even if Chen Wei and Luo Chen made a move, it would be impossible for them to kill Hongxi. "No!" Luo Chen shook his head once more. "No!" The corners of the curly-bearded old man's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and his eyes revealed astonishment. "Could it be that it was done by a young disciple that the other elders found from outside?" "Yes." Luo Chen nodded as 2 fierce lights shot out from his eyes. "It was a young disciple that Chen Wei and Elder Ke found from outside. They killed Hongxi as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak." A bright light flashed within the curly-bearded old man's eyes, and he went silent for a time. Meanwhile, Luo Chen looked at the curly-bearded man and urged anxiously. Master, the reason they dared kill Hongxi was none other than because Hongxi hadn't officially registered as a disciple of our five-element sect, and they firmly believed that the sect wouldn't interfere. Now, those two fellows haven't registered as well, so even if they die, the sect won't pursue the matter. Master, you must take revenge for Hongxi and kill those two fellows. As he finished speaking, Luo Chen's eyes had piercingly cold lights that seemed ready to swallow someone up. Today, he originally only wanted to provoke Chen Wei and suppress Chen Wei. But who would have imagined that not only was he unable to successfully suppress Chen Wei, even the companion by his side was killed by someone by Chen Wei's side. At the instant Hongxi was killed, he was able to notice the ridiculing gazes of the surrounding Wood Peak disciples looking at him. It was the first time in his entire life that he'd suffered such great humiliation. Now, he only wanted those two fellows that caused him to suffer such humiliation to die, and he couldn't be at ease until they died. 2. The curly-bearded old man who'd originally fallen into silence couldn't help but frown when he heard Luo Chen. You mean that they joined forces to kill Hongxi? Yes. Luo Chen nodded. He knew clearly in his heart that if it was said that Huang Dania had killed Hongxi by himself, then for the sake of the Wood Peak's future, his master might not do anything to Huang Dania. Yet now, it was completely different to say that they joined forces to kill Hongxi. Before the curly-bearded old man could reply, Luo Chen grunted. If they didn't join forces, then how could they be a match for Hongxi? Besides that, Chen Wei is to blame for this matter. It was he who stopped me and didn't allow me to save Hongxi. It was precisely because of this that Hongxi was killed by those two fellows. As he finished speaking, Luo Chen had an expression of grief and indignation, and it seemed as if everything he said was true. At least, the curly-bearded old man believed him. Humph! The old man grunted coldly when he finished listening to Luo Chen. It would be fine if they killed Hongxi in a one-on-one situation. With them in the Wood Peak, it wouldn't be affected even if Hongxi wasn't here. But they actually dared join forces to destroy a prospective Wood Peak disciple that was even more outstanding than them. Two people that are inferior to Hongxi are completely useless to our Wood Peak. As he finished speaking, the old man's face was covered in a layer of frost. Since they were audacious enough to kill Hongxi because he was a prospective Wood Peak disciple, then I can similarly kill them. They're only two tiny prospective Wood Peak disciples. The curly-bearded old man's words were filled with coldness. A prospective Wood Peak disciple referred to a person that the Wood Peak was willing to accept and was willing to join the Wood Peak, yet hadn't officially registered as a disciple of the Five-Element sect. A person like this wasn't protected by the Five-Element sect. Master, if you want to kill them, then we'll rush over now and kill them before Chen Wei brings them to register as official disciples. A trace of complacency flashed within the eyes of Luo Chen, who clearly sensed his master's rage, and he couldn't help but urge. Lead the way! The curly-bearded old man nodded, and he obviously felt that what Luo Chen said made sense. Yes! Luo Chen flew out excitedly and led the way at the front before plunging down. As for the curly-bearded old man, he followed behind Luo Chen unhurriedly from the beginning until the end, and he descended onto a pavilion at the mountainside of the Wood Peak with Luo Chen. It's Luo Chen! His master Elder He is there as well. Instantly, many people stuck their heads out from the nearby pavilions and recognized Luo Chen and the curly-bearded old man. What be they come here for? They wouldn't have come to get even with those two young disciples that Chen Wei and Elder Ke brought back, right? They probably won't. Perhaps Luo Chen is capable of doing something like this, yet Elder He is surely unable to do it. Elder He wholeheartedly serves the Wood Peak, and he surely won't do anything that harms the Wood Peak's interests. Because of the appearance of the curly-bearded old man, the Wood Peak disciples in the various pavilions didn't dare approach to watch the show, as they were all afraid of accidentally offending this Elder He. Elder He's temper was famous in the Wood Peak for being irritable, and there weren't many people that dared take the initiative to offend him. They're in there? The curly-bearded old man, the Five-Element sect's Wood Peak's elder, He gang, looked at the three-story pavilion beneath his feet as a strand of cold lights flashed within his eyes, and he asked with a low voice. Yes, master. Luo Chen replied respectfully, and then he urged his voice with origin energy to directly flash down towards the 3-story pavilion. Even though his voice converged and spread throughout the entire 3-story pavilion, it wasn't heard by the other Wood-Peak disciples that were spectating in the distant pavilions. Duan Lingtian, Huang Daniu, come out and receive your death. These were Luo Chen's exact words. Chapter 875. For a time, Yixian walked out of his room and looked up at Luo Chen, who was high above in the sky, and his eyes flickered with rage. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu soared up into the sky successively, and they arrived in the sky in the blink of an eye to stand in confrontation with Luo Chen from afar. Before Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu could speak, they saw a curly-bearded old man in red clothes descend from the sky to descend by Luo Chen's side, and then he stared at them with a ghastly gaze. A void transformation stage expert? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as astonishment suffused his face. Huang Daniu revealed slight fear as well, and he said to the nearby Duan Lingtian in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, looks like Luo Chen has called his master over. Luo Chen's master was the Wood-Peak's elder, He Gang. Duan Lingtian had obtained this information from the whispers of some Wood-Peak disciples when Chen Wei and Luo Chen were in confrontation earlier. But never had he imagined that Luo Chen would actually call his master over. Master, it was the two of them that killed Hong Shi. Luo Chen looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu as he spoke to He Gang with a low voice. Strands of terrifying cold lights were mixed within his eyes, and he seemed to be choosing to swallow his enemies. Hong Shi was killed by the two of you? He Gang stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu with a piercingly cold gaze, and his face revealed rage. At the same time, the red clothes on his body fluttered without the wind and swelled up. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu didn't have the time to speak when Luo Chen had already stretched out his hand and pointed towards the distance. Master, look! That's Hong Shi's corpse! After they crippled Hong Shi's cultivation, they allowed him to fall to his death. The direction Luo Chen pointed at was precisely the side of the cliff where Hong Shi fell to his death. There was a pool of horrifying fresh blood there, and there was a corpse that had been smashed into mush. He Gang glanced over, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Unknowingly, a vast and condensed milky white origin energy gushed out from his body, flowing around his body like liquid. Within this vast and condensed origin energy that was like liquid, there were also traces of a tyrannical aura that seemed as if it would spill out at any moment. A person's death is but a simple matter. But the two of you actually used such a cruel method to kill Hong Shi. All of you don't have the qualifications to become disciples of my Wood-Peak. He Gang was furious. His cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu. His voice was extremely cold. Not only that, the two of you will have to pay for Hong Shi's death. Not qualified to become a disciple of the Wood-Peak? Pay the price for Hong Shi's death? Hearing He Gang's words, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu couldn't help but look at each other. They could see the extreme anger in each other's eyes. Unknowingly, a sneer appeared on the corners of their mouths at the same time. You're the Wood-Peak's elder, He Gang? Duan Lingtian took a step forward and met He Gang's gaze without the slightest fear as he asked coldly. How presumptuous! He Gang hadn't spoken when Luo Chen had already shouted out. Duan Lingtian, how can a prospective Wood-Peak disciple like you directly address my master's name? Not to mention you're only a prospective Wood-Peak disciple now. Even if you become an official Wood-Peak disciple, my master's name isn't something you have the qualifications to address directly. But Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Luo Chen and looked at He Gang instead as he asked coldly. Elder He, you said repeatedly that you want us to pay the price for Hong Shi's death. Could it be that you think we killed Hong Shi for no reason? Or perhaps you think Hong Shi wasn't wrong? He Gang's expression was extremely unsightly when questioned by Duan Lingtian. Who was he? A dignified elder of the five-element sex Wood-Peak, in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. A prospective Wood-Peak disciple dared to be so presumptuous before him? But when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, He Gang couldn't help but frown as he realized that he'd overlooked the most important thing. How did Hong Shi offend these two people before him? Then I want to hear from both of you. What mistake did Hongxi make? He Gang asked with a cold voice. I'm afraid you'll have to ask Elder He's good disciple about this. Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with coldness, and then he looked at Luochen as he spoke word by word. He Gang instantly looked at Luochen when he heard this. Luochen, speak. Yes, master. Luochen replied respectfully, and then he said, I admit that I was in the wrong in the matter today. I saw Chen Wei bring them to the Wood Peak, and I aroused the desire to win, so I stopped them. As Luochen spoke, he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania. Yes. He Gang nodded as he revealed a gratified smile. He naturally understood his disciple. This disciple of his was used to being competitive, so it wasn't strange for him to do something like this. But since Luochen was able to recognize his mistake, then it was a good start, and it was understandable. When Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania saw that not only did He Gang not blame Luochen after Luochen explained the reason for the conflict, but He Gang instead revealed a smile, their expressions instantly became slightly unsightly. Duan Lingtian, looks like this old fellow is a brainless person that protects his own. Huang Dania's voice transmission that contained rage sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was exceedingly clear. I discerned it. Duan Lingtian nodded as his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said via voice transmission. Like disciple, like master. Perhaps we were wrong since the beginning, and the reason the Wood Peak declined wasn't entirely because of the other 3 peaks targeting it. Humph! This old fellow actually dares to say that I, Big Brother Ox, don't have the qualifications to become a disciple of the Wood Peak. Does he really think that I, Big Brother Ox, want to become a disciple of the Wood Peak? With Brother Ox's natural talent, even that gold peak of the 5-element sect wouldn't refuse Brother Ox. Huang Dania's voice transmission was filled with disdain. Later on, Hongxi and I only used inappropriate words and slightly offended them. But they didn't say anything before exploding and crippling Hongxi's cultivation, and they threw Hongxi to his death. Luochen continued. As he finished speaking, he looked at He Gang as extreme rage suffused his face, and he said angrily, Master, you must take revenge for Hongxi. Even if Hongxi was in the wrong first, his crime doesn't warrant death. He Gang nodded, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania was filled with icy cold killing intent. Do the two of you still have anything to say now? Humph. Huang Dania grunted and revealed a disdainful expression as he said, Now, is there any use in saying anything? No wonder Luochen is so arrogant and dares to cause trouble for no reason. So it turns out that he has a good master like you supporting him from behind. With a parasite like you here, it's no wonder the Wood Peak declined. As he finished speaking, Huang Dania didn't hold back in the slightest. You're courting death. He Gang's face went grim when he heard Huang Dania. Subsequently, the origin energy on his body that was almost liquid shook before transforming into numerous thick violet-colored bolts of lightning, and waves of low and deep thunderclaps faintly sounded out from within them. Whoosh! In the sky above He Gang, over 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gathered there in a formidable array, and they were like dark clouds that pressed down upon a city and brought an extremely oppressive feeling to others. 6th level of the Void Transformation Stage. 6th level Advanced Lightning Concept. Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Even though he knew since long ago that He Gang was an elder of the Wood Peak, yet he never imagined that He Gang's strength would be so formidable. An elder at the 6th level of the Void Transformation Stage would surely possess an extraordinary status in the Wood Peak. For a time, coldness arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. He suddenly felt that what Huang Dania said earlier was so correct. Perhaps the decline of the Wood Peak wasn't only because of the powerlessness of the younger generation of the Wood Peak, and it was also because this elder of the Wood Peak couldn't distinguish right from wrong. As the saying goes, a pitiable person would surely have something detestable about him, and the Wood Peak was like this as well. Shit! Oh my God! Elder, he actually wants to make a move against them. They're the future of our Wood Peak. This won't do, we absolutely can't allow anything to happen to them. Once something happens to them, we'll be unable to hold our heads up high before the other 4 peaks like before. Senior brothers and junior sisters that don't want to suffer humiliation in the future, follow me. No matter what, we can't allow Elder He to harm the future hope of our wood peak. Let's go. I'll go notify Senior Brother Chen Wei. Right when He Gang raised his hand and intended to make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, a talisman had appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and his gaze locked tightly onto He Gang as he prepared to toss out the talisman to crush He Gang at any moment. Stay your hand. Elder He, you can't kill them. You can't destroy the future of our wood peak. Elder He, if they're killed by you, then you'll become a sinner of our wood peak for eternity. He Gang, I don't care if you're an elder of the wood peak or not. If you want to touch them, then you have to step over my dead body first. Waves of seething voices that were like thunderclaps swept over from all directions, and it caused He Gang's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. As for Luo Qin, he was completely dumbstruck when he saw the group of Wood Peak disciples charging over here in a formidable array, as he never imagined that such an exaggerated incident would occur. These Wood Peak disciples have come to help Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, these 2 outsiders. At this moment, at the same time that his heart was filled with disbelief, boundless jealousy and hatred arose in his heart as well. Subsequently, he hurriedly looked at He Gang and urged, Master, quickly kill them. Quickly kill them. At this moment, only a single thought remained in his heart. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu must die. Duan Lingtian, who was originally shocked by the Wood Peak disciples that converged over from all directions, went grim when he heard Luo Qin, and he hurriedly moved his attention onto He Gang and locked his gaze onto He Gang. So long as He Gang made the slightest movement, then he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to toss out the talisman in his hand and crush He Gang. But He Gang seemed as if he didn't hear Luo Qin, and he slowly lowered his hand before the violet-colored lightning that coiled around his body vanished without a trace. He Gang was dumbstruck as he looked at the group of Wood Peak disciples that converged over from all directions, and a trace of a bad premonition faintly arose in his heart. Chapter 876. Whoosh. 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 Numerous figures of both men and women flashed through the sky and arrived before Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu in a short moment, and they formed a human wall that protected them behind them. These people were all disciples of the Wood Peak. This is... Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu glanced at each other, and they saw the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time that the actions of these Wood Peak disciples caused them to be shocked, warmth arose in their hearts. These Wood Peak disciples were protecting them. Presently, the group of Wood Peak disciples had protected Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu behind them, and they looked at the Wood Peak elder He Gang, with vigilant expressions as if He Gang was a dreadful monster. Elder He, you can't touch them. Elder He, if you want to kill them, then you have to pass through us first. The group of Wood Peak disciples were united as one, and their faces were filled with rage when facing He Gang. All of you. What are all of you doing? He Gang took a deep breath, and his face beneath his curly beard was filled with shock. Never had he imagined that 2 young men that had just arrived at their Wood Peak and hadn't even been registered as official disciples would actually possess such a strong charisma. Can someone tell me exactly what the fuck is going on? What are all of you doing? Luo Qin stood by He Gang's side as he swept the group of Wood Peak disciples with a cold gaze, and then he said with a low voice, Don't all of you forget that all of you are disciples of the Wood Peak. Now my master, an elder of the Wood Peak, wants to punish these 2 prospective Wood Peak disciples that willfully slaughtered the innocent, yet all of you dare interfere? Do all of you want to die? As he finished speaking, ghastly killing intent suffused Luo Chen's eyes, and it swept towards the group of Wood Peak disciples as if he wanted to use this to threaten them. But unfortunately, the group of Wood Peak disciples seemed to have utterly not heard Luo Qin, and their gazes had always descended onto He Gang with gazes that were filled with vigilance. It was as if they were deeply afraid that He Gang would make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu once more. For a time, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely heavy. He Gang stood there in midair without moving in the slightest. Even though he had the absolute certainty of killing Duan Lingtian and Huang Daini, even if a group of Wood-Peak disciples interfered, he didn't do this. Right now, he was filled with curiosity. On what basis did Duan Lingtian and Huang Daini make a group of Wood-Peak disciples go to such an extent for them? As the saying goes, whoever wins the people's hearts wins the world. Even though Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong hadn't officially become disciples of the Wood-Peak, yet they'd obtained the support of everyone in the Wood-Peak, and even he, an elder of the Wood-Peak, felt ashamed of his inferiority. Duan Lingtian, Dainiu, are you guys okay? An urgent voice approached from afar, and it was accompanied by a swift figure that flashed over to arrive before the crowd of Wood-Peak disciples that had formed a human wall in a short moment. I'm fine. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daini stepped out from behind the crowd and stood in front of the newcomer. The person who had arrived was precisely Chen Wei. At this moment, Chen Wei's expression was extremely unsightly. Before he came here, he'd already roughly found out about everything that happened before him from the Wood-Peak disciples that went to look for him. Never had he imagined that not long after he just returned to his residence and sat down cross-legged to cultivate, such a great incident would occur outside. There was actually someone that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, and they wanted to annihilate the future of their Wood-Peak. If it was in the past, Chen Wei would surely greet the Wood-Peak's elder, He Gang, first after he made an appearance. But he didn't do that now, and he instead bowed to the group of Wood-Peak disciples and said with a serious expression, "Thank you, all of you are great. I believe that with all of you here, the future of our Wood-Peak will surely be bright. Senior Brother Chen Wei, you're too kind. Yeah, Senior Brother Chen Wei, this is something we ought to do. Senior Brother Chen Wei, you and Elder Ke are the great contributors of our Wood-Peak. What we've done is just some insignificant things." The group of Wood-Peak disciples replied successively, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daini bowed to the group of Wood-Peak disciples as well. Perhaps not a single person in the group of Wood-Peak disciples before them possessed a strength that was stronger than them. But everything these Wood-Peak disciples had done earlier caused them to feel heartfelt gratitude. When faced with Duan Lingtian and Huang Daini's thanks, the group of Wood-Peak disciples smiled with good intentions. "Elder He!" Chen Wei turned around to look at He Gang, who stood in the distance, and his face sank. "I wonder how Duan Lingtian and Huang Daini offended you. It actually made you want to kill them." Chen Wei's tone was filled with an interrogative tone. "Chen Wei, who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of speaking like this to my master?" He Gang hadn't spoken when Luo Chen had already sneered with disdain. Luo! He Gang had already noticed that something was off, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw his disciples were still so rash, and he intended to stop them. But he just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by a cold and indifferent voice that descended from the sky. "If he's unworthy, then am I worthy?" The cold and indifferent voice descended and drew the gazes of everyone. High above in the sky, two old men descended side by side. But the expressions of these two old men were extremely unsightly at this moment. Especially the one-armed old man that spoke earlier, his eyes even flickered with extreme icy coldness. He was like a dormant venomous snake that would explode out and harm another at any moment. Elder Yang, you've returned?" He Gang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the one-armed old man, as never had he imagined that this old man would return to the Wood-Peak. After all, since the old man's personal disciple was poached away by the Fire Peak's master 10 years ago, the old man left the Five-Element sect in a fit of rage and headed to the Wood-Peak's base in Settlement City. He never imagined that after 10 years, the old man would actually return once more. "Who are you?" Luo Chen obviously didn't know the one-armed old man, and he frowned as he asked with a low voice. "Luo Chen, don't be rude. This is Elder Yang, the number 2 expert of our Wood-Peak. Quickly apologize to Elder Yang." Cold sweat broke out on He Gang's forehead when he saw his disciple actually daring to offend the old man, and he hurriedly shouted out with a grim voice. "The number 2 expert of the Wood-Peak?" Luo Chen's expression went completely grim as soon as He Gang spoke. He's Elder Yang Ling?" Suddenly, Luo Chen's gaze had descended onto the severed arm of the one-armed old man. Subsequently, his body trembled for no reason, and he seemed to have recalled something terrifying. Even though he'd only taken He Gang as his master 8 years ago, and had only arrived at the Wood Peak 7 years ago, he'd heard of this old man from his master on more than one occasion. This old man was called Jiang Ling, and he was the strongest existence beneath the Peak Master in the Wood Peak. Elder Yang. Luo Chen couldn't help but shudder, and he lowered his head in panic as he bowed to Yang Ling. I didn't know Elder Yang's identity earlier. I hope Elder Yang doesn't blame me. Humph. Yang Ling grunted coldly, and he didn't seem to make any movement when a bang resounded out. In the next moment, Luo Chen's entire body flew out like an arrow that left the bow, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on the way. Luo Chen, who was barely able to stop his figure in midair, had an expression that was ghastly pale as he looked at Yang Ling with a terrified expression. Elder Yang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. From the beginning until the end, he wasn't able to react to when the one-armed old man before him made a move. He knew that if the one-armed old man wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't be able to live until the next breath. Elder Yang, why did you do this? When he saw Yang Ling still make a move against him after his disciple apologized to Yang Ling, He Gang was slightly unable to maintain his composure, and he asked with a low voice. Why? Yang Ling glanced indifferently at He Gang, and in the next moment, he vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already at the spot He Gang was at earlier, whereas, He Gang was blasted flying to follow in Luo Chen's footsteps. Duan Lingtian, Huang Dainiu. The Wood Peak will give both of you an explanation for what happened today. Kujing, who'd come over with Yang Ling, spoke to Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu with a solemn expression. In the distance, He Gang's face was ghastly pale as he glared angrily at Yang Ling. Yang Ling, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the number 2 expert of the Wood Peak. If you don't give me an explanation for what happened today, then I'll look for the Peak Master to seek justice. Peak Master? A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Yang Ling's mouth when he heard He Gang. If it wasn't me that was standing here now but the Peak Master, do you think you and your disciple would suffer this little bit of punishment? Needless to say, Yang Ling's words had shocked He Gang. Subsequently, He Gang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, and he faintly realized that everything before him was related to these 2 young men. Who exactly are these 2 young men? Why would this group of Wood Peak disciples willingly protect them? Why would Yang Ling and Kuzheng stand up for them? At this moment, besides bewilderment, there was only bewilderment in his heart. Chen Wei, as soon as we heard He Gang wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu, we rushed over extremely hastily. What exactly is going on in this matter? Right when the atmosphere was slightly strange, Kuzheng looked at Chen Wei and asked with a low voice. Chen Wei took a deep breath and didn't conceal the slightest thing as he spoke about how he was obstructed by Luo Chen and Hong Shi when he brought Duan Lingtian and the others over today. Not only did Luo Chen and Hong Shi obstruct us, they even repeatedly humiliated Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu with their words, and they called them trash. All of this is something that many senior brothers and senior sisters can bear witness to. When he spoke up to hear, Chen Wei glanced at the surroundings and looked at the crowd of Wood Peak disciples that were scattered in the surroundings. Exactly. I can bear witness that Luo Chen and Hong Shi did indeed humiliate Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu like that at that time. I can bear witness as well. If it wasn't for them being overbearing, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu would surely not have made a move. Even a man made of clay has a temper, not to mention Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainiu are people. If I was them, I wouldn't be able to endure being humiliated like that as well. All the Wood Peak disciples spoke out successively. Martial artists were firm and unyielding as they stood in the heavens and the earth, and the might of the heavens and the earth was unable to press down on their backs. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. If they were still able to remain indifferent after being humiliated like that, then what was the point of cultivating their martial strength? If they were unable to even protect themselves, then how could they protect their loved ones? Chapter 877. Never had He Gang imagined that such an important matter would actually be casually mentioned by his disciple. If he knew beforehand that Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania had made a move because they suffered such humiliation, then he would absolutely not make a move because he was utterly in the wrong. Why didn't you tell me clearly? He Gang looked at Luo Chen as he asked with a low voice, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Luo Chen went silent. It was naturally impossible for him to explain this matter clearly. Because he knew that once he explained it clearly, then with his master's character, it would be impossible for his master to make a move against Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania. But never had he imagined that when Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania were about to be killed by his master, those would-peak disciples would come over in a formidable array to cause trouble and obstruct his master. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. This was the portrayal in Luo Chen's heart. But Luo Chen wasn't worried. Even though he'd gone slightly overboard in this matter, the two people involved, Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, were fine after all. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't to the extent that he had to pay with his life. Moreover, the Wood-Peak was in need of people now. As an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Wood-Peak, he believed that even Yang Ling and Kujing wouldn't really do anything to him. Once something happened to him, it would be a loss to the entire Wood-Peak. So he had nothing to fear. After Luo Chen and Hong Shi humiliated Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania on numerous occasions, the two of them were unable to endure it any longer and slapped Luo Chen twice. Subsequently, Hong Shi was heavily injured and his cultivation was crippled. Chen Wei continued speaking of the scene at that time. At that time, even though Hong Shi's cultivation was crippled, but if someone saved him, then he wouldn't fall to his death. Hong Shi had once sought help from Luo Chen, yet Luo Chen left without looking back and didn't go save him. The surrounding crowd of Wood-Peak disciples nodded successively, and they agreed with Chen Wei. Slap! A clear sound of a slap sounded out, and it drew the gazes of everyone. It was He Gang who'd slapped Luo Chen under extreme rage, and he slapped Luo Chen so heavily that it caused Luo Chen's head to tilt to the side as he spat out a mouthful of shattered teeth. It wasn't just that. Half of Luo Chen's face was slapped to the point it swelled up, and it seemed extremely like half a pig's head. Master, you! Luo Chen was stupefied, completely stupefied. This was the first time his master had been so angry in front of him, and the first time he had beaten him so ruthlessly, which made it hard for him to accept. You two little fellows! Now that the truth of this matter has been revealed, and He Gang and his disciple have received the lesson they deserved, how about we end it like this? After knowing the sequence of events, Yang Ling coldly glanced at He Gang and Luo Chen, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu, asking for their opinions. A lesson that should be taught? Duan Lingtian sneered. Was this the lesson he deserved? Impossible! Huang Daniu shook his head and said resolutely. He. This elder he was extremely formidable earlier, and he said that Duan Lingtian and I don't have the qualifications to become Wood-Peak disciples. Since it's like this, then there's utterly no need for me and Duan Lingtian to head to the Wood-Peak. Huang Daniu glanced indifferently at He Gang and chuckled slyly. As soon as Huang Daniu said this, not only did the expressions of Yang Ling, Kujing, and Chen Wei go grim, even the expressions of the surrounding group of Wood-Peak disciples went completely grim. For a time, the group of Wood-Peak disciples glared angrily at He Gang. As far as they were concerned, if it wasn't for what He Gang said, how could Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania have the thought of leaving the Wood-Peak? Don't worry, elders, even if Dania and I leave the Wood-Peak, we won't go to any one of the 3 peaks. We'll go to the Gold Peak, and I presume the Gold Peak won't refuse us. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Ling and Kujing as he spoke indifferently. Humph! Meanwhile, He Gang grunted coldly and said with disdain, 2 kids that don't know their limits. The matter from before was indeed my disciple's fault, but Elder Yang has already said that it's over, yet both of you still dare try to take a yard after taking an inch? You only joined forces to cripple Hong Shi, who has a similar strength to Luo Chen. Do both of you really think you're strong? Do both of you really think you're important to our Wood-Peak? As he finished speaking, He Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania with a gaze that was filled with disdain. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but roar with laughter when he heard He Gang, and then he looked at Yang Ling and Kuzheng before shrugging indifferently. Elders, both of you have seen it as well. Since the Wood Peak doesn't welcome me and Dainyu, then Dainyu and I will naturally not be thick-skinned and stay here. Duan Lingtian, let's go get Xiao Xian first, and then we'll leave the Wood Peak. I don't want to stay in this damnable place for a moment longer, Huang Dania said. All right. Duan Lingtian agreed readily. Yang Ling and Kuzheng's expressions went grim as they glared angrily at He Gang, and their gazes that were fierce like blades wished for nothing more than to slice He Gang into pieces. Now, they finally understood. It turned out that He Gang utterly didn't know the true strength of Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu, and he thought that the two of them would only be able to barely defeat Huang Shi, who possessed a strength similar to Luo Qin, if they joined forces. Duan Lingtian, Dainyu. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, Chen Wei stopped Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu. Chen Wei, no matter if I stay in the Wood Peak or not, we'll always be friends. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Me too. Huang Dainyu spoke as well. Duan Lingtian, Dainyu, wait a moment. Just wait a moment, all right? Chen Wei's tone faintly contained a trace of pleading. Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu glanced at each other, and after they came to an agreement, they nodded to Chen Wei and agreed. Chen Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, and at the same time, he looked at He Gang, who stood in the distance, and said with a low voice, Elder He, what did you say earlier about Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu joining forces to defeat Huang Shi? As far as I'm concerned, that's simply the greatest joke in the world. As soon as Chen Wei said this, He Gang was first stunned, and then he frowned. Could it be that it isn't? This was something his disciple, Luo Qin, had told him himself. Could it be false? This ought to have been told to you by Luo Qin, right? Looks like Luo Qin really hates Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu to the extreme. For the sake of his own selfish desires, he completely disregarded the Wood Peak's future. After he saw He Gang's current reaction, Chen Wei easily guessed some things, and he hit the nail on the head. The Wood Peak's future. As soon as Chen Wei said this, He Gang's face went grim, and he revealed a gaze of disbelief as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu, and his heart shook. Could it be that they were able to cripple Huang Shi in a one-on-one battle? What? Luo Qin actually didn't tell Elder He that Huang Dainyu crushed Huang Shi in a single move and crippled Huang Shi's dantian in a second move? Huang Dainyu has comprehended Earth concept, so even if he attacks in midair, he's unable to rely on the energy of the Earth. He doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, yet he's able to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the Earth to condense 130 ancient horned dragon silhouettes when he attacks. Duan Lingtian isn't bad as well. His strength has already surpassed senior brother Chen Wei and Luo Qin at such a young age. Elder He's expression seems to be slightly unsightly to me. Looks like Luo Qin really didn't tell him clearly about Huang Dainyu and Duan Lingtian's strengths. Luo Qin is truly selfish. For the sake of his own selfish interests, he didn't hesitate to ruin the future of our Wood Peak. The crowd of Wood Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and in the end, they couldn't refrain from glaring angrily at Luo Qin. Slap! Another resounding slap sounded out, and it was He Gang that had given Luo Qin another slap, causing the other half of Luo Chen's face to swell up, causing Luo Qin to once again become a pig's head. In a single day, Luo Qin had successively become a pig's head. Bastard! You're trying to trap your master into disloyalty. Presently, He Gang seemed to have transformed into an enraged tiger that wished for nothing more than to open his bloody mouth and swallow Luo Qin, yet he was unable to do so in the end. Luo Qin didn't beg for mercy and continued maintaining silence. He knew that at this time, silence was the best protection. Duan Lingtian, Huang Dainyu! In next to no time, He Gang took a deep breath as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dainyu, and then he bowed deeply to them. I apologize for what I said earlier. No matter what, both of you must stay in the Wood Peak. The Wood Peak can't endure any more storms. The Wood Peak needs people like both of you to create its future, and the disciples of the Wood Peak need people like both of you to stand up for them and allow them to hold their heads high. He Gang's words were extremely sincere. Since he found out about Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania's strengths, he seemed to have become a completely different person, and he became a person that placed the future of the Wood Peak before everything. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly and paid no attention to He Gang. Do you think that what both of you did to me and Duan Lingtian can be resolved with just a few words of apology? If it's really so simple, then we might as well not cultivate and cripple our own cultivations. Huang Dania sneered. So long as both of you are willing to stay, then I'll agree to anything no matter what. He Gang spoke with a sincere expression. Are you sure? The sneer on Huang Dania's face grew even deeper. I'm sure. He Gang nodded. All right. Since you're so frank, then I won't waste my time with you. So long as you agree to 2 of my requests, I can continue staying in the Wood Peak, and I guarantee that I won't join any of the other 4 peaks. Huang Dania spoke slowly. What about him? He Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm unable to make a decision on his matters. Huang Dania shook his head. Dania, what did you ask him to agree to? Duan Lingtian asked curiously via voice transmission. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian received Huang Dania's reply, and he couldn't help but gasp as he replied via voice transmission with slight astonishment. Dania, you're really ruthless. Hee. Who asked them to offend Big Brother Nyo? Especially that old fellow, he almost killed Big Brother Nyo earlier. Huang Dania couldn't help but feel a slight lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. So long as you agree to Dania's 2 requests, I can stay in the Wood Peak with Dania, and I won't join any of the other 4 peaks. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Gang, who was staring at him as he spoke indifferently. He Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked at Huang Dania and asked anxiously, What requests do you have? Please speak. Chapter 878. The first request is that you cripple your own cultivation. As soon as Huang Dania spoke, it was like a rock shattering the heavens, and it caused the expressions of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian to go grim. Never had they imagined that Huang Dania would actually put forward such an absurd request. Asking a Wood Peak elder to cripple his own cultivation, isn't this a joke? What? You're unwilling? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sneer when he saw He Gang's expression go grim. Don't forget that Dania and I were almost killed by you earlier. Now we don't want your life as well, and we only want your cultivation, and we can already be considered to be extremely benevolent to you. The surrounding Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they heard Duan Lingtian. Can this be called benevolent? He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. His cultivation was something that he'd experienced most of his lifetime of cultivation and accumulation. Once it was crippled, it was obvious that he would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Duan Lingtian, don't go too far! Luo Chen, who'd always maintained silence, finally couldn't refrain himself from shouting out in a grim voice. Luo Chen, shut your stinking mouth! It isn't your turn to speak now. Believe it or not, Dania and I will leave the Wood Peak right away if you dare speak another word of nonsense. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Luo Chen as he spoke with a low voice. Duan Lingtian's intentions are my intentions. Huang Dania chimed in. Bastard, shut up! He Gang's face sank as he berated. If you dare say another word, today I, as your master, will personally end your life. Luo Chen's expression was unsightly, yet he didn't dare speak another word. He knew his master's temper extremely well, and his master would absolutely do as he said. Little fellow. Yang Ling looked at Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania as he frowned. Can the both of you change your request? Elder, he is a pillar of our Wood Peak after all, both of you. Elder Yang, Dania and I didn't insist on making him cripple his own cultivation. Duan Lingtian bluntly interrupted Yang Ling and spoke indifferently. That's good. Yang Ling was not angry because Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. But if he doesn't satisfy our request, then we'll leave the wood peak right away. Duanling Tian finished what he was about to say. For a time, Yang Ling's expression changed greatly. He never expected that Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu would be so stubborn. From their words, it seemed that they would only stop after He Gang's cultivation was crippled. However, on second thought, he felt relieved. According to Duanling Tian's words, they had almost died in He Gang's hands. Putting himself in her shoes, such a request wasn't too much. Yang Ling's current thoughts were exactly the thoughts of the surrounding group of Wood Peak disciples. After they were shocked by Huang Daniu's request, they immediately recalled what happened earlier and couldn't help but feel relieved. If they were in Huang Daniu's position, they would have made the same decision. Daniu, looks like Elder he still hasn't made his decision. Let's go. Duanling Tian glanced at He Gang, whose expression was changing ceaselessly, and he shook his head before calling out to Huang Daniu and intending to leave. Wait! Right when Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu intended to leave, He Gang finally spoke out, and he seemed to have instantly aged by over 10 years. After all is said and done, even though the matter today was caused by this rascal of mine, I myself can't escape the blame. So, I apologize to both of you once more. He Gang bowed once more to Duanling Tian and Huang Daniu, yet the latter only looked at him coldly and indifferently. Bang! Right at this moment, He Gang moved, and he struck out like a bolt of lightning to descend onto his dantian. Whoosh! In the next moment, vast origin energy that was almost liquid gushed out from He Gang's dantian, and it charged into the sky in the blink of an eye before vanishing. As for He Gang himself, his face was ghastly pale as his body fell down. Without his cultivation, he already didn't have the ability to continue flying in the sky. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point most of the people present were unable to react to it. Alas! Yang Ling sighed, and with a raise of his hand, a shapeless force swept out to support He Gang, whose cultivation had been crippled, allowing him to avoid falling to his death. You take Elder He to rest. Yang Ling looked at a Wood Peak disciple. Yes, Elder Yang. The Wood Peak disciple that was called out replied respectfully before leaving with He Gang. Meanwhile, everyone including Duanling Tian and Huang Dania had recovered from their shock, yet their faces were covered in shock. Obviously, they never imagined that He Gang would really do that. This He Gang really dares to take responsibility for his actions. He crippled his cultivation at the 6th level of the void transformation stage just like that without the slightest hesitation. I have to admit that he's a qualified Wood Peak elder. The hatred in Duanling Tian's eyes vanished and was replaced by admiration. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist was willing to cripple his own cultivation for the sake of the Wood Peak's future. Just this alone was enough to earn his respect. But unfortunately, his judgment was too bad and took a selfish disciple that destroyed his entire life. Huang Dania's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. Master! Right at this moment, Luo Chen, who stood in the distance, cried out sorrowfully, and then his figure flashed out to swiftly pursue towards the direction He Gang left towards. Want to leave? Luo Chen had just moved when Huang Dania, who'd always been staring at him, chased after him. With Huang Dania's strength, he caught up to Luo Chen in the blink of an eye and stopped Luo Chen. Luo Chen's face sank when he saw Huang Daniu appear before him, and then he looked at Yang Ling. Elder Yang, my master is old, and his cultivation has even been crippled now. I want to go take care of him. At this moment, Luo Chen played the emotional card. He knew clearly in his heart that after his master crippled his own cultivation to satisfy Huang Dania's first request, Huang Dania would surely raise a second request. He didn't even have to think about the second request to be able to guess that it was related to him. So he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But unfortunately, he just moved when he was stopped by Huang Dania. Humph! Yang Ling grunted coldly when he heard Luo Chen, and his wise eyes stared at Luo Chen as if they could see through everything. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. How could a selfish person like you really be concerned about Elder He? Little fellow, what's your second request? Yang Ling glanced at Huang Daniu, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, speak! Huang Dania chuckled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his eyes stared fixedly at Luochen, and he seemed like a hunter that had set his eyes on his prey. The second request of Daniu and I is very simple. This Luochen can choose one of us to have a life and death battle with. If he's able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then we'll let bygones be bygones and stay in the wood peak. Even if he's killed by the person we choose within 3 breaths of time, we'll still stay in the wood peak and represent the wood peak to participate in the battle of the 5 peaks and fight for glory for the wood peak. Duan Lingtian's words were spoken resolutely and powerfully. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. The time of 3 breaths? Aren't they underestimating Luochen too much? If Luochen and Huang Dani were to fight, then perhaps Luochen wouldn't be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. But now, they're asking Luochen to choose one of them to carry out a life and death battle with. In this way, the variable is great. If Luochen chooses Duan Lingtian, then I presume he'll be able to persist for 3 breaths of time. For a time, most of the Wood Peak disciples thought that Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu intended to let Luochen off. Only Yang Ling, Kujing, and Chen Wei, who were clearly aware of Duan Lingtian's strength, knew of this. Duan Lingtian's strength far surpassed Huang Daniu, and if he wanted to kill Luochen, it probably wouldn't even take the time of a single breath. All right. I agree to your requests. After he heard Duan Lingtian's second request, Luochen, whose expression changed ceaselessly, gritted his teeth and agreed in the end. Elder Yang, I hope you can bear witness to the agreement between me and them. Luochen looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words seemed to be extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian and Huang Dani would go back on their word. You choose any one of them to carry out that life and death battle with. So long as you're able to persist for 3 breaths of time, then I guarantee your safety. Yang Ling didn't refuse and agreed. Of course, he knew that these words of his were unnecessary because it was impossible for Luochen to persist for 3 breaths of time at the hands of Duan Lingtian or Huang Daniu. Wind blew by slowly, and it carried traces of coldness mixed within. High above in the sky, the crowd of spectating Wood Peak disciples stared fixedly at Luochen. Even though they were mentally prepared and guessed that Luochen would surely choose Duan Lingtian, they still felt slight anticipation when Luochen was about to make his choice. Duan Lingtian! Just as most of the Wood Peak disciples had thought, Luochen's gaze had locked onto Duan Lingtian, and he'd taken Duan Lingtian to be a soft persimmon. When he saw Luochen choose Duan Lingtian, Huang Dani revealed a smile of having succeeded in his scheme. This Luochen actually dares challenge Duan Lingtian. He's truly courting death. Presently, Huang Dani seemed to have completely forgotten that even if Luochen didn't choose Duan Lingtian and chose him, Luochen would similarly be unable to escape death. After a short moment, 2 people stood in confrontation within the encirclement of the crowd of Wood Peak disciples. Duan Lingtian, Luochen. Luochen stood in midair and withdrew his spirit weapon at the first possible moment. It was a grade 3 spirit sword that flowed with flowing lights, and he seemed to be seeking a sense of security because of this. Now, he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as his breathing became hurried, and cold sweat started to appear on his forehead as he was extremely perturbed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there silently without moving, like a mountain. From the beginning until the end, he didn't look Luochen in the eye, and his absent-minded gaze didn't seem as if he was undergoing a life and death battle in the slightest, and he seemed as if he was staring blankly. Humiliation. Undisguised humiliation. Duan Lingtian's attitude caused Luochen's rage to rise, and he tightened his grip on the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand as he prepared to attack at any moment. Today, the Wood Peak disciples Duan Lingtian and Luochen are undergoing a life and death battle. The sect won't pursue the responsibility of any one of them that dies. All the Wood Peak disciples present are witnesses. Chapter 879. As soon as Yang Ling finished speaking, Luochen moved and chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Swish! Luo Chen's figure was like a swimming dragon as he shot towards Duan Lingtian, and the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand tore through the sky and emitted waves of ear-piercing sword howls. Swimming dragon sword technique. When Luo Chen struck out with his sword, the sword in his hand seemed to have perfectly coordinated with his body. If it was said that his body was like the body of a dragon, then the sword in his hand was the dragon claw. The sharp dragon claw tore through the sky without the slightest mercy as it clawed towards Duan Lingtian. When facing Luo Chen's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian lazily stretched his body before yawning lazily. The surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples were speechless when they saw this scene. Perhaps Luo Chen's strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian, yet it wasn't much inferior. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was too careless, and he was probably going to suffer a loss. After all, Duan Lingtian hadn't even withdrawn his spirit weapon now. Whoosh! Right at the same time that Luo Chen flashed towards Duan Lingtian with his sword, 140 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out from the sky with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. 1,000 illusions. When he saw Luo Chen and his sword were only a foot away from him, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that he'd accumulated since long ago entered into the soul brand in the depths of his soul before directly executing his soul skill. An illusory space appeared and enveloped an area of a few tens of meters around Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Luo Chen just happened to be within the area enveloped by the illusory space. Whirlwind. When facing Luo Chen's sword strike that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian flashed to the side. Subsequently, the spectating crowd of Wood Peak disciples were shocked to the point their eyes stared wide open, and some even gaped in astonishment, and were unable to close their mouths for a long time. All of this was because they'd seen a scene that they were unable to forget in their entire lifetimes. They could clearly see that when Duan Lingtian dodged to the side, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to the side. Logically speaking, Luo Chen, whose strength was far superior to theirs, seemed as if he hadn't noticed at all. He continued to stab towards Duan Lingtian with his sword. His sharp gaze was fixed on the air in front of him, as if Duan Lingtian was still there. What is Luo Chen doing? Is he blind? Didn't you see that Duan Lingtian had already dodged to the side? If he doesn't stop now, his back will be completely exposed to Duan Lingtian. The scene before their eyes caused the crowd of Wood Peak disciples to be stunned, and they were unable to understand why Luo Chen would make such an obvious mistake. Only the few people who knew Duan Lingtian well knew why Luo Chen acted like this. Luo Chen did not make a mistake. It was to the extent that in that world in Luo Chen's eyes, Duan Lingtian had not dodged at all. That was why he was able to charge forward and strike with his sword. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian, who dodged to the side, raged with origin energy, and then it transformed into strands of piercingly cold strong winds that coiled around his palm and ceaselessly converged together. In the sky above him, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth gradually condensed into form. First, 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. A total of 110 ancient horned dragon silhouettes spiraled down as if they were displaying Duan Lingtian's current strength. 5th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 3rd level Intermediate Wind Concept. It's over. Luo Chen is finished. When they saw Luo Chen still hadn't noticed Duan Lingtian, and his momentum of charging forward didn't change from the beginning to the end as he stabbed towards the spot Duan Lingtian stood earlier, many Wood Peak disciples sighed. Swish! Luo Chen charged out with his sword and flashed past Duan Lingtian, causing his back to be completely exposed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian's palm that had been accumulating force since long ago suddenly shook the sky, and it was accompanied by a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding as it fiercely descended onto Luo Chen's back. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out as Luo Chen was blasted flying by Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and he was barely able to stop himself after repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who is it? Luo Chen hurriedly turned around, and with a single glance, he saw Duan Lingtian that stood there, and his face couldn't help but go grim. You! Why are you there? Aren't you already dead? Luo Chen seemed as if he'd seen a ghost as he looked at Duan Lingtian who stood before him. Earlier, the sword in his hand had clearly pierced Duan Lingtian's chest and killed Duan Lingtian. But right when he was feeling extremely excited from his success, he felt a vast force come from behind him, and it descended onto his body and heavily injured him as he was blasted flying. Originally, he thought it was Huang Dania that was unwilling to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian had been killed, so Huang Dania launched a surprise attack against him. But when he turned around, he instead noticed an extremely terrifying thing to his astonishment. The Duan Lingtian that ought to have been killed by him was actually standing completely unharmed before him, and this caused him to be slightly unable to accept it. I'm already dead? Duan Lingtian sneered when facing Luo Chen, who was struck with panic. Do you think you're capable of killing me? Earlier, he'd utilized his soul's skill, Thousand Illusions, to confuse Luo Chen and make Luo Chen kill the him that was created within the illusory space because he wanted Luo Chen to deliver himself to him. Everything that happened after that was within his control. After he heavily injured Luo Chen, he withdrew his soul's skill, Thousand Illusions, and exposed his true self before Luo Chen. Luo Chen naturally seemed as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Chen she was still alive. After all, Luo Chen had already killed the him that was created within the illusory space, and Luo Chen was utterly unaware of the existence of the illusory space. Impossible! How could this be possible? How could such a thing have occurred? Impossible! Impossible! Luo Chen's gaze was dumbstruck as he ceaselessly shook his head, and he was slightly hysterical. There's another breath of time! Right at this moment Yang Ling's voice sounded out. The gazes of the surrounding crowd of Wood Peak disciples lit up as they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen, and all of them wanted to know if Luo Chen would be able to persist for another breath of time. If he could, then he would be able to survive. If he couldn't, then he would die here. Flee! When Yang Ling's voice entered into Luo Chen's ears, it was like a talisman that hastened his death, causing him to not dare divert his attention and think of anything else, and only the thought of leaving Duan Lingtian remained. So long as he was able to endure through this final breath of time, then he would be able to survive. As for anything else, he couldn't be bothered to think about it, nor did he dare think about it. At this moment, there was only a single thought remaining in his mind: survive. But would he be able to survive? Right when Luo Chen's figure flashed with the intention of fleeing, and he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A swift violet-colored figure appeared by his side like a ghost, and it terrified him to the point his soul almost left his body. No! As he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was almost within reach, Luo Chen's face went grim, and at the same time that he shouted out explosively, the Grade 3 spirit sword in his hand shook before stabbing towards Duan Lingtian. Swish! A slight sword howl had just resounded out when it stopped abruptly in the blink of an eye, and it only appeared briefly. In the next moment, all the spectators clearly saw it. A fine mark of the sword had suddenly appeared on Luo Chen's throat. After a short moment, the mark of the sword bloomed, and strands of dazzling and resplendent fresh blood gushed out freely and dyed Luo Chen's entire body red. Subsequently, Luo Chen's gaze went slack as his hand that stabbed towards Duan Lingtian stopped halfway, and then it flashed forward with a slightly reduced speed. Luo Chen's corpse that had lost all signs of life in the blink of an eye flashed out along with him. Luo Chen's corpse fell down, and it fell onto a cliff at the side of the wood peak in a short moment before transforming into a pile of mush. Silence. The scene was deathly silent. The group of Wood Peak disciples withdrew their gazes and shot tacitly at the nearby violet-clothed young man, and their gazes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long blade had appeared in the violet-clothed young man's hand. The brief sword howl from before was precisely the sound emitted when the 1-meter-long blade in his hand flashed out. Sword drawing arts. It was the sword skill Duan Lingtian used to slit Luo Chen's throat after he arrived by Luo Chen's side like a shadow. The sword skill wasn't high grade, yet it emphasized extremely on speed. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, when he executed the sword-drawing arts, his speed was swift to an astonishing extent. At the very least, amongst the people present, only Yang Ling and Kujing were able to see it clearly. Even if it was Huang Daniu who was similarly a fifth-level void interpretation stage martial artist like Duan Lingtian, he was similarly unable to capture the flash of the sword light. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, the Grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was put away into his spatial ring. At the same time, the almost 160 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's sword strike earlier was so swift. Yeah. From the beginning until the end, we only heard the brief sword howl. When we reacted to it, Luo Chen was already dead. But this was also because Luo Chen was already injured. Otherwise, he might not have been caught up by Duan Lingtian. I still don't understand the injuries on Luo Chen's body. After Duan Lingtian dodged, why did he still charge forward with all his might and expose his back to Duan Lingtian? The strangest thing was that after he was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian, he actually said Duan Lingtian was already dead when he turned around to look at Duan Lingtian. His desire to excel was probably aroused to the point of hallucinating. In this way, everything makes sense. It was because of hallucinations that he exposed his back to Duan Lingtian. The crowd of Wood Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and the content of their discussion was none other than the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Luo Chen earlier. Haha! Duan Lingtian, amazing! When Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword, Huang Daniu laughed loudly and gave him a thumbs up. That Luo Chen is an idiot as well. He actually dared to choose a freak like you. If he didn't choose me, could it be that he would choose you? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Huang Daniu. If a fellow like you made a move, you'd probably be able to kill him in a single move. I at least allowed him to live for 2 breaths of time. Nearby, Yang Ling and Kujing glanced at each other and sighed. They were naturally not sighing because of Luo Chen's death, but because He Gang crippled his own cultivation. He Gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage. Chapter 880. No matter what, the matter today could be considered to have come to an end. But the news of the Wood Peak's He Gang crippling his own cultivation still spread through the entire Wood Peak with an extremely swift speed, and it even spread to the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect. For a time, practically all the members of the various peaks of the 5-element sect knew that 2 disciples that had just arrived at the Wood Peak had forced He Gang to cripple his own cultivation. Duan Lingtian and Huang Daniu were completely famous. Earth Peak. Even though the Earth Peak was the shortest peak amongst the 5 peaks of the 5-element sect, it was only compared to the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect, and when compared to the other peaks, the Earth Peak was an existence that stood out like a crane amongst chickens. The peak of the Earth Peak shot straight into the clouds, and when looked at from afar, it was utterly impossible to see clearly what was there. There was a vast platform halfway up the mountain at the side of the peak, and on the platform stood a palace that occupied a vast area. This was the Earth Peak's discussion hall. Normally, the higher-ups of the Earth Peak would come here to discuss matters. Peak Master. The travel-worn old man stood within the discussion hall, and he bowed respectfully as he looked at the middle-aged fatty that sat at the head of the table. The middle-aged fatty wore an earthen yellow robe, and his figure was short and fat, and he was only around 1.5 meters tall. Elder Tang, why have you returned? The short middle-aged fatty was precisely the Peak Master of the Earth Peak, Tiangu, and his small eyes that were already mostly covered by the fat on his face had narrowed into slits, causing him to seem harmless. The old man was precisely Tang Lin that had rushed back from Settlement City, the person in charge of the Earth Peak's outpost in Settlement City. Peak Master, I've returned because I have something important to report. Tang Lin spoke respectfully. Is it related to the matter of the Wood Peak's Yang Ling returning from Settlement City? And the matter of the Wood Peak recruiting 2 young experts? Tiangu asked indifferently. Peak Master, you know everything? Tang Lin was surprised, and then he asked with bewilderment. But Peak Master, you said 2 young experts? According to my knowledge, the Wood Peak seems to have only recruited a single young expert that's capable. Your information is behind the times. Tian-gu shook his head. I just received news half an hour ago. Those 2 new young experts of the Wood Peak caused a great commotion as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. Tang Lin's eyes flashed with curiosity. They killed a prospective Wood Peak disciple with a strength comparable to Chen Wei and Luo Chen as soon as they arrived at the Wood Peak. That prospective Wood Peak disciple was brought back by the Wood Peak's He gang, Tian-gu said. Tang Lin was shocked when he heard this. Even though he knew that the Wood Peak had recruited a young expert that could easily defeat Chen Wei, yet he never imagined that the young expert would be so audacious and cause such a great commotion as soon as he arrived at the Wood Peak. Moreover, the person he killed was someone brought back by the Wood Peak's He gang. He gang, an elder of the Wood Peak, was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage just like him, and his status in the Wood Peak wasn't inferior to his status in the Earth Peak. He gang won't let this go, right? Tang Lin's eyes flickered as he asked. He had experienced He gang's fiery temper before. He gang? Tian-gu sneered. Indeed, he won't give up. However, I'm afraid the outcome will be beyond your expectations. Yang Ling and Kuzheng have appeared? When he heard Tian-hu, Tang Lin faintly realized that the 2 young experts that Yang Ling and Kuzheng brought back to the Wood Peak ought to not have been harmed by He gang. It wasn't just them that appeared. Right when He gang wanted to kill those 2 young experts, all the Wood Peak disciples present had appeared and surrounded the 2 of them, and they didn't allow He gang to touch a single hair on their heads. When he spoke up to hear, Tian-gu sighed. Even though the Wood Peak has declined, the unity of the Wood Peak disciples is far from something our Earth Peak disciples can compare to. When he first heard this news, the first thought that arose in Tian-gu's mind wasn't what those 2 young experts were like, but was instead shocked by the unity of the Wood Peak disciples. Unity was like an impregnable fortress. Was there anything they couldn't accomplish? Hiss! Tang Lin gasped when he heard this. I truly never imagined that the 2 people Yang Ling and Kuzheng brought back would actually possess such a strong ability to rally. Looks like the Wood Peak disciples have taken them to be the hope of the Wood Peak. As he finished muttering, a strand of cold light flashed within Tang Lin's eyes. As a member of the Earth Peak, he naturally didn't wish for the Wood Peak to rise once more. Once the Wood Peak rose, it would mean that it was extremely likely for their Earth Peak to become the peak at the bottom once more. 20 years ago, when the Wood Peak was like the scorching sun in the midday sky, it was their Earth Peak that was at the bottom. With their strengths, they do indeed possess the qualifications to be taken to be the future hope of the Wood Peak. But after He gang caused such a commotion, they aroused the intention to leave the Wood Peak. Tian-gu continued. Tang Lin was first stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes lit up. Peak Master, our Earth Peak can strive to pull them over. I never imagined that He gang would help us. Let me finish. Tian-gu was slightly displeased from being interrupted by Tang Lin, and he continued after Tang Lin shut up in embarrassment. At the critical moment, Yang Ling and Kuzheng made an appearance. Subsequently, Tian-gu told Tang Lin everything he'd heard earlier, including the matter of the Wood Peak's elder, He gang, being forced to cripple his own cultivation, and the matter of He gang's personal disciple, Luo Chen, being killed. What? He gang actually agreed to their request and crippled his own cultivation. Tang Lin's pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with shock. He gang, in existence at the 6th level of the Void Transformation stage, had crippled his own cultivation that he'd spent more than half his lifetime to attain because of the absurd request of 2 little kids. As far as he was concerned, He gang's actions were truly stupid. But he couldn't help but admire He gang's resolution in his heart. For the sake of the Wood Peak's unknown future, and for the sake of taking responsibility for the mistake he'd made, he'd resolutely crippled his own cultivation. He gang was worthy of respect. I didn't pay much attention to that He gang in the past. Yet I never imagined that he would be able to do this when faced with a great matter of right and wrong. Even Tian-gu, the Peak Master of the Earth Peak, couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration when He Gang was mentioned. After He Gang caused such a commotion, it's impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huang Dani to leave the Wood Peak and join our Earth Peak. Truly a pity. Tang Lin knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huang Dani, who had made a promise before the 2 Wood Peak elders and the crowd of Wood Peak disciples, to join any of the other 4 peaks of the 5-element sect. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian and Huang Dani might not be willing. Even if they were willing, the Wood Peak wouldn't let the matter go. At that time, even the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably interfere. Even though the Wood Peak had declined, it was only limited to the decline of the younger generation. The experts of the older generation of the Wood Peak were only inferior to the number 1 peak of the 5-element sect, the Gold Peak. Over 20 years ago, the Peak Master of the Wood Peak was the number 2 expert of the sect that was only inferior to the sect leader of the 5-element sect. Even though he was injured later on, but after so many years had passed, no matter how heavy his injuries were, he ought to have recovered. During these past few years, the reason their Earth Peak, Water Peak, and Earth Peak dared to poach the Wood Peak's disciples on numerous occasions was because the Peak Master of the Wood Peak disdained to lower himself to interfere in such a trivial matter. But the matter this time wasn't a trivial matter, and it was related to the cultivation of a 6th-level void transformation stage elder of the Wood Peak. Once Duan Lingtian and Huang Dani went back on their word, then the Peak Master of the Wood Peak would probably be the first to make a move and kill them. This was something that Tang Lin didn't doubt in the slightest. I returned this time mainly for the sake of notifying you, Peak Master, about the Wood Peak recruiting a young expert. But I never imagined that not only did the Wood Peak recruit a young expert this time, it even caused such a great incident. Tang Lin sighed. Looks like I've made a trip for nothing this time. It can't be considered to be for nothing. Since you've returned this time, stay behind and guide those little fellows. The Battle of the 5 Peaks is in a few days. Tiangu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The rise of the Wood Peak is already inevitable. But I think that no one in our Earth Peak would hope for the Earth Peak to be ranked at the bottom in the Battle of the 5 Peaks this time. Moreover, the ranking of the 5 peaks this time is related to the quota to enter that place. It's of extraordinary significance to our Earth Peak. As he finished speaking, Tiangu's eyes flickered with traces of burning yearning. Tang Lin nodded heavily. He naturally knew the significance of that place to the 5-element sect and the Earth Peak. Fire Peak, on a platform halfway up the mountain. 3 Fire Peak disciples were gathered together and chatting happily. Have all of you heard about the matter of the Wood Peak? Suddenly, the expression of a Fire Peak disciple became serious as he asked the other 2 people. I've heard. I truly never imagined that the Wood Peak would be able to find such outstanding young experts this time. For the sake of making those 2 young experts stay, the Wood Peak's elder, He Gang, in existence at the 6th level of the void transformation stage, even crippled his own cultivation. The Wood Peak's resolution this time is extremely great. Supposedly, those 2 young experts were brought back by the Wood Peak's Elder Yang Ling and Elder Kujing. Elder Yang Ling? Hu Fei's master from before. The 2nd strongest of the Wood Peak? Exactly, it's him. Supposedly, after Hu Fei was poached by the Peak Master to join our Fire Peak 10 years ago, Elder Yang Ling was enraged to the extreme and severed one of his arms before leaving the sect. I never imagined that he would return this time. It can't be, right? Even if Hu Fei betrayed him, there's no need for him to harm himself, right? You don't know about this. Supposedly, when Elder Yang Ling met Hu Fei all those years ago, Hu Fei was an orphan, and he was chased by a pack of wolves and fell down a 30 kilometers tall cliff. It was precisely Elder Yang Ling who passed by that saved him and brought him back to the 5-element sect's Wood Peak to foster him into a genius. I've heard of it as well. The arm Elder Yang Ling severed seemed to be the arm he used to grab Hu Fei and save Hu Fei all those years ago. He obviously did that because he regretted saving an ingrate all those years ago. The 3 Fire Peak disciples discussed animatedly, and all of their words snorted disdainfully at Hu Fei. Could it be that the 3 of you don't know that it's extremely impolite to talk about others behind their backs? Suddenly, a chilly voice sounded out. Chapter 881. The young man wore a fiery red robe. He had a handsome yet devilish face. His eyes were extremely deep and seemed to contain an endless amount of demonic power. He appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Just one sentence from him was enough to make the 3 Fire Peak disciples' faces change as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Senior Brother Hu Fei. One of the Fire Peak disciples had a grave expression on his face. It was true that one should not speak ill of others behind their backs. He was just saying that Hu Fei was an ungrateful wretch when Hu Fei himself appeared. Senior Brother Hu Fei. The other 2 Fire Peak disciples looked anxious as well. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Hu Fei. Humph! Hu Fei snorted coldly. A cold gleam flashed across his deep eyes before he took a step forward. In an instant, a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from Hu Fei's body. Halfway through, it transformed into a raging flame that blotted out the sky. It was as though it had transformed into a giant flaming beast that pounced towards the 3 Fire Peak disciples. Senior Brother Hu Fei, please spare our lives! No! The 3 Fire Peak disciples did not expect Hu Fei to attack them all of a sudden just because they spoke the truth behind his back and talked about him objectively. The 3 of them who were filled with despair did not even have the chance to escape in front of Hu Fei. In just a blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the flame that seemed to have transformed into a giant beast. They turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Not far away, a few Fire Peak disciples who happened to pass by happened to witness the scene. Their faces changed immediately. Huh! Hu Fei noticed the few Fire Peak disciples immediately. He frowned slightly as a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Senior Brother Hu Fei! Senior Brother Hu Fei, we didn't see anything. The few Fire Peak disciples hurriedly said. They were afraid that Hu Fei would kill them to silence them. Swear. Hu Fei's eyes were fierce and his voice was as cold as ice. The few Fire Peak disciples heaved a sigh of relief when they heard his words. At the same time, they pinched their fingers one after another. Drops of blood shot up into the sky. In the next moment, they each swore an oath. The content of the oath was that they would not tell anyone about what they saw today. Otherwise, they would be punished. At that moment, a series of thunderclaps came from the sky. It was the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that was responding to their oath. Hu Fei was the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Fire Peak. He had killed someone in Fire Peak. Even if the Peak Master of Fire Peak knew about it, he would not really do anything to him. However, the problem was that Fire Peak was only one of the 5 peaks in the 5-element sect. Above the Peak Master of Fire Peak, there was another Peak Master of Gold Peak, who was also the sect leader of the 5-element sect. If what happened today was only spread around Fire Peak, Hu Fei would be fine. However, if news of this were to spread, even his master, the Peak Master of Fire Peak, would not be able to protect him. There was a rule in the 5-element sect. The disciples of the 5-element sect were not allowed to casually cripple or kill their fellow disciples. Otherwise, no matter who it was, they would be severely punished. Humph! Hu Fei snorted softly when he saw the few Fire Peak's disciples swearing on the 99 heavenly tribulation. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. After Hu Fei left, the few Fire Peak disciples took a deep breath and looked at each other. They could see the relief in each other's eyes. He rejoiced that he had survived. Wood Peak. On the balcony of the top floor of a 3-story pavilion, 3 young men were gathered together and were chatting about something. So, Elder Yang crippled his own arm and left the sect to go to Settlement City. It can be considered as a silent escape. Chen Wei sighed. Currently, he was answering Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania's questions. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania found out that Yang Ling was the second strongest person in Wood Peak, besides being surprised, they were also filled with curiosity about Yang Ling's severed arm. They obtained the answer from Chen Wei. Yang Ling's severed arm was actually severed by himself. The specific reason was because of the direct disciple that he regarded as his own son who betrayed him and joined the Fire Peak's Peak Master's faction. Hu Fei! Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania's expression was slightly unsightly. Although they were neither relatives nor friends with Yang Ling, let alone help him take revenge. However, when they found out about the dispute between Yang Ling and Hu Fei, monstrous rage involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. Hu Fei's life was saved by Yang Ling. His ability was taught by Yang Ling. However, in the end, because he despised the Wood Peak that was unable to recover from the setback and coupled with the temptation of the Fire Peak's Peak Master, he betrayed the master that nurtured him and betrayed the Wood Peak. During the Battle of the Five Peaks, "If I meet him, I'll surely teach him a good lesson." Huang Dania waved his fist as he spoke angrily. In his entire life, he hated ungrateful people the most. Although the matter between Hu Fei and Yang Ling had nothing to do with him, Hu Fei's actions caused him to be unable to stand it, and even detest it. According to his own words, "I, Brother Nyo, just can't stand the sight of you and want to beat you up, so what?" Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything, his pair of cold eyes undoubtedly indicated that his thoughts were similar to Huang Dania's at this moment. Hu Fei had also touched his bottom line. "Daimyo, don't underestimate that Hu Fei. It's said that he's already at the 6th level void interpretation now and has comprehended the 7th level intermediate fire concept. It's precisely because of his outstanding innate talent that the Peak Master of Fire Peak poached him away from Elder Yang at all costs," Chen Wei said with a solemn expression. If it was not for the fact that the Peak Master of Fire Peak paid a huge price, why would Hu Fei, who had followed Elder Yang since he was young, betray Elder Yang? "Humph! If he dares to fight me on the ground without a spirit weapon, I'm not afraid of him," Huang Dania snorted. Although he was only at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage, and had only comprehended 5th level intermediate concept, he had comprehended the earth concept. Once he executed it on the ground, he would be able to draw support from the earth energy that was equivalent to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. If he unleashed his full strength, it would be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. If Hu Fei did not use a spirit weapon and unleashed all his techniques, his strength would only be equivalent to the strength of 160 ancient horned dragons. That was why Huang Dania said so. However, although Huang Dania said so, he did not think so in his heart. This could be seen from the fear in his eyes. The Battle of the Five Peaks is about to begin. It's time for me to go back and cultivate. Both of you should cultivate well during this period of time. Although both of you are quite strong, there are many young disciples in the other 4 peaks who are much stronger than me," Chen Wei said to Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania with a solemn expression. Both of them nodded. After Chen Wei left, Duan Lingtian and Huang Dania parted ways and returned to their own rooms to cultivate. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. He held the wind concept fragment in one hand and the thunder concept fragment in the other. While comprehending 2 completely different concepts, he cultivated at the same time. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, sword dragon form. If those 9th level void transformation stage experts were to find out that Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend 2 different concepts by relying on 2 different concept fragments at the same time, they would probably be jealous to the point of spitting blood. What a 9th level void transformation powerhouse pursued was not to comprehend 1 concept to the 9th level advanced stage, but to comprehend 2 concepts to the 9th level advanced stage. Only then could they be considered to have touched the threshold of the martial monarch stage. Otherwise, they would never be able to step into the martial monarch stage and become a martial monarch powerhouse. Duan Lingtian's current situation was every 9th level void transformation powerhouse's dream. Comprehending 2 different concepts at the same time also meant that Duan Lingtian could take half a step into the martial monarch stage in the shortest time possible. Compared to ordinary martial artists, it was much easier for Duan Lingtian to break through to the martial monarch stage. With the same comprehension ability and the same conditions, Duan Lingtian could comprehend 4 types of 9th level advanced concepts in the time it took a 9th level void transformation powerhouse to comprehend 2 types of 9th level advanced concepts. On Cloud Continent, almost all 9th level void transformation powerhouses that comprehended 4 9th level advanced concepts at the same time would be able to break through to the martial monarch stage and become formidable martial monarch powerhouses. Time silently flowed by. The overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pills ceaselessly converged with the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body, and it circulated according to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Sword Dragon Form mental cultivation method to assist his origin energy to swiftly improve. After an unknown period of time, the bottleneck from the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage appeared, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel extremely pleasantly surprised. The appearance of this bottleneck also meant that he was another step closer to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. He really looked forward to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage, because he urgently wanted to verify something. He wanted to know if his spiritual force would improve to the 7th level of the Void Interpretation stage along with his cultivation after his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Or would his spiritual force stay where it was and synchronize with his cultivation? If it's the latter, the side effects left behind by the Devil Seal tablet after it caused me to be devilified the other day would truly be too exaggerated. Even though Duan Lingtian was prepared for the worst, he was still slightly perturbed. He hoped that his spiritual force would improve along with this. Otherwise, the effect of his soul's skill, 1,000 illusions, would be greatly reduced, and it was even equivalent to being useless. Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian, who continued cultivating, felt that it wasn't long before someone called out to him from outside. The voice was old yet familiar. When Duan Lingtian stopped cultivating, opened his eyes, and returned to his senses, he recognized the person that called out to him from outside. Elder Yang! Duan Lingtian opened the door and smiled lightly as he looked at the one-armed old man that stood outside the door. It was the number 2 expert of the Wood Peak, Yang Ling. There was a faint smile on Yang Ling's face, and he looked kind and benevolent. Could it be that the Battle of the 5 Peaks is about to begin? When he saw Yang Ling's arrival, Duan Lingtian's heart clenched as he secretly guessed. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian knew that he was overthinking things. Duan Lingtian, the Peak Master asked me to pass this origin-enhancing fruit to you. With your innate talent, I think you'll be able to absorb its medicinal efficacy before the Battle of the 5 Peaks begins and improve your cultivation. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.